Davis. LeBron James open for three.
Talk about the moment. A lot of post screens.
James late in the clock. LeBron James bodying inside. He scores.
He's a man. Goodness, does he take over? You have a right to do that.
The winning run at third and J.K. Fastball, base hit right center field. Cade scores, and the Rockies win it 9-8. He came with a heater. Tovar did not miss it. In 12 innings, Colorado 9, Boston 8.
One, two. Oh, there we go. All right. I was speaking to nobody. Yeah. Nelly, there's a few issues on this one, and this is what you're going to learn. See, we're the guinea pigs every morning. So when something's not working, we find out immediately. I was trying to speak into this microphone, and Nelly said, "What did you say?" And I'm like, "I'm trying to talk to the people. Am I allowed?" Anyway, couple of wins last night. Now, I'll say for the Rocks, who are playing pretty good baseball as of late, by the way. You look what they put together over the last week or so. I mean, they won 4 of their last 5. Get the big win last night at home against the Red Sox. Trevor Story. You know, the Sox, not a really great team, but they're fine. Game goes in extras. And you get to the 10th. Boston scratches across a couple on the top of the 10th. And then you got Sam Hilliard going Sam Hilliard once again as he knocks one out for his 3rd of the year since being brought back to the team. Remember, he had that little stint where he's been with the Rockies almost his entire career. Last year, played about 40 games with the Braves, comes back, ties the game up in the 10th, and then you get another Zeke Tovar walk-off, and he's had a few of those this year. Again, young players playing well, that's what you need. I just saw that Chris Bryant is making rehab starts in AAA, and I think it was a couple of days ago he went 5 for 5 with a homer. That's great. Don't care. I want Tolia playing first. I want that. They're mixing around a couple of different guys within the lineup, getting some guys some rest here and there, like Rymack didn't play last night, so they had Shunk playing 3rd. I believe the same thing was happening. They needed to give Tovar a night off a couple of days ago, so Shunk was playing short. But you keep looking throughout the numbers here. Tovar, Doyle, both of them hitting 280. Brendan Rodgers hitting 260. Obviously, the year that we all know that Rymack is having. And Tolia is like, look, he, average-wise, it's not going to look good, but he's got that raw power. It kind of reminds me, you know, you saw that the talent is there. It's just a matter of can you hone this or not? And that's how it was for Brenton Doyle. Brenton Doyle hit 203 last year. And I think with, you know, a few more bats, another year of seasoning, Tolia is going to be your everyday first baseman. He's got a great glove. He's actually got some speed, can steal some bases too. He's got 4 of those on the year. I do not want to see Chris Bryant infused back in this lineup. This lineup is totally fine. But, you know, I was curious. We're getting to that point in the season. What is this team going to look like in the later months, post All-Star break. Get Marquez back in the rotation. Get Freeland back in the rotation. Hopefully Senza's not too far from being back around the corner. All of that stuff. Can you put together a nice little cluster of games here in the last couple of months of the season and have something to look forward to heading into next year? Because I am excited about this. And here's what's funny. It leads me directly into another discussion I wanted to have this morning. Said it before. Nobody wants to hear this. This isn't a great thing because you wish that one of these two teams weren't in this position, but they are. Like, I truly think that the Broncos and the Rockies are kind of in the same situation. Like, this is a year to get young guys playing time. Hopefully you find a couple of Tovars and Brenton Doyles, and you can build upon that in the future. Article yesterday from ESPN. So this is called the NFL Future Power Rankings, okay? They're focused on the next 3 seasons. So trying to look at teams not just for this year, but maybe you got a whole bunch of young talent that's not quite ready yet. Where are they 3 years down the line? And this becomes the issue for the Broncos. So they have them ranked in these categories: quarterback, coaching, front office, and overall roster minus quarterback. Those are the separations that they're making. The Broncos on this list, remember, this is projections over the next 3 years, are at number 27. Where they have them ranked in each of these is overall roster. Well, I'm going to save that for last. Quarterback, they have at 23rd right now. They have 3 different blurbs on this. It is reason for hope, reason for concern, and a nugget to know. So here's the reason for hope. So they picked Bo Nix in the first round. Payton's track record as an offensive mind by some benefit of the doubt as the team sorts through the quarterback situation. There's work to do on both sides of the ball, but Pat Surtain is a true building block for defense, and Nix could be a good fit. Reason for concern? It all hinges on Nix. All of it. I'm sold on his upside, but there will be questions about whether he can become a top 10 passer in the NFL by playing within the structure of a Payton offense and with this group of playmakers. I don't think the Broncos are good enough on the perimeter yet, but it's up to the front office to provide Nix with more help. This is one of the many reasons why Denver is 27th in our rankings. That was Louis Riddick for the reason for concern. So they have the quarterback ranking at 23rd, which honestly I think that's fair. He's got upside, but there's no guarantee of anything. We haven't seen him throw a pass yet, but there's some sort of hope. Coaching is their best. They have their coaching ranked at 16th in the NFL, smack dab in the middle. Front office is 28th, and this is my major concern. Overall roster minus QB is 31st. There's a whole bunch of teams that are out there. And I was pounding the drum on this for this team being the Falcons. The Falcons felt like they were truly a decent quarterback away from turning a lot of heads this year. And we'll see with Kirk Cousins. I would assume he's going to start not Michael Penix because that's why you gave him $100 and some million. But you look at the Falcons roster, it's like they have Bijan Robinson and Tyson Algier and Kyle Pitts and Drake London and a whole bunch of really good players on offense, and they didn't have the playmaking quarterback last year, or the last couple of years. On defense, they got Jesse Bates at safety. They got a whole bunch of good pieces on the defensive side. A quarterback could change all of that. Let's say the Broncos get really good quarterback play. They still have a lot of things to fix. No, and this is part of the reason why when the draft rolled around and you were on the board with Brock Bowers available, like, I think that Brock Bowers is a dude that can be a franchise-altering tight end at a position that matters. And I know the position matters because all the teams that finished the NFL last season in the last couple of rounds, championship games, divisional round, look at their tight ends. All of them were good for the most part. Been over this over and over again, but look at the championship games. Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Sam Laporta. Arguably the top 4 tight ends in the league. When you have one of those, it changes everything. Now, they truly believe that Bo Nix is going to be a franchise-changing quarterback. And if that's the case, then I guess you got to take that guy. But the concern that I have is surrounding that position. Is it good enough? And right now, it's not even close. And I think these futures power rankings that ESPN has, pretty accurate. So the teams below the Broncos who are at 27. At 28 is the Cardinals. At 29 is the Giants. At 30 is the Panthers. 31 the Saints. And 32 is the Raiders. Like, I think all of that is totally fair. But much like the Rockies have, I think the quarterback of the MLB is a good starting rotation. They are missing that for the moment. And maybe when these guys come back from injury, it can change some things. But I'll tell you what they do have. They have talented players in other positions. They have guys who would be coveted by even good teams across the league. If they were to become available right now, I bet you that teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers and all these teams that you find at the top, the Orioles, they're interested in Zeke Tovar. They'd be interested in Brenton Doyle. But the Broncos are in a place right now where even if they have quarterback fixed, I don't know what the final sort of win tally comes with. If you have somebody who looks a little bit C.J. Stroudy as a rookie, you don't have Tank Dell and you don't have, like, all of those guys. Like Texter says, why can't the Broncos be the Packers or the Texans from last year? Because they had talented skill position players. If you get good quarterback play, then you're going to be in the mix for a playoff spot. Almost without exception, you're going to be in that mix every single year. But look at what the Texans had. Good running game, 2 really good wide receivers, Dalton Schultz at tight end, really solid offensive line, and a good defense. Packers, very similar. Their wide receivers last year. Romeo Doubs. Who's the tall, lanky guy? Christian Watson? I think that's his name. A good running game. Like, they had all that, and a good defense. Rashawn Gary, Jair Alexander. I mean, a whole bunch of really good players. I've had us go through the exercise before where I'm like, name the Broncos' top 5 players on their team. And you have Pat Surtain, you have Quinn Miners, and then you get to Cortland Sutton, who, again, good player, but I don't think he would be any really good team's number 1. So that kind of stuff matters. And when you look down the line, what it's really telling you is not just do they need to hit with this, a lot of this hinging directly on Bo Nix being good or not. It also is going to hinge that next year you got to get a lot of picks right. And this year you got to get a lot of picks right. Like, the next one is a given. But you need to have, like, a Troy Franklin hit. You need to have a Jonah Ellis hit. Because if you don't, you're just you're kicking that can farther and farther down the road before it comes time to actually commit to we have a roster we believe in, now let's make the jump. And all that's fine for now. You knew this year was going to be a bear because you're eating all that money from Russell Wilson. That's why I'm not overly concerned this year. But you're going to have to see the flashes from the younger guys on the team. And at least with the Rockies, you're getting a little bit of that. And I'm pretty excited for what this post-All-Star break can be. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. We're broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Davis. LeBron James open for three.
Talk about the moment. A lot of post screens.
James late in the clock. LeBron James bodying inside. He scores.
He's a man. Goodness, does he take over?
I'm trying to figure out, and I know these are just exhibition games. So the first actual game that the U.S. is going to play in the Olympics is, well, God, when is that?
I believe it's Sunday against Serbia. The Olympics start on Friday, the 26th here, and then Sunday, I think, is the first game for Team USA against Serbia.
Yeah, but they have, it was soccer. Soccer's the thing that starts tomorrow. So it's like technically the start of the Olympic Games tomorrow is a couple of soccer matches, but yeah, the basketball doesn't start until later. So the U.S. beats Germany in this final exhibition. They needed a furious comeback to do that. The same thing happened the previous game against South Sudan. And I'm wondering two things. Like, this is as stacked as the U.S. team can get. You have a starting five yesterday of LeBron, Embiid, Curry, Holiday, Booker. Off the bench, Anthony Edwards, Derek White, Jason Tatum, Bam, AD. You know, Durant is still on that roster despite, I think he's hurt right now. He's still on the roster. If Halliburton on the roster. As stacked as you can get. And they've needed like a couple of last-second furious sort of comeback moments to beat South Sudan and then to beat Germany yesterday. And my question is this. Has the rest of the world just caught up to what the U.S. is? I mean, Germany, this is their starting lineup. Franz Wagner, Daniel Theis, Dennis Schroeder. So those are the three NBA guys. They had a dude named Obst and another guy named Voigtman. Off the bench, there's a couple of more NBA guys on there. Mo Wagner, the brother of Franz, and Isaac Bonga. And I think those are the only couple. But if they need this kind of help to go and beat teams like Germany and South Sudan, I thought they would just start running through people, and maybe they're just taking it easy because they're exhibitions and who cares? I don't know. I guess we'll see. But there's something about, I think the rest of the world has gotten a lot closer to this. And secondly, the style of basketball in the U.S., I think makes it really challenging to go against the world style. It's a lot of one-on-one. It's a lot of, I'm going to take the ball to the hole and get a bucket, or I'm going to stand behind the three-point line and just start hucking up some shots. It's a lot more team game on the other sides. Like, think about it this way. The U.S. shot 50% from the field in that game. Germany shot 35.8%. And Germany almost won. You know, the U.S. is turning the ball over a lot in these games, which is really hurting them.
The physical style of play is one thing, but I'm wondering if it also comes down to the same mentality issues that the Nuggets had when they were facing the Lakers this year in the playoffs, where they said, we don't respect these guys. We're just playing with our food. And I think sometimes all of us in the media, whenever Team USA goes to play basketball, we go, okay, cool. It's a gold medal. I'll see you in August after the men have another medal. We just assume it's a done deal before their passports even clear to France. You can't tell me that's not leaking into the USA locker room.
I'm sure it is, but the other thing that I have, and this is maybe a bit of a problem that I have, is I care far too much about planting your flag as by far and away the best country at this sport. And I'm going to get really pissed if this team does not start running roughshod over all their opponents when the Olympics actually start. I mean, again, you're right, Nelly. It's an exhibition game. LeBron's only playing 18 minutes. Like, if they needed him to play more, they can. But I want, if we're going to commit to this, which the players in this country seem to, they committed to, I want us to have our own version of the dream team sort of thing, then you have to execute in the same way the dream team did. I need to have 40-point wins and not sweating out dubs over South Sudan and Germany. And again, maybe that all changes and there's a mentality shift once the actual games matter and they count. But it's bothersome. And for the amount of people that are out there like, you know what, I don't like a lot of guys in this team this U.S. team, I hope they lose, or whatever you're going to say. I don't want to be embarrassed, okay? That's not what I want. I don't want to be, halfway through this Olympics talking about a couple of losses and everybody pointing and laughing at us. I don't want that. The pride of country is going to supersede my dislike of a few guys on this roster. And that's kind of where I'm at. And it's going to be hard to move me off that position.
I'm there with you, too. There's that meme of the guy who looks like a superhero in a spaceship, and there are the two buttons, and he's sweating. And one button is root for your country, rah, 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 USA. And the other button is, oh, boy, I hope Anthony Edwards gets cooked by some dude from South Sudan. And I can't figure out which button to press, but I'm leaning towards the pride and joy of America, baby. Let's go. Let's show the world how we do hoops. The game was made here.
Yeah, the other that other button is point and laugh at Anthony Edwards and Anthony Davis and LeBron and everybody else. Like, there would be, I can't lie, there would be some joy in it.
If they just went full 2004 again and got bronze.
And especially like the way that they set this up, which is we're going to set up a team that's going to be unbeatable, who then became beatable. Texture says the team isn't as stacked as it could be. Booker is overrated. Curry is cooked. White over AG is a crime. I could go on. Derek White's a really good player. You want to prefer Aaron Gordon? Go ahead. White's good. He is. I would agree on the Booker being overrated. I don't know if Curry's cooked. Looks like he can still knock down some threes to me. But I think what you brought up, Nelly, is probably the perfect way to look at it. There are those two buttons, and I'm going to hit the one that says, go USA. I hope you beat everybody by 50. But there is just this lingering sort of feeling of if they don't, it's kind of funny. By the way, you know what else is funny? I don't know the perfect way to make this analogy, but we've all had an ex before, and the ex stinks, and you break up, you're like, good, I'm past this. Thank God. Then you start dating somebody else, and maybe they remind you a lot of your ex in some ways. Do you think Brian Gutekunst in Green Bay is feeling like that? Now, Jordan Love is not Aaron Rodgers. Doesn't have nearly the ego, nothing like that. But he's doing a kind of sort of iffy holdout because he's still showing up to meetings. He's still doing, he's still in the facility, but he's not practicing until he gets a contract done. So this is kind of the story here. This is Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show.
They told the Packers on Saturday this was the deal, but when you have a guy there and the GM, Brian Gutekunst, is on board with that and saying that they're optimistic about getting the deal done and they understand why he's not practicing, like that's a sign that they're trying to get this worked out. I think both sides think they can get it worked out. It's not done. It could go either way still, but I think by the end of the week, my guess would be that Jordan Love will have a new contract that probably makes him one of the, if not the highest paid quarterback in NFL history.
And I want to talk about that for a second. No, I said this yesterday, but in a lot of different ways, it's a lot easier to get worse at something than to get better. Okay? For example, I talk about the Nuggets with this all the time. The reason you keep KCP and you keep that team together despite some of the ramifications of being in that second apron, despite that, is because there is a very easy world to see where without KCP, the Nuggets are just a worse basketball team. Like, you would have to rely on Christian Brown being as good as KCP in the starting lineup, and then somebody else being as good that replaces him off the bench. Very easy to see that team being worse than being better. Now, it could be better, but when you lose Aaron Rodgers and you go to Jordan Love, and this is the very, very odd thing about that decision, unless the Packers thought 5 years ago that Aaron Rodgers was about to be done career-wise, like if they saw some very serious drop-offs in categories that they need from the quarterback position, I just don't know why you make that move then. Because here's the place they just put themselves in. You have a quarterback who started for 1 year. The first half of that first year was meh. The second half of that first year as a starter was really good. Wins a playoff game. And now his contract's up. And he holds all the cards. Because he's going to look at him and say, you want to go through this again? Like, you want to talk about in 1 year having all the leverage you can garner? Took you to the playoffs, wins a playoff game, and now says, yeah, here's my ask. I get paid more than anybody else in the league. Who's ever been paid, by the way. I want more. That's got to be a tough position. You think it's a risk to take Bo Nix at number 12? Because it is. Think about the risk of a starting quarterback with 1 year of experience getting the highest paid contract in NFL history. That's tough. And he goes, yeah, I'm not going to step foot on that practice field until you get me that cash, by the way. And again, in the world that we live in right now in the NFL, I think you have to do it. But that is not a good situation to be in. I mean, there's plenty of examples of I don't want to pay this quarterback this kind of money because I don't think he's good enough, but I feel like I have to. In fact, I think one of those situations played out, a month ago in Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Like, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, he's been okay, but his contract's about to be up. And if he demands, what was the number, $270 million or something like that? You either pay him or you let him walk. And the idea of letting him walk and being in where the Raiders are right now, where they have like Aiden O'Connell in Gardner Minshew, it's a scary world.
Brett, but at what point, and I'm genuinely asking, at what point does the market have to reset? Because people keep saying, oh, well, you just pay these guys what they're worth. You pay these guys what they're worth. And it just becomes a piling on game of chicken. At what point can you actually get a quarterback where you could say, look, you're our guy, you're the franchise future, but we cannot pay you more than Patrick Mahomes after 1 year as a starter?
That world doesn't exist. Like, I don't think it will.
The limit does not exist.
Like, here's what you'd have to get. You'd have to get a guy with the mentality of like a Jalen Brunson in New York. Remember, Jalen Brunson gave up, what was the final number? $113 million. He took $113 million less on his deal than he could have earned. And look, if he said, I want the max deal, they would have given it to him.
It just blows my mind, sorry to cut you off,
that
Brady has so many rings, he needs multiple hands to wear them all because he took all these team-friendly deals. And maybe he was in a position to do that because his supermodel wife made more money than he did. It just
Part of it.
The blueprint's there. It's been there for 20 years.
There's also external pressures that, whenever I talk about this, I make it sound really easy. Well, just take a few million less than, but you're being pressured by your agent to get the most money in the league. You're being pressured by the players' union to get the most money you can because that's going to help out guys down the line. And you know what? Some guys put a priority on, this is a job. And yeah, I'd love to get championships, but I'm here to make money. And I'm going to make the most that I can. And I don't fault anybody for that. But you're put in this position where Jordan Love, after 1 year, is going to make the most money that anybody's ever made in the league. It's certainly a weird place. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. That is Shop Mazda. So when we come back, I heard Sanford talking about this yesterday, and I think it's a great point. If the Nuggets don't want to have a repeat of last year where you hit the postseason and guys get dead tired, you're going to have to repeat an ugly word that I'm sure is worse than anything that I could say to Michael Malone, but I think he's going to have to commit to it next year. We'll get to that next.
In the Larry O'Brien run, that guy coming off the bench was Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
Clearly. I think the best candidate right now is Peyton Watson as a shot blocker. You have to account for Peyton Watson around the rim if you're an opposing team. But can he do it consistently? Can he play to a high level and stay healthy for the entirety of a regular season? He has to. He has to, because a word that is about as bad of a word in Michael Malone's world is load management. This year has to be a load management year. It has to, Raj. More Peyton Watson during the regular season. You have to see it.
You got to swallow the pill.
That is Mike Sanford on Dempsey and Company yesterday, and I totally agree. As much as there is pride taken in Nikola Jokic shows up every night, you don't ever have to worry about him missing a game or anything like that. I think this should be a year where Jokic plays like 70 to 72 games. And I don't think anybody should have a problem with it. Like, for him, the number one goal for Jokic now, he's going to make more money than he ever could have dreamed of. Once he gets his next max contract, like, he is set up for generational wealth. He's already set up for that, but it's going to be even more than that now. He's going to make like $500 million when his playing career is said and done. The only focus now should be on trying to hoist as many Larry O'Brien trophies as he can. Trying to win as many NBA Finals MVPs as he can. And I think for both him and Michael Malone, they need to understand the longer-term play here. They need to understand that it can't just be about that night in January when you're playing, the Knicks. Oh, we're down 10 with 16 minutes left to Charlotte, and it's a game in February. You just say, you know what? Who cares? I'm sticking with my plan for the future, which is we're going to make the postseason. Yes, you care where the seeding's at, but it shouldn't matter as much. All that should concern you and consume you is the idea of those guys being fresh when the postseason starts. And what does that truly mean? It means Malone's going to have to play guys he doesn't trust all that much during the regular season. You're going to have to get consistent, bigger minutes for Peyton Watson. You're going to have to give guys, Saric and Westbrook, those will take care of themselves. But it's like, if you think Trey Alexander can play, then throw him in for a few minutes. If you think Julian Strother is going to be somebody that you need in the postseason, then he has to play. And if that means a couple of L's come with that along the way, then you got to sort of gut it. Again, not in the DNA of either a Michael Malone or a Nikola Jokic. But I think it's something that's necessary. If we can all look back to that playoff run last year and the disappointing end to that playoff run, losing in a Game 7, second round, at home, 20-point lead, why did that dissipate? And if all of our answers are, yeah, it dissipated because they got tired. That broke down because the team was, they looked like they were just run into the ground over the course of not just that year, but the previous years. I mean, played a lot of basketball over the last couple of years. If that's the case, then you need to take steps the following year to rectify that. They've already decided that the team isn't good enough. That's why they made the move on KCP. They wanted to get more help off the bench, more depth on this team. But it can't just be Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric. Like, you have to go out and trust that Julian Strother is going to make a jump. You have to trust that Peyton Watson's going to be a key part of that rotation. all of that stuff's going to matter. Because if it doesn't, then you're going to find yourself in the same place you were last year, which is as good as this team is. If they don't have the energy when the games truly, truly, truly matter, then you're always going to end in disappointment. But, it's the same thing. Watching the Knicks last year was an interesting experience. Knicks were a very good team. But this is the MO of a Tom Thibodeau. He will run his players into the ground. And it's just a mentality that he wants his team to have. Josh Hart for New York, didn't he play like 4 straight games where he didn't sit for a minute? He played all 48. I actually want to see what that stretch was. And he played well. But I don't think you can do that over and over and over again and expect that guy, number one, to be the same, and number two, to feel right. So Josh Hart last year in the postseason. So the Knicks, who went to Game 7 of the semifinals. Josh Hart played 42 minutes, 48, 43, 46, 53, 46, 48, 48, 43. And then, in Game 4 of that subsequent series, played 24 minutes because he got hurt. Still came back and played after that. But this is what I'm talking about. You have to take, especially if you're a championship level team, a longer term view. Like last year during the NFL season. Remember the start to the year the Chiefs had? Where we all kind of looked at that team. We go, the offense doesn't look right. Maybe this is the year that the Chiefs finally come back to earth. Then what happened? They knew. They knew what the plan was. Wait this thing out. This is a marathon, not a sprint. So we lost a couple of games early. Big deal. Who cares? We know where we're going to be when the postseason hits. They knew they were going to win the division. Remember, the biggest challenger to the Chiefs last year was the Broncos. They were the one with like 2 weeks left in the season, still had the chance to beat them for a division title. Now, it was like a 1% odd chance to do it, but they were the only ones still there. They knew all they had to do was bide their time. Once the postseason starts, they could ramp things up. I think the Nuggets need to take the same approach. Like, the Avs, it's more difficult. You got to have guys playing every single night. You got to have, dudes shifting on and off the ice. There's no real load management in hockey just because you need so many bodies out there for a 60-minute game. But basketball, you certainly have that capability. And a texter says, maybe not less games, but less minutes. I mean, whatever. It's just got to be less. That's the key word, is less. Need to have them fresh next year. And I think Sanford's right. That's got to be the approach heading into next season. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. If you guys want in again. Walk-off win for the Rockies last night. Zeke Tovar with another one that he can put on his docket for this year, as he is looking like every bit the star shortstop that you want on a roster, plus some similarities between where the Rockies are at and where the Broncos are at. And I'd like to talk about that a little bit. In the 7 o'clock hour, we have Woody Paige on today at 8 o'clock this morning, as he will discuss and give us his thoughts on the Broncos training camp opening up here soon, along with had this long article about Bo Nix and what he thinks the future of him and the Broncos looks like. So we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock this morning. 303-504-0925. Yeah, go ahead.
When I texted Woody yesterday, I said, if you want, you have the option to join us on camera. And he said, sorry, I won't be wearing like a swimsuit and a tie. He always has he has the craziest responses, man. He's a loose cannon. He's going to be fun.
Well, he's always got, I mean, we know this. When we were kids, you're watching Around the Horn. He's got the chalkboard in the back. I mean, of course, he's a kooky guy. But we like those kind of people around here. So we'll talk to Woody at 8 o'clock this morning. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. A lot to get to this morning. Between the Rocks, Broncos camp about to start. A lot of thoughts on the Nuggets. And something that Sanford just said that we'll talk about in more detail with Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Davis. LeBron James open for three.
Talk about the moment. A lot of post screens.
James late in the clock. LeBron James bodying inside. He scores.
He's a man. Goodness, does he take over?
The winning run at third and J.K. Fastball, base hit right center field. Cave scores, and the Rockies win it 9-8. He came with a heater. Tovar did not miss it. In 12 innings, Colorado 9, Boston 8.
And they do what? So wait, does he say and they stay there or they stay down? See, I've never understood it. Need to look up the lyrics. Hi, Moshe. Good morning.
I'm not sure I really give a rat's rip whether they stay there or they go down or they go all around.
Everybody's hands go up.
And they
then-
stay there because you put your hands in the air and you keep them there.
Well, that's what I figured. And
Well,
then,
hold on
but
a
then they
second.
started going up, down, up, down, up, down.
But I thought you put your hands in the air like you just don't care.
And then you do the hokey pokey and you
Well,
turn yourself around.
you do something.
Moj. The Rockies, nice little stretch here the last few games. They've won 4 of their last 5. Tovar with another walk-off. He's had a couple of those this year.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Last night, for the first time all season, I watched a complete Rockies game from
You
start to finish.
did. Good for you.
Yeah. Now, I've watched portions of probably, I don't know, 60 games,
Yep.
something along those. I mean, something like that, right?
Yeah.
From the first pitch to the last pitch, I was on it the entire night.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And when they jumped out to a 4-0 lead, I'm thinking to myself, this is awesome.
And then what happened?
Then the Red Sox played at 4 in the top of the 5th, and I thought, this isn't very awesome.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things I did like, though, last night. A lot of things. Some clutchness coming through. Hilliard's bomb. There's just a lot of good stuff happened.
So,
I mean,
Sam Hilliard-
I was genuinely excited during the course of this game.
Hilliard's an interesting guy. So he spent pretty much his entire career with the Rockies. He was with the Braves last year, played 40 games. It was kind of the same story. Get called up for a couple of weeks, sent back down for most, called back up again. So he's back with the Rocks. And the whole thing with Hilliard, like, he's got insane power. Sam Hilliard has incredibly quick hands. He can hit the ball a mile. But he's just never hit for average. That's been his issue.
Correct.
Because he's been all right in the outfield, like all that different stuff, but they've waited. The Rockies were like waiting and waiting and waiting for that guy to finally break through, and it just never happened. He would always hit, 210. It was last year in Colorado, played 70 games. He hit a $184. But he always had power. He steps up to the plate in the 10th, and I mean, just demolishes.
Dude,
and ties the game up, which opens the door for Tovar to win it shortly afterwards. But
It's
like a 450-footer.
450 feet, bro. Blam. It was great. I mean, it was really...
So
It's really cool.
2 things real quick on the Rockies that I want to tie into something else. Number 1, I don't know if you saw that Chris Bryant is making rehab starts in Albuquerque.
We need a full season of KB.
We don't. He was, the other day, 5 for 5 with a homer in one of his rehab starts, and I don't care. Tully is my first baseman, okay? I'm not playing Chris Bryant. Sorry. I've declared that experiment over for a while now. I don't want him back in the lineup. If you want some spot starts, go ahead. That's all you're going to get. I can't do it. First of all, Tully reminds me of somebody from last year. So he's still hitting sub 200. He's a $197. Not great, but insane power numbers, right? 16 homers, I think, this year for Tolia. Brenton Doyle last year hit 203. And I think that he's on the same track. He's got to get a full year in. He's going to struggle a little bit. Next year, he can make a jump. Because now Brenton Doyle's hitting what? 280. That's why I'm not leaving him from the lineup. I want that that infield of Tolia, B-Rod, Tovar, and Rymack, that's your starting infield for at least next year and hopefully the next couple of years.
Okay, that's fine. So if you want to say Chris Bryant is no longer part of the equation or a necessary part of the equation, I'm down with that. I am. I'm hoping that for your new quote new first baseman, I hope your theory is correct. I hope get some at bats and get some time in the bigs, extended time, and
he's a good hitter.
Starts that average starts to come up because you can't hit below the Mendoza line in the bigs, bro.
No, but again,
keep your job. You can't do
Brenton
it.
Doyle did that all of last year.
Understood.
And they just saw it's like, okay, if this guy just gets more and more ABs and more experience, he should be okay.
Can I say this, though? The reason you say that, and I don't disagree with you entirely, but the reason you say that, admit it, is because you want it to happen. You're trying to will it into existence.
Well, how about this? The prospects of Michael Tolia being a player who contributes very good things to the Rockies the next couple of years, I think are very high. The odds that happens for Chris Bryant is very low.
Agreed.
That's why.
Okay.
That's why I'd rather take that than the alternative, which is Chris Bryant, just because he makes money, gets in the lineup.
The story with Tolia right now is this. He doesn't make contact with the ball a lot.
Strikes out a lot.
But when he does, it flies far.
It does.
Okay, so that's where it's at. Now, just a little bit more bat on ball, and I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, like Brett Kane doesn't hit the ball straight very often with his driver, but when he does, it goes a long way. Here's what I wanted to tie this into.
Excellent analogy.
This is what I wanted to tie it into, though, is, and I've said this before, I think the Rockies and the Broncos are in a very similar situation, where I think they're going to lose a whole bunch of games this year, but I think it can be done with a purpose, and it can help you down the line. Because this is the list portion of our offseason. Camp's around the corner. I like this one, though. ESPN's done this the last couple of years. So right before camp starts, they give you a power ranking. It's called a futures power ranking. So they're saying 3 years from now, who do they think is going to be at the top of the NFL?
I think we need some list music.
Go ahead. The Broncos currently sit, and this is where they have the different breakdowns, okay? They have one category, which is quarterback, one coaching, one front office, and the last is overall roster minus QB, okay? They got the Broncos at 27th overall. They have them 23rd in QB, which I think is fair. Upside on a young quarterback, but you don't know much about him.
Hold on a second. This is 3 years down the road we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that means Bo Nix is a bottom third quarterback.
I think that's fair to say sight unseen.
Okay. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
If he's a bottom third quarterback, he just wasted a pick.
That's true. Yes. But I think, what are you going to put him at? Like number 8? Like,
oh, yeah, man. This kid, his next contract, he's going to be making $50
You know nothing about him.
Yeah.
Secondly, coaching. This is their highest category, by the way. They're 16th in the league in the coaching category.
Okay, so Sean Payton right now, middle of the pack.
Right in the middle.
Right dead in the middle of the pack. Again, because he's trying to rebuild this team right now. Okay.
Front office, 28th is what they have it ranked.
That's tough. What about ownership, man?
Not part of the equation.
Okay, well, this ownership group's going to pay bread.
Sure.
And they're not going to sit around with their teeth in their mouth waiting for the team to get better.
Overall roster minus quarterback is?
I'd say probably 24.
31st.
Oh, my God.
And that's the issue.
They just don't have talent overall.
This is where, I think in baseball, and why I tie this to the Rockies is, I would imagine the quarterback for baseball is your starting rotation, your starting pitching staff. I think that's your quarterback. If you got a good one of those, you're going to have a good team, right? So if you have one of those, your team's going to be good. You get a good quarterback, you're going to be good. But the rest of the stuff matters. And for the Rocks to me feel like they have the overall roster minus that. If they ever get that, then that team's going to be very good. That's how I feel about
them. They've also
them.
dealt with 3 starters out with long-term injury.
Correct, which is why I'm really interested these last couple of months to see, Marquez's and Freeland's and hopefully Senzatellas and guys like that when they get in the lineup. But that's the concern I have for the Broncos is there's some teams, and there's one this offseason that I think you could pinpoint pretty quickly. gosh, if they get a decent quarterback, this team could turn around in a hurry. I looked at the Falcons roster before the offseason started, and I'm like, Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Tyson Algier.
They got some dudes.
They got dudes.
Yeah.
Can they get just somebody to throw the football to them? Because especially in the NFC South, if they can win that division easy.
Bears got some dudes. I mean, there are teams that have dudes, and you go, yeah, you get a dude in there to go with the dudes, and then you're all duding out. Broncos right now are not that, and I don't want to. That's not to say they can't play above their expectation, because that's where coaching comes in.
Mm-hmm.
That's where team aspect comes in. I'm not saying they can't. It's just that we need to face the reality that overall they don't have a ton of top-end talent. That's a fact. That's the reality. It's not a. I'm not, putting the team down. Or it's not a pejorative. It's just a fact.
And that's where these next couple of drafts, including this one, are going to matter a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Let's say the Bo Nix is pretty good. If you don't have people that you can surround him with, then it's not going to matter all that much. And now you're looking at your Troy Franklins and Jonah Ellis's and guys like that are a little bit farther down the line. One of the good things about them, let's say that what we think is going to happen, or at least I'll speak for myself, what I think is going to happen is they're going to have a pretty rough year. Well, at least you're going to get a top-end draft pick out of it, and you should be able to build this roster back a little bit easier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those picks are incredibly valuable, and especially the top-end first-rounders, man. They should make a huge impact on your team. Absolutely. So that's going to be a happy byproduct of what probably is going to be a difficult season overall.
The only teams behind them, by the way, at 28 is the Cardinals, at 29 is the Giants, at 30 is the Panthers, 31 the Saints, and 32, dead last, is the Raiders.
The Los Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders, listen, I don't really care about them. I put them sort of behind the Broncos anyway. Obviously, it's the Chargers you worry about, and then, of course, Kansas City at the very top. That's your pecking order.
It's still funny to me that you put the Raiders behind them when the Broncos can't beat them.
I know. It is funny. But it feels like overall the Raiders are a rudderless ship. I mean, does Mark Davis instill any sort of confidence in you that he's guiding that franchise to a proper path? No, not at all.
Hi, Vic.
I think I just witnessed a decapitation, and my heart and prayers go out to whomever was involved in that car accident just west of Santa Fe on C-470, because it was bad. If anybody was driving that route this morning, I think you'd agree with me. Oh, my God. When you see the roof of each car severed.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How did it? Was it like a semi or I don't know?
No. There were just two cars. One was a truck and one was was like a Corolla or something. Oh my God. Yeah. Again, you're reminded quickly how dangerous it can be out there on these roads, especially early in the morning. And whatever happened over there, again, prayers, thoughts, everything you want, because it was nasty.
Few things we're going to get to today. We have Woody Paige at 8 o'clock this morning. But I got a question from something we witnessed the last few days. And I want to know if there's reason for concern, or is this maybe preemptive panic on my part? So we'll get to that in just a second. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Davis. LeBron James open for three.
Talk about the moment. A lot of post screens.
James late in the clock. LeBron James bodying inside. He scores.
He's a man. Goodness, does he take over?
So the U.S., for the second straight exhibition game, has to have a comeback win, this time to beat Germany. A few days ago with South Sudan. Is there reason to be concerned that the U.S. isn't going to run through the Olympics like they thought they were? Or is this just exhibition games and who cares, and they'll turn it on when these games actually matter?
I don't know. Are they going to be? Are they not serious right now? Is that what you're saying? They're not serious enough?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, how much should they beat Germany by? More than 4? Because they won by 4.
Germany is the defending World Cup champion. That's a pretty good team, all right? And these are just practice games or exhibition games.
Detlef Shrimp ain't walking through that door.
That's a good team, dude.
Okay, good.
Again, I want to remind you, they won the World Cup championship.
Nobody cares.
I don't care if you don't care.
I didn't even know there was a World Cup championship in basketball.
I mean, now this is where you become dumb and stupid. And this is where you're going to rile me up. Last summer, they had a World Cup in which the U.S. team with Anthony Edwards and company finished 4th. They didn't even medal. Germany won the World Cup. That's a good basketball team. Give them some freaking respect.
Huh. I didn't know. Or I forgot. If I knew at the time, I forgot.
Here's the thing, though. So Germany, they are a good team. They got NBA guys on there. It's Franz Wagner, Daniel Tice, Dennis Schroeder, Mo Wagner, Isaac Bonga, like a whole bunch of guys are in the league.
Where'd you find that box score, by the way? I've been looking for it.
I Googled Germany, USA box score.
They're just practice games.
So you don't think there's anything to be worried about with the U.S.?
Not worried about it yet. Not worried. They're just going through the motions. They're just, they're ramping up things. They want close games. I think they prefer a close game. They want to feel what it's like on the court when things get tight and who they're going to throw out there. LeBron said as much after the close call against South Sudan. He said, good, they got tested. They prefer it that way. And they're going to get tested at some point in the tournament.
It's always a fun thing to say when you're an overwhelming favorite in a game and the game's close. Isn't that the go-to? Like, Alabama is playing against UAB.
Sam Houston State
in week 2. And it's a tie game with 5 minutes left, and Bama wins by 10. And they go, you know what? This is a good thing for us. We need to
wake-up call.
That's always a nice thing to say when you disappointed over the course of a game. Is that, yeah, but we still won. So that was a good test for us. It's going to help us out later.
I have a problem. And I think it's because I'm too good of a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm too loyal, Vic. I got behind you a little bit yesterday about these Red Sox fans. We'll get into some of that coming up a little bit later on.
I got a lot to say about that.
I know. I saw people trying to tear you apart.
Tear me apart for what?
Oh, I'll explain later.
Oh, about the Nuggets camp?
Yeah. Exactly right.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about that either.
All right, cool. So anyway, because I look at Devin Booker, whom I kind of like anyway, but I look at Embiid and Steph Curry's doing his thing and Anthony, and I'm like, I'm a USA guy, obviously, right? I mean, a little Italy in there now. Yeah, you know how it goes. No, but I'm like, I don't want LeBron to feel joy. I want my country to win. I have a real.
I know.
You know what? In all honesty, I'm not kidding you. I feel the same way when Team USA plays internationally.
Yeah. And
I had to root for some guys who, in the National Hockey League, that maybe I'm not a big fan of, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, that guy just scored for my country. I gotta.
Mm-hmm. You just said it best, though. You don't want Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Kevin Durant. You don't want them to feel joy, and yet you want to root for your country. You said it best.
Let me tell the guys I want to.
Devin Booker, do you want to feel joy?
Devin Booker, Drew Holiday. Okay,
I'm not a big Booker guy, but
I'm not a big Booker guy either.
Derek
White. Do you remember Booker after the Nuggets eliminated them Game 6? Stormed off, didn't talk to anybody, pouted. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't shake hands.
Okay, put it this way: I don't hate him, so I'm throwing him in the good stuff. Booker, Drew Holiday, Derek White, of course. Tatum, Bam Adebayo. I'm cool with.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay.
Langston Galloway.
Why
Did you just drop a Langston Galloway on me?
He's not going to play, dude. Why is he on the team?
I know, but just these guys are hanging out. Well, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play yesterday at all.
I know, but that was by design. Go on.
Okay, anyway, so the point is that...
Yeah, who is Nigel Hayes-Davis and Micah Potter?
These guys are just practice fodder.
These are dudes.
They're practice fodder.
Dudes, but they're going to get a medal. And I want those guys to win, and I hope those guys go off for 50. Hope Bam Adebayo goes off. I don't know how many minutes he's going to play. Probably 15. But I hope he goes off and gets crazy. I'd like them to win, but I don't want some other guys to win. So I'm in a real pickle here,
Brett.
So
Nelly said this earlier, and I think it's pretty good. Do you guys know the meme of the guy that's like in the spaceship with the two buttons in front of him, and he's like sweating, doesn't know which one?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Nelly said one of those buttons was "Go Country, I love the USA." The other button is "I hate Anthony Davis and LeBron and Anthony Edwards and blah blah blah." Like you're choosing between picking one of the two buttons. Now, I hope the U.S. beats everybody by 50. Because the embarrassment of them losing, I think, would supersede the joy I would have in watching those guys be sad. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I would feel more embarrassed as an American if this basketball team, that they've all agreed, like, we're going to try and have our own dream team this year. If that doesn't work, it's going to be embarrassing as hell. It's going to be. And that whole argument I had with Vic about Team Yugoslavia versus the U.S. and who would win, then I have to, like, totally say he was right on that. I don't want to do that either. I want this team running all through people. And I don't like these last two games have come down to the wire.
It really is remarkable that LeBron James, at age 74, or whatever the hell he is, still dominant with the ball in his hands late in the game. Like, they all bow to him. They all bend the knee to the oldest guy in the entire tournament. Think about that. Think about that for a second.
Yep.
There's a 40-year-old taking over the game. And everybody's like, yep, he's our best player.
Mm-hmm.
How?
He's a freak.
But, I mean, when does freakness run out? Like, Tom Brady was able to play into his 40s. The quarterback position is a little different.
Yeah.
Okay? Football, the quarterback position, I get that. But to play basketball into your 40s at this level,
it's amazing.
To be the best on your team, on the best team in the world, how?
Vic, I've never, ever doubted his brain.
But how is this happening?
I've never doubted any aspect about his ability. I don't know. I don't know.
You've aged. I've aged. Age is hard.
Age is hard.
Let me give you an example.
Do you ever get to a point, though, like we feel like, man, my legs aren't they're not as strong as they used to be? You ever feel that?
How is it possible at the age of 40 to be able to do what he's doing? How is it humanly possible?
Do you guys know who is the leader in receiving yards for a career over the age of 40?
Over the age of 40?
Or 40 or older, yes.
No idea.
Jerry Rice has 2,169 receiving yards at 40 and older.
Okay.
Do you know who is in second place?
No idea.
Tom Brady, who has one catch for 6 yards.
Okay. There you go.
That's what LeBron's doing, though. Like, he's doing.
But again, basketball is wholly athletic.
That's why I'm shouting out Jerry Rice. Like, you have to be athletic to play wide receiver at that age. Like, that's the only other freakish example like that where it's like, how did that guy do it?
How is this possible?
And he really doesn't look any worse.
Different.
Really. Like, that's what's weird.
To me, when I look at him, it looks like 2010 to me. That's what it looks like. He looks the same.
Listen, those of us who have hit 40, you've all hit 40 at different rates, different speeds, different. Your body may age quicker than other bodies. How is that possible?
Well, Vic, I don't know the answer to that, okay?
I need to know. I need to have an answer.
You need to talk to a physiologist of some kind.
Anybody out there who's a physiologist, anybody out there that's familiar with the chemistry, the biology of a human species, how is it possible that this man at the age of 40 can still do what he does?
Do you think
And I'm not trying to be a hater. Don't paint that picture. I'm just trying to figure this out because it's never happened in the history of the game. No 40-year-old in the history of basketball has ever played that well.
Do you think he's one of those freaks in Silicon Valley that maybe he does that, they do the blood transfusion with their kids? They're like, get me younger blood. Have you seen these guys?
No.
They're
I don't know what
freaks.
you're talking
They're
about.
freaks. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that helps.
Well, they put the old blood. They get the
kids' blood goes into their body.
Okay.
Somebody says Braun spends up to $1 million a year on maintenance.
Oh, I bet he does. There's probably no doubt in my mind.
That's great, but
how
that
do you
doesn't
maintain?
$1 million not going to buy you youthful muscles. It's not going to change your muscle structure. I don't care what you do, how much money you spend. It's not going to change your muscle structure. How is this possible?
I don't know.
At the cellular
Where
level,
was
how is this possible? I need answers.
Vic, where was Tom Brady going? What was he doing in the offseason?
Dude, you're talking about the quarterback position. You just need to be able to throw the ball, survive in the pocket, read, react.
By the way, Tom Brady looked old in those last years.
The read, react.
I think he still looks young.
This is a different beast. This is an athlete that's he's more athletic at 40 than he was at 30.
No, he's not. He's not more athletic.
More's the wrong word.
Okay. Equally athletic.
Oh, then now you're talking. Now I can
Equally
get behind
athletic.
that. Either way, I don't want him to be happy.
Okay. How is this? I need answers.
He's such a jerk to us. Listen, all the guys on the team, take them all, including Embiid. I don't want Anthony Davis to be happy. He's the main guy because he's going to strut around like he did something amazing when he's just AD, man, hanging on, doing his AD stuff, flopping around. By the way, I have not watched even 1 minute of any USA basketball at all.
Why?
Because I don't even know where to find it.
It's like Fox Sports.
Yeah, it's on
it is?
various channels. I don't know. I mean,
Hey.
Channel
Have you
hopping's hard.
watched any?
Yeah.
Has he been on the ground at all?
AD?
AD?
Of course.
Yeah, but the refs don't call it. Like
But-
Embiid tried a couple against Joker in that Serbia matchup, and the refs just laughed.
Okay. I want to count, and I'm going to watch USA basketball when the games really matter. I want to see how many times he actually does end up on the floor, because if he does not, we were led to believe that he's got some sort of leg, some sort of balance issue. What is it? Why is he always on the floor? It's because he's got some sort of leg thing going on, or
They
something.
said it's better if he falls down for injury purposes.
Okay, so he better be the human mop, continue to be the human mop in Paris, because if he's not, then it's even worse that he's just trying to sell every call and flopping around like a bass during an NBA game.
Everybody seems to indicate that LeBron is LeBron at 40 because of his diet. BS. I've got an impeccable diet. I'm not as athletically gifted as I was 10, 15 years ago. BS. Has nothing to, diet's great. I'm all for a great diet. That's a bunch of BS. Doesn't make you jump higher. It doesn't keep your muscles from pulling. Don't give me that diet crap. Diet. You guys have seen my diet.
It's pretty good.
All right. And I'm sure it's not his diet. That's not the same. It's not diet. It can't be just diet. It's got to be something else. What is it?
I don't know. He's an absolute freak of nature. It's amazing to watch.
303-504-0925. By the way, there's something you wanted to get to, Vic, about today? Something happening today?
Blood transfusions. Now we're getting into crazy stuff. Anyway, people accusing him of being on steroids. Nah, I don't know if steroids is going to do that for you. HGH, all that. I mean, obviously these, saw those cold cuts you were eating at your mom's. Someone says, yeah, okay, fine, you caught me. Yes, today, everybody, is the start of something special at Broncos headquarters. You guys didn't get the press release, obviously. You guys are looking at me when I brought this up. You looked at me with eyes wide open.
Idea. Yeah.
You know what today is? We brought this up on the show yesterday. Today is the official, unofficial start of Broncos camp. Today's the barbecue where we get to meet with the players and the coaches and all that stuff. But they're not calling it that. They're not calling it a barbecue. They're not calling this week the unofficial start of training camp. They are calling this week acclimation period. It is the acclimation week, reacclimation week at Broncos headquarters.
When you started throwing around the word during the commercial break, the acclimation word.
Yes.
I had no idea what the hell you were talking about.
They have a schedule for acclimation week.
Well, lay it on me.
And the acclimation is to reacclimate them into football, I guess. I don't know. So today, head coach Sean Payton and select players will be available for the media after the media barbecue at noon. You guys going?
I had no idea.
You guys weren't invited?
I wasn't
that sucks.
invited.
Not invited.
That sucks for you. So you're not going?
I was not invited.
Yeah, you guys are useless.
Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots.
So you didn't even get
and ruined your Broncos barbecue.
You didn't even get a press release. You didn't
No.
get nothing.
Last one to know.
Nothing.
Last one to show.
So they
How
think
was
you
the
guys-
last one?
Okay.
You thought you'd see there.
Okay.
Did they think of you, Moshe?
Good. That's great.
Tomorrow, practice, 10 to 11:30. First day of practice. So this would be the first this is the first day of training camp. No public availability.
Sure.
Public doesn't show up until this weekend.
Friday.
So Wednesday
For
practice.
us anyway, Friday for us.
And then availability with coaches and players after practice. So 10 o'clock practice, 11:30. If you guys get a press release, you might want to look into going because I'll be there. Thursday, practice. I'm dead serious. You guys got to go so we have something to talk about during the course of the show. Thursday, practice, 10 to 11:45, and then coaches' availability. That is the acclimation period for the Broncos. After that begins training camp. Now, with the acclimation period, there's about 8 pages of rules that we have to abide by. You want to read these rules?
Yeah. Sure. Well, I mean, should we?
I mean, got to abide by them. Might as well.
No.
Read the rules.
It seems pretty normal.
Somebody says, I'm going to acclimate my foot to Vic's ass and keeps the LeBron talk up. Let me tell you something, Eric. We will talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. And if I want to spend 3 hours on LeBron's genetics, I will.
I just love the line. I'm going to acclimate my foot to your ass.
I need my glasses.
It is reacclimation week, Vic, so you just be prepared for it. Are you kidding over here? What's going on with you?
Well, it's hold on
read
a
the
second.
rules.
All right, you can't use your cell phone. All right?
Yeah,
Fine.
that's obvious. Can't be using your cell phone.
On the
What?
purposes of content capture during the designated shooting periods.
Hold
Fine.
on a second. This is what I've never understood about that rule.
Mhm.
We cannot use our cell phones. Can't take video. I've gotten the snap. Hey,
Yeah.
phone down. I'm like, I was just sending a text. No phones. Put them down.
You can't send any social media until after practice.
But hang on. And then I looked to my left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's about 5,000 people with their phones out right there against the end zone.
Yeah, but they don't have.
Why is my video different from their video? I've never understood that.
Okay, anyway, so.
You mean the fans?
Yeah, all the fans that are there in the end zone.
No photos.
Nobody's doing that to them.
This year they're trying to police it, they say. They're trying to
No
police
photos.
the fans for doing that. Good luck.
No written
Good luck.
verbal observations. You can't post anything to social media until after practice. You can't give away any tactical information, like including gimmick plays, overall tendencies, formations, statistical breakdowns, who's practicing with who.
No gimmick plays. No practice.
Okay.
Yeah, don't say this guy's practicing with another guy.
Yeah, you can't say that either. Any references to any coach dialogue is prohibited.
Can't hear anything anyway.
True. And you can't report during injuries and all that kind of thing until it's all been concluded.
So you're not allowed to do anything social media-wise till the end of practice. So if something happened on the first play, if somebody went down with an injury, God forbid, nope, can't do it.
So when it won't happen during our show,
Can't do
'cause
it.
They just stretch by the time our show gets
Have you
done.
ever heard of that?
What?
Like, I've never heard of this before. If you're watching training camp, and the same rule is going to apply, and somebody goes down with an injury 1 minute in, you're not allowed to mention word of it until after practice.
Yeah, that's weird.
What if
2 hours later?
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, it's fine with me. I don't do that kind of thing anyway. So none of these rules really apply to me. I keep my phone in my pocket and I watch what I want to watch. I don't rush to the.
See, but if
that's not my vibe, man.
It's not going to matter for our show, Moj. But like by the time we get done, we just see guys stretching.
Right.
But for Dempsey and company, can they say what's happening in front of their faces?
I don't think they can. I don't know about that, to be honest with you.
We're at Broncos camp. We'll let you guys know everything that we see here in a couple hours.
Yeah, but we can't say anything.
I mean,
it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Well,
in my life.
I don't know why that would.
Those are Sean Payton's rules, by the way.
I don't know why that would hurt.
These are Sean Payton's.
Yeah.
rules.
Why would that hurt?
So, what is the point of being there live if you cannot discuss what's happening live?
What's the question?
We can have that guy there. We can talk about the
This
leaf
is
blower.
a serious question that needs to be asked.
We can have the leaf blower.
So we're sitting there watching practice. Technically, according to these rules, we cannot say, "Oh, what a catch!" We're not allowed to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. That's
our guy. There's our guy right there.
It's called an ambiance, Vic. It's an ambiance. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So when we come back, I have Woody Paige 8 o'clock this morning. I want to know what you guys would do if you were put in this situation. A lot of people think that the Knicks stuff at 12 was a reach. I think I got a worse situation than if you think you reached for a quarterback. We'll get to it next. Okay, so there's a lot of people who think that Bo Nix at 12 was a reach that the Broncos shouldn't have done. That's totally fine. Whatever. All have our opinions. Never seen the guy throw a football yet in a Bronco uniform, so
we
that's
really
fine.
have no idea, and
No
we're
idea.
not going to know for quite a while.
But let me ask you this. Let me paint another scenario here. Is that situation, if you truly think that this guy is not going to be good and this is a giant reach and this is a bust of a pick, that stinks. Set your franchise back another few years. Terrible. But how about this scenario? You got a quarterback who started a single year for your football team. First half of that year was okay. Second half of the year, really good. Then he wins a playoff game. And then he goes, I'm not practicing until you give me a new contract, and that contract better make me the highest paid player in the history of the league.
Oh, gosh. I was thinking about this, Brett. Vic, I just realized yesterday that I would be a...
How about that scenario?
Jordan Love?
I would be a terrible, terrible GM. Because you know what my first inclination is? I'd be a terrible NFL GM. You know what my first inclination is? I'd trade him.
I wouldn't.
I know.
But
See,
seriously,
this is why I would be a terrible GM, because the right thing to do is probably to pay him, hoping that he maintains that terrific play from the second half of last year and becomes a franchise quarterback.
These parades are being run by the agents. You realize that.
Mm-hmm.
The agents are running these parades out there. Like, this guy's next in line. My guy, my client's next in line. His turn. Pay him.
Yeah.
And the agent is basically setting the notion that if you practice and get hurt, you'll never get paid. It's a big risk for you. It's an easy decision. Make them pay you. And that's exactly what's happening. And it's going to go on and on and on.
Well, here's Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee's show yesterday talking about this.
But they're trying to get that done. It's not done yet. And so the prudent thing is to hold him out, because he's not missing much early on the first few days until they get the pads on.
That's right.
And then he'll be there. He was there during the offseason, took part in all the drills then, but they're close enough on this deal now that it doesn't make sense for him to be a part of practice. So, again, they're going to try to get that done. My guess is they do get it done. We'll see if they can figure out a way to get it done by the end of the week.
I think it's
here's
just a message. It's a message being delivered.
Here's what he's doing. He's participating in all the meetings. He's at the facility, but he goes, anything on the field I'm not doing.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what he's saying.
Yeah, it's
This
a
is for
Cortland Sutton message.
It's one half of one season, though, Vic. Brett's exactly right. The first half of last year,
What's your
getting his
alternative?
feet understood. That's my point. I would have to tell my fan base, I don't care if you love him. We ain't paying him $50 million a year for half a season of football.
That ain't going to fly.
Well, it's great. It's a great job if you can get it.
Brett, what's your alternative?
There is none.
Yeah. They're stuck. You got to pay him. He's next in line.
But
That's
see,
how it
this
works.
is what didn't make any sense from the beginning of this, is that if you were to draft him like they did 5 years ago, you had
time to, you could have renegotiated and re-upped him when you saw any sense of promise.
Well, and I was like, did they think that Rodgers was about to fall off? Is that why they did it? Because if they didn't, then you just set yourself up for a 1 year starting quarterback to be like, I'm the highest paid guy in the league now. It's a crazy situation.
They waited to play him.
Yeah.
And now when they did play him, he had shown brightly, as he did in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So he could say, hey, it's not my fault you guys waited to play me. I
Sure.
was this good from the get-go. You waited. And now I'm really good.
Mm-hmm.
Pay me.
Hassan Reddick is doing the same thing with the New York Jets, except he's not even reporting to camp whatsoever. He has a year left on his contract, the defensive end, but he just is not, he's holding out. And so if he's not there, see, this is the way Love gets around it. And I think he wants to be a Packer, so he's at all the meetings, he's with his teammates, he's doing the whole 9 yards. He just won't get on the field. Reddick says, I'm not even coming in, and they're going to fine him $50,000 a day.
Yeah.
And that cannot be waived.
But
so it's going to get expensive for him after a while.
I just think it's such, like, Gutekunst, that GM in Green Bay, I mean, he just went through all the Aaron Rodgers will he, won't he stuff the last couple of years. He's just got to be like, damn it, like, again? Yeah. I got this again?
Well, they're screwed. They got to pay him.
Yeah, they do.
And there's really no way around it.
There's also speculation, Vic, that Tua is going to kind of do the same thing that Jordan Love is doing, that he may be there, but he's not going to get on the field.
Just a simple hypothetical, real quick. If I said you could trade Bo Nix for Jordan Love, but you got to pay him the most in NFL history.
Do it tomorrow.
You do it?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
What's today?
Today's the 23rd.
I do it before tomorrow.
Okay. You got to pay him $45 million a year for
45. Moj, it's going to be like 55 to 60.
Okay.
What would you do?
Vic, you've got to pay him $55 million a year based on one half of one season.
It's not my money. What would you do?
It's not that it's not whether or not you have the money. It's what you're doing to your football team if the guy is not as good.
I know.
If the guy's not that good.
But that's where the NFL is gone.
But it's insanity.
I know, but this is where the NFL is. The NFL is paying quarterbacks an absurd amount of money. They are the max contracts on every team now. That's what it is.
He's still under contract.
Maybe he's got 1 year left.
He's got a year left on his contract.
Then is he free? He's free after that.
Yeah. I don't think I would, Vic.
Okay.
I'd say you're going to play for us, and then we'll reassess after this year.
Okay.
And then if I'll franchise tag him. I don't know. I don't think I could just do that after a single year. But in his defense, he was arguably the best quarterback in the league the second half of the season. If you look at his numbers.
He was pretty dang good.
He had like 24 touchdowns and 2 picks.
I know, but it's such a small sample size. Golly, this is why I would be a terrible GM. I would say, "Oh, really? Really?"
See, look at this, Moj. You said $45 million. Schefter, Dak Prescott's going to get a deal north of $60 million a year.
See, now
and it might be
who
way
would
more.
You pay? Here's a question: who would you pay more money to, Jordan Love or Dak Prescott?
I think
probably Jordan
Dak.
Love.
No,
I'd give it to Jordan Love
because he's younger.
And he showed me in the most important games of the year, he played better than Dak has ever played in those games. In the most important games of the year, playoff games, what has Dak done?
Not a lot.
Playoff games where you were truly measured as a quarterback. Playoff games.
I'm trying to wrap I'm trying to wrap my head around you played good for half a season, give me 60. I can't 60 per, not 60 per. I can't get my brain to function that is an acceptable thing.
My favorite thing ever is when you see these deals coming along and you go back to, remember Matt Flynn's contract when the Seahawks drafted Russell Wilson in the same year?
And they traded for him.
And they're like, what a
giant
giant waste of money. It was a 3-year, $26 million deal total. $26 million total over 3 years. And they're like, what a gigantic mistake.
Yeah, back then you could buy a house for $92,000.
I know. Just crazy.
Did you know I bought my first house for $92,000?
I did not know that.
Dude, even
it was a 1,600 square foot home. Nice layout, 3 bedrooms. Arizona, $92,000.
Jeez.
That sounds pretty close to mine. When I say my first house, my wife's name was under it, but I lived in it. It was like $130,000.
You couldn't get the mortgage?
What's that?
You couldn't qualify for the mortgage? They took your name off it?
No, I think what happened was we weren't married at the time, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I think there was something like if my name went on it, it was more of a liability than if it wasn't. So it's like I can just stay off. That's fine with me.
Is your name on your current home?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
That's funny.
I signed all the paperwork.
How could you be so sure?
That's funny.
I just watched my wife sign all those papers. We never bought a house before. I have no idea what that experience is like. And I'm sitting at the table next to her. She's just signing paper after paper. I'm like, I don't really need to be here, do I? This is just moral support.
You don't need to do any of that stuff. So listen, it's hard. Vic, I understand what the market bears. I understand what the cost of doing business is. But man, if you're wrong, you're really hurting your football team.
Yeah. I agree.
So I couldn't be that GM because I would say, Jordan, I love you. No pun intended. Jordan Love, I have a lot of love for you. I think you're a terrific quarterback. I got to see more. I've got to see more. Hey, listen, you do it again, I'll pay you the bread, but I can't do it right now. Sorry.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Let's have a chat with Woody Paige about the Broncos. Had this big write-up on Bo Nix. We'll talk to him about that next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we welcome in Woody Paige. Woody, always good to talk to you. How you doing this morning? Hello? Woody, you there?
I'm coming.
Hey, how's it going, Woody?
Good. I was getting a watermelon energy drink.
Oh, nice.
You got to get that energy up. I'm sorry to get you up this morning.
A belated congratulations, Woody, for becoming the first real bona fide media member of the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. Very well deserved, my friend.
I thought that a former Notre Dame center and Denver Nuggets center, Bill Hanslick, put it correctly. He said, I was the worst athlete ever to go into the Colorado.
That's a good point. Never thought of it that way. Very good point.
And I wrote back to him and said, I was happy to break his record.
I love
Also
that.
well
Love
put.
that. Love that.
You know, Woody, wanted to get you on, wanted to talk to you a little bit about, saw the article from a few days ago in the Gazette about Bo Nix. And just, let me take this like 30,000-foot view, just overall thoughts. What do you think success looks like for the Broncos this year in Bo Nix?
I think it reminds me, guys, of when John Elway came in. And when I was writing that column, which I I was stronger than suggested. I said they must start Bo Nix, and they need to get him started immediately from the beginning of training camp. And I'm sure that all three of you guys remember that John Elway lined up behind guard, was injured twice early when he started, struggled. I think he started 10 games. Steve DeBerg was here, and Gary was a rookie quarterback. Also, they drafted in the 6th round, and Gary started one game, and DeBerg, I think, 5. So John had 10 games, and I think he was 4-6, and he struggled. Well, what came out of that was the next year they were 13-3, and you look no further than Peyton Manning, who set the record for interceptions by a rookie in his first season, 28. John had 14 interceptions. I think he only had about 10 touchdowns. Peyton Manning's team went 3-13. The next year, that team was 13-3. Now, critics will say they were both number 1 draft picks. Well, I don't think there's much difference between 1 and 12, honestly. That's my first thought in regard to that. And Bo Nix has more experience than John Elway had and Peyton Manning had when they came into the league. He started more games than anybody in NCAA football history. He's the son of a coach. He majored in communications, which Peyton Manning majored in. I think that prepares you to communicate not only with the media, but it sound direction to go in when you are a quarterback, because you want to be able to be a communicator. Got his degree after only 3 years in Auburn, transferred to Oregon, and started working on his master's degree. He was voted the Scholar Athlete of 2023 in college sports, not college football, in college sports. He was an honor roll. He graduated magna cum laude. We're not talking about Paxton Lynch here, who plays with an Xbox and couldn't read Dr. Zhivago or a defense. And I just think that it would be a waste of time to start Jared Stidham or Zach Wilson. They're short-timers. You can't imagine, none of the three of you can imagine that they are going to be long-term solutions.
No.
So I don't want to see this Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock kind of deal where everything is split. I don't want to see what I saw, and I know at least Vince was around at that time. When in 1977 they brought in 4 quarterbacks, and it took turns with all 4 of the quarterbacks. And Craig Morton emerged from that and was the quarterback on a Super Bowl team. I just think you go ahead and do it, and I don't mean split repetitions 33, 33, 33. I don't think you have one dominate on Tuesday, another one on Wednesday, another one on Thursday. I don't think that makes any sense.
Totally agree.
Name Bo Nix your quarterback and go with it. Are they a Super Bowl contender? No.
Yeah.
I mean, there are publications and so-called experts like us who claim that they'll finish last in the AFC West and that they'll win 4 games, 5 games maybe. Okay, all right. But looking at, if you don't study history, you're doomed to repeat it. If you do study history, you might duplicate history. And that could happen here in Denver. That, yes, they struggled through this year. I don't think anybody in Denver is expecting the Broncos to – I see one guy posted 11-5. Well, he can go back to his plumbing job.
Yeah, that's going to be that would be an absolute miracle. There's no doubt about it.
Houston made profound advancement last year, but guess what Houston did? They started a young quarterback that was just out of college, and they had an extremely good year and got to playoffs. I mean, the Broncos, I think, with Bo Nix, would have a chance to be a 500 team, maybe a 9-8 team, basically what they were last year, with Bo Nix at quarterback.
Okay, Woody, hold on. Let me stop you right there then. Today is the luncheon. What is to prevent Sean Payton from addressing the media and saying the obvious? Guys, we drafted a quarterback in the first round. It's very obvious what we're doing. He's our guy. We are attaching our future to him. It's his job to lose. Let's play ball. Why not just say it? Why hide behind this stuff?
Well, I'm going out there, as I'm sure you guys are, for the barbecue.
Yep.
Well, Brett and I were not invited, Woody, but Vic will be there. So yeah, he'll see you for sure.
Anyway, I go for the barbecue. Everything else is. I got some good information about 3 or 4 years ago from Bob Miller and Chris Harris Jr. But otherwise, I think we have a kinder, gentler. That was an expression used about a former quarterback, president of the United States, the elder statesman at the time, who said he was going to be kinder and gentler. I think we have a kinder, gentler Sean Payton. I think we have a smarter. I know that's hard to believe. He's a Super Bowl coach. I think we have a smarter Sean Payton. That he has now been in Denver for a year, and he realizes what the fans want, and they want it. They want it now, but they will accept that this season is going to have a struggle. They don't have a roster. If you look at the depth in the middle on defense, they have some problems. Safety, they have problems. The tight end position is so uncertain. We don't know what's going to happen at the running back situation, wide receivers. You go down the line. Bo Nix has gone through 2 different schools, 300 different players. They went out and got his favorite receiver. I just think that, that is the answer. Is he gets up today when he speaks at 11:30, what are we, about 3 hours away from that, and says, we're going to start Bo Nix. His repetitions are going to be 65%, 70%. The other guys will do the other 15%. As well, Stidham and Wilson are smart enough to know that Bo Nix is the starter of the future and the starter of the present.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. Absolutely. Well, let me jump in here real quick, though. I guess I look at it, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, if Bo Nix is number 12 overall, 6th quarterback off the board, either way, they've graded him as a high first-round talent. Now, my question to you is, I mean, obviously this has to happen, but boy, oh boy, if you're Sean Payton trying to rebuild this thing and you don't have a veteran quarterback around that makes any kind of sense, boy, you've got to hit with this guy. I don't know how this franchise, with what they've gone through since the Manning era, I don't know how they miss. I just feel like if they miss, let's put it this way. I'm terrified that if it's a miss, and I don't think it's going to be, but if it is, these are dark, dark days for the Denver Broncos, at least in the short time being here.
Wouldn't you agree that bringing in Peyton Manning was a great risk, maybe a greater risk? Had
absolutely.
Back and spine surgeries. He was old. The Colts didn't want him anymore. Didn't know whether he could throw. I remember talking to him on the field before that first practice that was at Mile High Stadium, and he said, I'm going to go out and throw the ball 65 yards on the first play to prove to these people I can still throw the football. Bo Nix doesn't have the arm of John Elway. He does have the arm of Peyton Manning. Yeah. He has the skill set of a Peyton Manning in football IQ. I don't know why in the world, when Zach Wilson is a renovation project, and I think that Sean Payton said, "Hey, I'm gonna coach you up for a year and get you a chance to get yourself a starting job somewhere." I think you agree with that. Anybody that doesn't agree with that, I think he's living in a strange world. Stidham thinks he's going to be the starting quarterback, but look at his career. He's had 4 starts with 2 different teams, 3 different teams now with the Broncos. 1-1. Was anybody overwhelmed? I mean, he was called Sparky. He's 1-1 at the end of the season. Why not take a chance? That's excitement.
Yeah.
Let's see him. Start him.
Yeah.
Let's get him out there on the field. He is an experienced. He's 24 years old. He'll be 25 in October, I think. He's not some kid that's 21. Teams are drafting guys that are 21 and 22 years old. They do need maturation. They do need to learn the game. Bo Nix has known this game since he was a kid because he was underfoot of a father who coached him. He's had good coaching in college. We saw what happened in Oregon. I mean, Alabama wanted his coach in Oregon. And he's got Sean Payton, who is supposedly, the guru of quarterbacks. And what other, I spent days working on this, just thinking out. Drew Brees was still a young quarterback when he went to New Orleans. He was a young quarterback who had destroyed his throwing arm, and yet Sean Payton put him right in there. He didn't go with any other quarterback. He went with it, and they were successful from the start. So I think, and I mentioned it in the story, some people may scoff, but he's the only one of these 3 that's ever played in Seattle. And you guys know this. There's not a more vociferous crowd than in Seattle. We're not talking about he hasn't played in the Seahawks Stadium, whatever it's called now, but he's played at Husky Stadium. Those 2 stadiums are built alike. They're built to really confine you inside. And so the crowds are a lot louder there than they are in any other place outside of Kansas City.
Yep. That's Woody
So
Paige.
he has experienced that Seattle-type crowd. He's played there. The other 2 guys were inactive when their teams played in Seattle. So they don't have any experience up there. They don't have experience of really winning in the NFL. Why would you take it? To me, it's a bigger risk to go with Stidham or Wilson because you're going to have to get them out of there sometime because we all know that the chosen one is Bo Nix. So, yes, let him make mistakes on the field. He'll learn from mistakes. You learn from playing. You don't learn from being the 3rd quarterback who's inactive every week or being the backup quarterback that is going to have to come in the 3rd quarter. Dan Reeves did not want to start John Elway. He did not want any part and told me, I don't want to start him. and he was forced to. I don't know whether that was because of management or because he just said, I can't turn my back on it. And I remember John Fox when he threw Tebow into that game against Kansas City, and afterward, he played extremely well. And afterward, I said to him in the media room, you're going to make the full-time move. But he said, your heart doesn't always agree with your mind. And he walked out, and I didn't know what it meant. I called Smite, and I said, what did he mean by that? He said, well, talk to him again. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, what you want to do, when you want to do the right thing, sometimes you just can't do it. And that's the situation I'm in with Kyle Orton and Tim Tebow. The right thing to do is to start Tebow, but the smart thing to do is to keep Orton in there. And they made the move to Tebow, and he won a playoff game for him, won a string of games for him. So I just think I can't think of anybody that is smart about football that doesn't think you just go with Bo Nix. You're not going to have a great season. I mean, if he wins 7 or 8 games, this team still has a lot of necessary players that they need to bring in here.
Absolutely.
And they brought in a number of rookies. But what's comfortable about this is that Sean Payton begged George Patton to draft his wide receiver, put him in the lineup in the slot, and he's got a guy that's his guy from the last. You look at the numbers when they were together. When they came in and played Colorado, I don't remember the game. I think the game was in Oregon, and Franklin went for 150 yards and a couple of touchdowns. They're so comfortable there. I think it's easy to get comfortable with guys like Tim Patrick if he comes back to the way he was. To get comfortable with Sutton. And supposedly, with this expensive offensive line, that he's going to get better protection. I went back and looked at Russell Wilson's stuff last year, and he panicked. And what Sean Payton wanted to do, he couldn't do. What he has always done in his career, and I went back and looked at it, is he always gives you 2 plays. Yeah. And that's exactly what Peyton Manning had.
Well, we're going to have to bail out here because we got to get to a commercial break. But have fun at the barbecue today.
I'll see you there, Wood.
Say hi to Vic. We did not get invited, but we will be at training camp. So when you're roaming around there in the heat and whatnot, we will come catch up.
Well, do this. I'll come pick you up, and you can go with me.
Perfect.
I'm taking my assistant, and I told him I'm bringing my assistant. I'll just call Megan out there and say I'm bringing 2 more assistants.
I'll make you guys my assistants.
Yeah, that's right. Be Vic's assistants. All right. That sounds good.
Woody, appreciate the time, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
See you, Woody.
Woody Paige joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. 303-504-0925. Take a quick break. Back after this.
Maybe you're in the market for a brand new vehicle. Maybe you're in the market for a certified pre-owned. Right now at Surtain Motors in Broomfield, do you know how many certified pre-owns they have on the lot? You ready for this? Almost 150. That's right. And right now, financing is low as 2.9% on those certified pre-owned vehicles. The Mosier special is in full effect, so ask for it by name. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. If you ask for it, I promise you they will give it to you. So get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Or if you want to see that nearly 150 certified pre-owns, do yourself a favor. Get online and check out all the makes and models, and these things are beautiful. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. You know this song, don't you, Moj?
Absolutely. Hey, last thing. I'm in complete agreement, by the way. I don't know why we're hand-wringing. I don't know why we're dancing around it. I don't know why the hesitation. It doesn't make any sense to me, yet I'm not a head football coach in the National Football League. I don't have to explain things, to my team and the rest of the players and why I'm doing what I'm doing. But there's no reason that Bo Nix shouldn't start. I can't. Yeah. I simply can't invent one. I can't invent one in my head on a different scenario. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Mike Sanford said something yesterday that I think is totally true. When it comes to the Nuggets this season, much like the Broncos, I've said Sean Payton needs to do something that he's not used to doing, which is accept maybe some L's in the short term for a longer term good. That means play some young guys who maybe you like playing veterans, but these guys need to get experience, make mistakes, and it'll be better for a couple years down the road when you hope to be competitive. Here's what Mike Sanford said yesterday on Dempsey and Company about the Nuggets' approach to this year.
In the Larry O'Brien run, that guy coming off the bench was Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
Clearly. I think the best candidate right now is Peyton Watson as a shot blocker. You have to account for Peyton Watson around the rim if you're an opposing team. But can he do it consistently? Can he play to a high level and stay healthy for the entirety of a regular season? He has to. He has to, because a word that is about as bad of a word in Michael Malone's world is load management. This year has to be a load management year. It has to, Raj. More Peyton Watson during the regular season. You have to see it.
I totally agree. I know that we have sort of thumped our chest the last few years when all these guys had load management stuff, and look at Joker still playing 80 games a year and blah, blah, blah. I think you have to take a different approach.
Or
just seeing the way that last season ended.
I don't disagree. Give the starters more time off.
Yeah.
You know what would help with that? Make sure your bench players are better.
Sure.
That's not like Michael Malone.
Well, here's where it could be. There's a commitment that Malone needs to have to letting young guys play through mistakes.
On that, we agree.
It's going to be easier now that he has Westbrook and Sarge coming off the bench because those are veteran guys. Mm-hmm. But you need to let Peyton Watson make a couple of mistakes without yanking him.
Great. Then why would you have players on your team that can't play?
That I don't know. Don't know that.
You got to make decisions, right? Tough decisions.
Sure.
I mean, if you know a guy can't play, and when I say can't play, is maybe 2 or 3 years away, don't have time for that.
No.
Again, I've been down this road with you guys before about building for the future and the window and how long the window. My window is right here. See that window right there? It's right there. That's my window. I want to walk through it right now.
Yep.
I don't look at windows.
I ain't worried about the window of my kids.
See, but I think these things don't need to be mutually exclusive. There's Julian Strother, for example. He can help short and long term, but there needs to be a commitment to letting him play and playing through mistakes.
Okay.
And Malone just hasn't done that. It hasn't been his MO, and I think it has to change at least this year. He needs to be, in my opinion, willing to sacrifice a couple of L's this year with a longer-term thing in mind.
Okay.
If you're down 10 against Charlotte with 16 minutes left in the game, you can't play Joker the whole fourth quarter just because it's a game in February.
Gotcha.
That's what
I agree with that one, but I'm talking about the end of the bench, guys who have to find some playing time at some point. If they can't play, what are we doing?
No, that's 100%. Yes.
What are we doing?
Let me do a little bit of effort of the doubt. Let me do a little devil's advocate, all right? Number one, I think once you've won a championship and then you see how your team ran out of gas in Game 7 at home with a 20-point lead, it might give you a different perspective on, let's try to get more rest for the big guns because we're not as deep as we used to be, although I think that the bench is going to be better this year, but you get the idea, right, Brett?
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask both of you this. OKC and the Nuggets both finished with 57 wins this past year.
Yeah.
How many wins are you willing to give up, to sacrifice, in order to accomplish what you think needs to be accomplished with rest and getting younger players some PT and no matter what? Come on, Vic, give me a round number of wins that you're willing to give up from the 57 you had last year, realizing OKC is better.
6 of them.
Okay, so you're looking at 51.
That would have put you at the 4 seed.
Okay, so
whatever it takes to get the 4 seed. That's my answer.
Okay, well okay.
Why are you looking at me like that? You asked for a nice round number. I gave you one. 6 games last year would have been my number.
So as long as you have home court in the first round, you're totally good with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds about right to me.
Keep in mind, though, that, we've been talking about how this team got better and that team got better and that team got better. I'm not sure you can afford to sacrifice 6 wins during the course of a season now to be able to get that home court advantage. So you're going to have to, take the good with the bad, obviously, but, you're going to have to find that happy medium in there somewhere. You're going to have to find that honey hole. Okay, we're going to get these kids some playing time, give the bench more minutes, give Joker a night off, give Jamal plenty of nights off, or whatever it is you want to do. But, man, you cannot be sacrificing 10 wins. That's going to be playing with fire because the Lakers got in with 47 wins last year, obviously, and they had to scratch and claw their way to get in at 47 wins.
I think you can kind of get it throughout the flow of the year, what it's going to look like. All I'm saying is if we can all agree that at least a huge factor, if not the preeminent factor, let's just say a big one, was Nuggets got to the postseason, and very clearly towards the back half of that second round and in Game 7, they were tired. Mm-hmm. That can't happen again.
Well, listen, I understand laying out the accelerator on some of the veterans. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. But to say, as some of the texters say, Michael Malone doesn't develop young players, well, how do you explain Christian Brown? Yeah. He played his rookie year deep into the playoffs and the finals. He played because he could play.
Yeah.
You play guys who can play. If you can't play, you're not playing.
To defend them, maybe what they're talking about is like Peyton Watson played for a good portion of the regular season and then just disappeared in the postseason. Why is that?
Is that a coach's problem or a player problem? I don't know the answer to that.
He's still very young.
Do you know the answer to that?
He's still very young.
I totally agree with you.
He's just a baby, essentially.
I can't think of a good reason as to why he didn't get some minutes during Minnesota.
Yeah.
I can't think of a good reason.
I don't know.
He's only 21 years old, and I know he's been around in the league, but he's still learning the NBA game at an overall level, in my opinion. So I can see why Michael Malone would be a little bit hesitant. I'll tell you something I found interesting. I was looking at the Nuggets depth chart the other day. Hey, Kaner.
Mm-hmm.
On the Nuggets depth chart, according to ESPN, who's the backup point guard?
Well, it can't be Westbrook now, so probably Pickett at the moment.
It's actually at the moment Trey Alexander.
Oh, is it?
Which I find also very interesting. Now, Westbrook's going to come in there, right? But again, Vic, you say if they can play, then they can play, and they will play. I need one of these guys to be better than I think he is right now. Whether that's Trey Alexander, and I think Peyton Watson is pretty good, but I think he's got a lot more room. He's got a lot higher ceiling, I believe, especially in the scoring department. I know what he can do around the rim. I get that. But you see what I'm saying? To become a regular rotation kind of guy and a guy that you rely on, he's got to get that part. Maybe right now in the gym this summer, he's going crazy working on his offensive side of the game. That would be awesome. But I need somebody to kick it up.
Report out of Charlotte, the Hornets are waiving Reggie Jackson.
Already?
Yeah. I told you they have a
they
long
got a ton
line
of guys,
point guards. So Reggie Jackson is now available on the buyout market, on the veteran minimum market, if he wants to play another season. I'm still confused as to why the Nuggets signed him to that 2-year contract.
I don't know.
I don't some of the deals confuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Honest to God, they confuse me. The Zeke deal confused me. The Reggie deal confused me. When they did it the first time, it was explained to me, and when it was explained, I didn't understand it. Something about the NBA CBA, if you do a 2-year deal, that second year is free, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. It's confusing to me.
Well, as much as we sort of, like in the Reggie one hurts, because Reggie 2 years what was it, 10, 11 million, whatever the number was. Not great. The Zeke one is the one that makes no sense. Like, and that's I don't know if you were like hinting at this guy, Vic, or what, when you're like guys on the bench who don't play. That's a double whammy. That's a guy on the bench who doesn't play who also makes $8 million a year.
Once Jackson clears waivers, it says here, he's free to sign with any team in the NBA except Denver.
Of course.
Well, look, again, I think the crux of what this season has to be is you need to
wait. Veteran guard Reggie Jackson has now signed or will sign with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay, there you go.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just going up my feed.
He's going up his feed.
So he goes from being
I'm going to get all up in your feed if never mind.
Well, so the Westbrook signing should be made official here in the next, imminently. Westbrook to the Nuggets, right?
Yeah.
It's imminent.
Well, has he officially been waived by the Utah Jazz?
I thought it was yesterday he was waived.
Officially waived. Paperwork is through. Dude's on the free agent market right now. Dude's just hanging out, chilling on the beach. Okay, let's get it done then. Let's get our team together and let's go.
The thing about Mike Malone that we've said a whole lot is once you're in the club, you're in the club. That's why some guys are allowed to make mistakes and not get pulled off the floor. You know, a lot of people had that with Will Barton. Will Barton had games where he'd turn the ball over, he'd still stay on the floor, whatever. Mm-hmm. But once you're in the club with him, you're in the club. What I'm saying is he needs to be a lot more open to have guys joining the club this year.
So let me make this an example. And this is no disrespect to Reggie Jackson. I love the guy. He was one of my favorite players. But so you're telling me a guy that's been waived now and picked up off waivers was your backup point guard and played critical minutes last season.
Yep.
Is that the coach's fault?
No.
Last year, no.
It's all they had, really. It's all they had.
Yeah. Last year, no.
Do you think, who would you rather have as a point guard? Backup. Westbrook or Reggie Jackson?
I'd rather have Russell Westbrook. Okay?
We don't know. We have to watch him play.
Obviously, yeah, but his reputation and his professionalism are there. Okay.
But what I'm saying, Vic, is Julian Strawther was starting to get minutes last year. He gets hurt and he's out for a while, and then he never saw the floor again. I was
he got hurt.
Was he hurt in the postseason?
He went 3 months without playing basketball. You going to take a rookie who hadn't played for 3 months and say go play in the postseason?
I guess you're right. But in situations like this upcoming year, I think there needs to be a stronger commitment to those guys. There has to be a stronger commitment to them playing so that you do trust them when the postseason comes. Because that can't happen.
Listen, I could play this both ways. And I understand where you're coming from. There has to be an autonomy there. There has to be an understanding. But I could also make the argument there has to be a stronger commitment to get me guys who could play.
Sure there does.
Yeah, but Vic, we've already been through this a billion times about where they are in second aprons and so on and so forth. There's only so much you can do, and when I look at the moves
you can eat rookie contracts that aren't performing and go get veterans.
You're right about that.
You can do that,
and so perhaps that's going to happen. Maybe it will happen.
There's no rule against that.
No, well, give me the CBA. Let me look it up.
There's no rules against if you've got contracts that aren't performing, you don't have to keep them.
I totally agree, but what are you going to do about Zeke then? Because if he's not, look, I'd try to move him. That's me. They were betting on the come. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe that's no fault of his own. Maybe it's the lack of PT. Maybe he's just not going to be as good as we ever hoped he would be. Fine.
Sure.
Same kind of thing with Payton. I don't want to throw him under the bus either, but the realities are the realities.
Hey.
I dig what you're saying, but you're talking about real help.
Did you guys see TNT matched the NBA's exclusive contract offer with Amazon? All right, so
I also saw the press release, Vic, and
this is going to be ugly.
They didn't seem too happy about having to do what they did.
Listen to me. The NBA wants Amazon. They want Amazon because they see this whole streaming platform going off, and they want to go that direction. They want Amazon, and it gives them a little more flexibility. They want that. And now TNT has said, okay, we're going to match. Now what? This is going to get ugly. I'm telling you right now, it's going to get ugly in terms of where the NBA. So what is the NBA to do now? They've already reached an agreement with Amazon. Amazon's going to say, hey, what's up, NBA? I thought we had a deal here. Well, wait a minute. Let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. And TNT's not going away. We all want the TNT boys to stay alive and do their show, right?
Yeah.
And so people say, well, why doesn't TNT or why doesn't Amazon just assume the TNT show? That seems like the easy thing to do.
Because Ernie said he's not leaving.
Exactly. So they would have to build out their studio in Atlanta.
Chuck also said he doesn't want to work for anybody else.
Exactly. I mean, we've heard a lot of these things. So they want to remain loyal to TNT. It's not a question of, we'll take Chuck and take Ernie and take everybody else and put them on Amazon. They don't want to work for Amazon.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're stuck here. This is going to be ugly, dude. I'm telling you, it's going to be ugly.
Why is the NBA so hot and bothered by the Amazon thing as opposed to a product that they know works and everybody likes? Like, that's what's weird to me.
Because the NBA wants to move towards the NFL model. At the end of the day, the NBA, and I understand it, this is best for the fans. The NBA wants every game down the road accessible. Every game, the NFL model.
I think most people probably get TNT.
How are they not
still.
accessible through League Pass and everything else?
Not everybody gets TNT. You assume that. Not everybody does.
I think most. I said
most. And not
most.
everybody gets Amazon. I mean, but you could say that about any channel now.
Yeah.
Right? Any channel. Do I get Peacock? So everybody who says, oh, this NBC deal is great because we're going to have games on NBC, take a closer look and see how many of those games are going to go to Peacock. Do you have Peacock?
What is a Peacock?
You got Peacock?
I do not.
I don't have Peacock.
You got a Peacock?
I don't like how
Do
you're
I have
saying
a what?
that.
You got a Peacock?
What kind of sound does a peacock make? What's audibly? What does it make?
Look it up for us, Nelly.
Monday Night Basketball. It's on Peacock.
Does one of these moves. Does the...
Well, I know it gets the tail all high and hot and bothered and whatnot.
Actually,
He's
it gives
looking
you-
for a chick, and
It gives you a little LeBron.
yeah,
Little LeBron
What's
in
up
here?
with that? What's up with that? A little shoulder roll from the peacock.
By the way, Vic can't take that. They showed the highlights of the game last night.
I can't do it.
Oh, yeah, like a little horn. Thank you, Nelly.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's a scary
Yeah,
noise.
kind of. Yeah, a little bit.
Vic hates the LeBron roll.
I can't do it.
I'll tell you what. If I ever think
Can you do it?
If I make a good point on this show, I'm gonna hit you with one of those right after.
No, you're not.
Can you do it, Moshe? Can you take it? No, but can you take it when you see it?
No, I don't like it. I don't like the
What is
crowning.
it about
I don't
it?
like the shoulder
What is it
roll.
about
I don't
the
like
shoulder
this.
roll?
I don't like it.
What bothers a human being so much that when they see it,
It's just pure arrogance, is what it is. It's
What is
pure
it?
arrogance.
What is that move? What is the shoulder roll?
it's I'm a dominant player, and he has been dominant. He's 40 years old and dominating, but why is it so bothersome to see? Why? Does it bother you, listeners? Does it bother you
Is
as
it
much
worse
as it
when I
bothers
do it?
us?
Does it bother you more
bothers,
when I do it?
I know it bothers the hell out of you, so don't put this on me because you mention it all
But
the time.
I kind of like doing it now.
Now you do.
Kinda like
Yeah.
doing it.
Does it bother you as much as it bothers us? And why is it bothersome? Maybe that's more an indication of who we are.
Because it's him. I think that's why. 303-504-0925 back after this.
Hey, we all did something last night that's never been done all season. It's a consensus. It's never been done all season. Do you know what that something is?
We all
It's
watched
never
from
been
beginning
done.
to end the Rockies game.
We watched the entire Rockies game last night.
I watched from
please, no.
I watched from the beginning to the very end. And how could you pull,
Why did
especially
you-
when it's 5-5
Okay,
late
so
and
why-
7-7.
Let me ask you this question.
What?
Why specifically did you choose this game to watch it all? And I'll tell you my reason after I hear yours. Why did you watch this specific game?
Well, one thing, I was home all alone. So I didn't have any distractions. I didn't have a daughter bouncing around. My wife has a couple of friends in town. They were gone to Estes Park. I had the whole place
I
to
was
myself.
home alone too.
I did some laundry while I'm watching the game. Hey, it's easy to fold laundry when you're watching a game, man. It is, right? You just kind of get in a routine. You just go, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of laundry to fold, so I'm happy to do it. I'm Mr. Mom or whatever you want to call it. But mostly I wanted to see what the crowd was going to be like.
Same with me. I watched the game because I saw a near packed house at Coors, and it sort of gets you, oh, wow, there's a lot of people there. Upon closer inspection,
Oh, man.
Yeah.
that was a Red Sox home game. If you attended the game yesterday, I want to hear from you because I wasn't there. But from the looks of things and from the sound of the game, that was a Red Sox home game. Was it not?
Yes.
Did it sound that way to you?
So a whole bunch. And the Red Sox aren't that great this year. They're 7 games over 500. But there's a lot. I'm not really shocked the Rockies aren't good this year, and it's a big-name team in town.
It's not shocking. It just still bothers me.
Yeah, but...
And you know what it did?
Yeah, but
you know
yeah,
what it
but
did?
it's a
You
big
know,
yeah, but
so
to me.
so I was apathetic toward a lot of Rockies games. You're sort of like, but yesterday I was a Rockies fan, hard.
Yep.
It's
I was
so funny
so
how that does that.
hard.
Isn't it so funny how something springs you into action? Like, I'm not interested. Yeah, I don't. Oh, now I'm interested. I'm interested now. And all it takes is a bunch of chowderheads wearing their Red Sox jerseys in your park, and that brings you back into it.
I will admit, not once but twice, top of the 10th, I'm dying, right? The Sox played 2, and I'm going, oh, no, what are we going to do here? They got a 7-5 lead, and then when Hilliard hit his bomb, I jumped off the couch.
He went Hilliard?
Oh, yes! When he went...
It's a thing. It's a thing you say when Hilliard goes
I
yard.
understand that.
He
Luke
goes
says
Hilliard.
it shouldn't come from you, but when he hit it 450 feet to center, Vic, I leaped off the couch and went, yes! I was so happy. Then, in the top of the 12th, they get a base hit, run scores. I'm like, oh, no.
Luke says it was about 35% Sox fans. I assume you went to the game, Luke.
That is not a chance. There's not a chance.
But he says that the issue is all the Rockies fans that go really don't care about the game, but the Sox fans who go are super into the game.
There's a volume difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all I know is on the Red Sox dugout side, it looked like you were at Fenway. I'm not even kidding. That's what it looked like to me.
Another person
And that's what it
says
sounded like to me.
His roommate, huge Red Sox fans, has tickets for the entire series, went to the game and said it's the most away fans he's ever seen at a home team stadium ever.
I don't doubt that for a second.
There's probably a couple of Cubs or Dodgers games that have outdone that.
Well,
Red
no, it's the
Sox
most
last
he's
night.
seen.
Yeah, he's seen.
seen.
Sure.
Right,
Sure.
right. But if you have Dodger fans, I mean,
So
we've been
tell
there.
me-
It's been filled with Dodgers fans, filled with Cubs fans. Kreckman's there doing his thing.
And I have to tell you, I'm a little overly tribal and territorial about it. I will give you my vices, and my vice is I'm too tribal about it, and I am.
I am too. I really am too.
But nothing gives me pleasure more than watching a group of fans who spend hard-earned money. Good on you. You're loyal to your team. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than to watch you leave that stadium with the L.
Hell yeah.
Just take it and eat that L.
When they've got bases loaded.
No, I mean,
Take that L
seriously,
on the way out.
Does that pleasure you?
Well, here's the sound.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
Here's how it sounded like.
Hey,
when
Brett,
12 Hour
Brett,
Rock-
Brett,
Yeah,
Brett.
I'm not getting.
it
Nope.
pleasures
Does
me.
it pleasure you?
It pleasures me. I don't mind telling you
Steve,
that.
does it pleasure you to see Red Sox fans leave with that L?
Oh, yeah.
Here's how it sounded when Tovar walked it off.
The winning run at third and Jake Cave. Fastball, base hit right center field. Cave scores, and the Rockies.
They're the Rockies fans.
That's a pretty good roar.
That's a great.
Give me a great roar.
So give me something from a Red Sox play and see if we can tell the difference.
Yeah,
give me a Red Sox play. And
give
see
me
if
a
we
Red
can tell
Sox
the difference.
highlight there.
I want to know if we can tell the difference on if it's a home game or an away game.
Okay, so the Rockies have the lead, and Wong bangs it to right. Just watching the ball go over the fence to tie the game at 5, I'm like, just give me a break, man. Give the Rockies, just give them a break, please, against this crowd. Please. It was loud when dude hit the jack to tie it at 5.
Nelly's finding it right now. I want you to just, if you can play scientist here and just listen to the decibel level and tell me from your naked ear, can you tell if it's a home game or an away game?
And a base hit into right. Here he comes, rounding third. Cave up and gunning. They're not going to get him, and the Red Sox lead again. Abreu into right. 8-7 Boston.
I mean, also a pretty good roar right there. Also a pretty good one.
You would never know where that game is played.
The winning run at third and Jake Cave. Fastball, base hit right center field.
I mean, that's a home crowd roar, though. That is a home crowd roar.
Okay, now back to the Sox roar. Back to the Sox if we can, Nelly.
And a base hit into right. Here he comes, rounding
Rocks
third.
was louder.
Cave up and gunning.
It was louder.
By the naked ear. Oh, let me put it this way. By the naked ear, maybe, and because it was the game winner, okay?
And you also
it won the baseball game.
If you're driving around, if you're in Tuscaloosa and you're listening to the broadcast of this game, you'd never know.
That's true.
And also, I will say, in your defense, I was at one of the Rockies-Giants games this weekend. I went to the game on Sunday, and where we were sitting...
that's right. You're a passionate Giants fan.
Not passionate, just absorbed it via osmosis when I was a kid. But
did you go to did your Giants win or lose?
They won that game, but they lost the 2 before. Yeah. So the Rockies still took the series. But we were sitting in right field by the foul pole, and so there were kind of some dead patches in center field that we couldn't see. And so sometimes a Giants player would hit the ball way, way deep towards the wall, and we couldn't see what happened against the wall. And then the crowd would roar, and we'd go, well, was it a home run or did he catch it? Because it's the same decibel level for both.
I guess what's perplexing and flummoxing and irritating and annoying and frustrating is that if you swapped the house and put that game in Fenway, you would never, ever approach that decibel level for an away team hit.
Ever.
It would also be a lot different if the Rockies were good. Obviously. Like, you'd still have away fans, but...
Hey, I went to Philly. I traveled with the Rockies in 2007. And again in 2008. And we went to those games.
For the postseason?
Postseason games. And I did a story back when I was at Channel 4. I said, let's see how many Rockies fans I could find. I looked and I had trouble finding any in Philly. It doesn't happen in Philly. That doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. And this is
who
when
the hell
Rockies,
is moving to Philly?
But this is when the Rockies were really good.
Yeah.
But who's moving to Philly? Everybody moved to Denver. This city more than doubled in the last 25 years, man. Who's moving to Philly? I know one person moving to Philly, but that's for medical school, not by choice.
That's you always get one of these texts who Rockies fans are stupid showing up to the game and filling Monfort's pockets. You know what I feel really bad about and stuff like that? Have you guys seen an A's game? Is that what you want here? Do you want us looking like Oakland, really? Dead, desolate ballpark where nobody seems to care.
But they've been undercut. The team's moving, and they all know they're moving. And
part of the reason they were moving was before, for
Dude,
the last 30 years, they've had nobody.
Vic, and I'm not kidding. They had a raccoon living in the press box. That was his house. Okay?
Yeah, I blame Oakland for that. That's your problem.
It is their problem.
Fix your ballpark.
Oakland itself they've lost both their teams. I mean, the Warriors played right. I mean, literally, they were the baseball stadium and that old arena. It's 100 feet between the two, right?
Yeah, Oracle, the old Oracle.
Yeah, so they all went across one went across the bay. One's going to Vegas.
Yeah.
Sacramento first. Oakland's in a bad way. The city of Oakland right now feels like it's in a really bad way.
There was a story from a few days ago, and I'll see if I can find it again. But they lost funding on their Vegas stadium. Remember those mock-ups?
Oh,
that we saw?
yeah.
So they're trying to scramble to find people to pay for the ballpark of the place they want to move to in a few years.
Well,
They don't have that.
they're going
Dude.
to play in Sacramento. They've already started
Yeah.
selling tickets in Sacramento.
Dude, my favorite Rockies player has become Jake Cave.
I love Jay Cave.
I got a 45-year-old man. It looks like playing the outfield.
How
and
old do you think
coming
he
up-
is?
What is he? 30?
Yeah, he's around 30.
He's 31.
31.
I love it.
You like the gray? You like the
I
gray
love
beard?
it.
You like
I
it?
love it.
Okay.
I just like his
Gray
attitude.
beard.
He's got a really good attitude.
And he's into
What
it.
was
man.
the first thing he said upon arriving in
He
Colorado?
said, "It is what it is." That was his first words
I
upon
love that
arriving
too.
here.
It's awesome.
303-504-0925.
Welcome.
You can always get in touch with us, courtesy the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now, and that brand new Circa Sports Colorado app. How about some futures odds in the NFL? For example, you got a 12th overall pick. We think he's going to start at quarterback this year. You think Bo Nix is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year? Plus 1,600 on the Circa Sports book. The guys above him, you have Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison Jr., so you can get some pretty good odds on the Circa Sports book, and you won't find better odds anywhere else than on Circa. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. All the props that you want to find for the NFL in futures odds are right there on the Circa Sportsbook. So download the app or go to circasports.com. Vic, you said you wanted to read something.
Yeah, I got something I want to read too.
This is a text from the 970. My buddy from Boston lives here, says his biggest regret is making his kids Boston fans. They grew up here so that they don't have a real passion for Boston. No passion for Denver either, since their dad was always cheering for someone else. Kind of feel bad for these transplants who think their kids are sharing an experience. Thoughts on trying to pass down your hometown team if you don't live in that hometown? I mean, to each his own. Parenting is, hey, you parent how you want to parent.
Listen, Kaner, I'm not going to get on you because you didn't have a professional football team where you grew up.
Thoughts?
Hell, you didn't even have a friggin' McDonald's where you grew up. All right? Did you have a post office, for God's sake?
No, it was the Pony Express, actually.
Okay. Anyway, so when your old man Troy is hammering darts and fretting every stupid loss the Lions have ever had, and he passes that down onto you, that you don't have a team where you grew up.
Father. It's an ode to your father.
Correct.
Bro. It's not
Now,
your team. It's
if
your
you
dad's
move to
team,
a-
and you did what your dad did. It's what kids do. I get it.
If you move to a major league town, okay, and you start popping out kids, that's a bad way. If you start procreating and giving life, and you say to that kid, hey, I'm a Red Sox fan, you better be a Reds. That's a bad parent.
Okay, well, hang on a second.
No. You don't ostracize them from their own community. They're Colorado natives.
Here's something
They're
that's tough.
born here.
Yeah, see, if I say that, I catch hell for saying something like that. You say it, and it's okay.
It's because I say it in a way that makes a lot more sense than you.
Okay, so when I say it, it's tribal and territorial, but when you say it,
the point is, don't force your allegiances. The old man right now, is he having regrets? Is that this guy is saying that his buddy's having regrets, that he forced Boston sports onto his kid? They're not really that into it because they're not from Boston.
Here's where it's tough, though.
And yet they're from here and they don't want to disappoint their old man. You put those kids in a hell of a lurch, man. That's a sports lurch is what we call that.
Here's where it's tough. I think as a parent, you'd want to watch your favorite team
together
with your kid
together
and have a similar rooting interest
but
where
you're
both invested.
But you don't live there
But here's what I'd say. What I would tell them is you support these teams around here. They're your local community.
Okay, all right, so that leads to something that I posted
Well, Vic,
yesterday.
hold on a second. Your child is just a baby. Baby Jamal Kale. She's got names of 2 star players in this town.
Yeah.
So she may not even be a sports fan. I think she probably will be because you and your wife are both sports fans. But even if she's not, let her do her own path.
All right, so let me bring up a story that developed yesterday, and I went on Twitter with it, and man, the blowback was something else.
It was.
So my nephew went to a Nuggets camp. My brother brought my nephew to a Nuggets camp. Young kids, 7 to 10 years old, young, impressionable children. I mean, these aren't teenagers who already made up their minds. These are young kids still trying to find their way. It's a Nuggets camp. The Nuggets are throwing this camp. It's a hometown Nuggets camp. They give you Nuggets gear to show up.
Yeah.
2 kids showed up wearing full-fledged uniforms for other teams. Celtics, Warriors, head to toe. Head to toe at a Nuggets camp. My brother says to me, and he showed me the photo, says, I just couldn't believe it that their parents were there wearing the same gear. And, they brought their kids. So it's great. Hey, man, you bring your kid to camp, grow the game. Awesome. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a Nuggets camp.
Mosier, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think you can do that.
It's heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
The blowback I'm getting is, how dare you? They're just kids, man. Let the kids be kids. It's not about the kids. That's where you're wrong. It's not about the kids. It's the parents. It's the parents, not the kids. The parents. The decision-making of the parents. Not only is it wrong, I think it's downright disrespectful.
I would have said this.
too.
I would have said, hey, kids, welcome to the camp. What is this, Halloween?
It's the parents.
If you went to
Hold on a second.
If you were at Auburn and kids showed up at an Auburn football camp wearing Alabama jerseys,
it's disrespectful.
What do you think would happen?
Yeah.
If you were in Texas and someone showed up wearing an
A&M
OU or an A&M jersey, what do you think would happen?
Well, they'd probably be bullied. Not that I don't support bullying, but that's probably what would happen. How about this? How about you're in an Avalanche camp, right? Avalanche youth camp.
Mm-hmm.
Kid shows up in Minnesota Wild gear. You'd be like, hey, what the hell's your problem?
Yeah.
Right to jail, right away.
Here's your money back.
So, and the message
and here's a
coming
bus
back,
ticket to Minnie.
The message coming back is, Vic, you're wrong. Let the kids be kids. It's not about the kids. Do you not see what I'm seeing here?
And they don't need to wear that gear that day. Just put them in an Under Armour shirt if that's what, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be the jersey. I actually agree with you on this. Like, if my kid was going to a camp that was a Rockies camp, okay?
Yeah. And you put a little Dodger uniform on her?
She wants to wear a Dodger Ohtani uniform? I'm like, no, not today. Not today.
So Sean on the text line says, hey, they're kids. They can wear whatever they want. It's all about the kids. Thoughts? No. No.
Sorry, Sean.
No,
Sean,
it's not about the kids. It's about the parents allowing the kids.
By the way, what is this? Like Big Daddy? Is it Frankenstein? Wear whatever you want, buddy. It's like, no, you got to have some set of rules here.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're a kid? He smells. Wait, he's the smelly kid? He's one of the smelliest kids ever.
Yeah.
Is that what she said to him? I've smelled some smelly children. Your son is one of the smelliest ever.
It's just for that day, they can't wear the opposing team's stuff. Whatever.
Why? But let me ask you this.
Like, by the way, if you're going to a Nuggets game, as much as you hate this, Vic.
And I love people that don't have kids trying to tell me what to do with kids, too, because that's most of them.
Yeah.
Young people without kids. Oh, it's all about the kids. Well, you grew up and let the kids be kids generation. That's your generation.
Mine?
No.
Oh.
These people who say that. That's not my generation.
Here's what I would wonder. Why the parents would choose to dress their children up in other teams' uniforms and have them attend a Nuggets camp. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big of a deal. But to me, it's silly. It's ridiculous.
It's not that big of a deal.
But to me, it's silly.
It's annoying. It's like, what are you doing?
The Broncos are getting reacclimated this week.
Yeah.
Okay. What if part of their reacclimation was, you know what, we're going to bring out Cortland Sutton and Quinn Miners and Patrick Surtain. We're going to have a little youth camp. And there's two kids in Chiefs shirts. Like, it's disrespectful. Like, these guys are taking time out of their day to help you, and they're part of an organization. You're wearing the foes colors? No.
Listen,
No.
I wouldn't get on those kids' case. I'd be very kind if I was one of the camp counselors or whatever. But I would do everything I could to try and sway them into becoming a Nuggets fan, to be honest with you.
I had a buddy when I was a kid growing up. His name was Carlos. Carlos was a huge Raiders fan. The worst kind. The Denver native that grew up a Raiders fan. You're the worst. You're the worst.
The
people.
obnoxious Raiders
You're the worst
fan.
people.
Okay.
Always rebellious. Like, yeah, I'm the black sheep of the family. And it was funny because on game day, he's always a Raiders fan. Well, we were going to a Broncos game one day, and we didn't invite Carlos, and he got all mad. Why do you think you didn't get invited, dude? Why do you think you didn't get invited?
Yeah. I got it. I understand. You gotta, it's not a kid thing. It's a parenting thing. And you
Sean,
say,
you're
today's
wrong
not
here.
the day.
Sean, people are just blowing you up, Sean. And I'm glad people think like we do. I'm glad we're not alone here.
I mean, listen, this is not a life or death thing. It's just disrespectful and it's silly, but it's not that big of a deal. And you don't get on a kid for doing it. I mean, he's been made a fan of these teams because of his parents or whatever the case may be. If the parents are in the same gear, clearly the child was steered in that direction. Fine. Parent however you want to parent. But I just think it's silly to show up to a professional team's camp wearing gear from another team, especially one that might be considered somewhat of a rival in your conference.
Especially when your team just won a championship.
That too.
It's not a woebegone franchise.
So here's Sean again. Can we please sit back and reflect? You are three grown men annoyed by the colors of kids' clothing. That's Sean again.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, Sean. Yeah, I might be. You're right about that. But I'm just saying in the It's, Sean, you're right about that. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal, right? But at the same time, this is also a lesson.
No, but Sean's making this about the kids, Sean.
It's not about the
kids.
kids.
You weren't there.
But
my brother explained to me what was taking place.
It's also a lesson.
The parents were in the same gear.
Yeah. It's also a lesson in decorum, okay? It's also a lesson in, say it, decorum.
Where's our gavel?
I don't know. Somebody broke it.
Somebody's got
It's right there.
their coffee mug on there. You know what? If LeBron James invited me to a house party at his place, I don't think I'm head to toe decked out in Jordan gear. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm probably not. Maybe not that day. I'll find another day.
We both worked at the other radio station in town. If we just showed up here wearing those radio station colors and call letters, how would that work out?
Well, it wouldn't happen because they're. Yeah.
How would that work?
I'm not even gonna say it. Yeah, you're right about that, Vic. It's not that the grand scheme. It's not that big of a deal. It's just silly on the parents' parts. That's all. That's all we're pointing out. It's silly on the part of the parents.
Jen, you're my people. Jen says I volunteer a lot at an elementary school, and I give all the kids grief when they're not wearing or representing Colorado sports. Good for you.
Okay, so that's it. Your job. Each school should have a job of somebody who roams the halls and goes, Warriors gear, you little loser.
Hey, when I was a kid and the Orange Crush were a big deal, all right? This was 4th grade.
Right.
And this is 1977. We had Orange Week. You had to wear orange. You had to wear orange to go to school. You don't go to school.
303-504-0925. So I was just looking at something, and I feel like sports are on the forefront of something that's very important for us as a society that I want to get to next. DM that I sent you of the new Calgary Stadium? Nelly? Steve? Hey, can you hear me? All right, so Nelly, I sent you a DM of a new stadium. And if you could, pull this up on Twitch for me. Because I've felt this way for a while. And I don't know when this changed or why this changed.
It's not a stadium.
Arena.
Thank you.
Are you talking about the Intuit Arena from Balmer?
No, that one too.
Oh,
this one.
That's badass.
This is a new one that's getting built in Calgary. And I've always thought, like, you look back at old, like, you go to Europe.
Oh.
You see the Vatican.
What the hell is that?
You're like, oh, everything here is really pretty. And we don't make pretty buildings anymore, except for sports arenas.
Very detailed.
Like, they're all incredible.
Well, I saw a tweet the other day. This is what street lamps looked like 100 years ago.
And they're beautiful.
And this is what they look like now. Why did we get away from making pretty things? Why did we do that?
But I'm like, you know, the new forefront is sports arenas. Those are like the coolest buildings that exist now.
Have you ever been to a former Eastern Bloc country?
Like Slovakia?
Well, like let's say East Germany. How about that? Former East Germany, where Berlin was.
Everything's built the same. Everything looks uniform.
Yeah. I mean, we got away from beautiful palaces and like when you look at some of the stuff in the past and the cost that it would take today to be able to make those, like they don't build beautiful cathedrals anymore. It doesn't happen. It's crazy.
But
anyway,
I look at these and I'm like, this is sick. I saw the new arena for the Clippers and I'm like, that looks amazing.
Yeah, the handiwork that goes in. SoFi, when I first went to SoFi, I was like,
gorgeous.
Oh my God.
Absolutely exquisite.
Again, the handiwork that necessitates putting these buildings together. Well, and it's one of the reasons why Coors Field is still a draw. It's a beautiful place.
Sure. I've said it once. I'll say it again. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll keep saying it. Coors Field to me is a cathedral.
Beautiful.
It's a cathedral of baseball. Also, I saw Billy Joel there last Friday. 2 Fridays ago. And so it was also a rock and roll place, or what do you classify Billy Joel as? Anyway.
It's still rock and roll to me, Moj.
You're damn right, Nelly. I love you. Thank you. But it's a great building. I mean, it's just, to this day, almost 30 years later, it's still gorgeous walking up to
Doesn't it blow you away, though, having visited Italy recently, when you walk up to the Colosseum, you're like, you know, I've seen some old arenas, but this one is the oldest.
Well, you go to I'm in Pompeii, right? So they dug out where the amphitheater was. You can go stand in there where they had their plays and whatever the Greeks and Pompeians did, and Italians and all that stuff. Anyway, yeah, man, Fiddler's ain't no Pompeian amphitheater, right?
Well, it's part of the reason why like Red Rocks is so cool. I mean, it's an amazing venue. Like you can't find that anywhere.
So what's your point in all this?
That sports arenas are the only thing that's helping in this department, and I appreciate it.
That sports arenas are at the forefront of architecture.
Yes, exactly right.
I don't know, man.
Sphere.
There's some like there's a
everything looks like PetSmart,
and they spend a lot of. I got a buddy of mine who did the one in Minnesota, their football stadium, the Vikings' new stadium.
Oh, the U.S. Bank or whatever
that's called, and it's beautiful. Again, and
it's pretty cool looking.
The amount of work and the amount of detail and the amount of man hours that go into building these things. You're exactly right. I mean, there is nothing civic. I mean, what civic building do we have outside of the Capitol building that
you look at and you're like, wow, great, cool. There's actually one when I went.
We live in the age of strip malls and stuff, man.
When I went to number 38 last week,
that's a pretty cool building. It's a pretty cool. That's a whole setup is pretty cool.
But that area in what did they say?
Rhino.
What is the building that has like the greenery that's spread throughout the middle of it? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like that one's cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate that one. But everything else looks like Home Depot. You know what I mean?
Pretty much. Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway, go ahead, Moj. That's all I wanted to say.
I got something. Hey, would you guys ever want to carry the Olympic torch?
Be pretty cool, I guess. Yeah.
I've only seen it live one time.
Is this one of your how would you feel if I flew you out to London and you had to watch tennis? And I was like, a free trip to London? Sure.
Let's go.
Do I want to carry the torch? Sounds cool, Moj. Dare me.
Okay. Now you're just bringing up the past. Way to go, archaeologist. Just digging up the past. Nice job. No, my point is that I've only seen the torch one time. I was in Vail in 2002 when it was coming through on its way to Salt Lake City. I thought that's pretty cool. I'd like to carry the torch sometime. Guess who's carrying the torch as it makes its way through Paris? Can I get a yeah? Oh, Nelly?
The torch.
Ralph? Your friend Ralph?
Snoop?
Snoop. Yeah.
He's carrying the torch?
He's carrying the torch in Paris.
He's light up on that sucker.
Yeah, exactly. Well, weed's not legal in France. So I don't know. I mean, if Snoop
the money.
If Snoop busted out a blunt and started lighting off the Olympic torch, would they bust him for that or would they let him go on his way?
I think they let him go.
So he's amongst the torchbearers carrying the Olympic flame in the final stretch, is what's going on here.
Weed is not legal in France. Doesn't mean it's not used. It's not legal in Section 136 at Ball Arena, but it seems every playoff game I'm secondhand high.
Okay. Anyway, he's going to carry the torch through the streets of Saint Denis, that's the north part of Paris. Anyway, that's where they have the big Olympic stadium there, the whole 9 yards, and he's just one of several people. French actress Laetitia Costa is going to carry it, and French rapper MC Solar.
Let's get some MC Solar working.
Yeah, I haven't heard MCs. Have you ever heard French rap before?
French rap.
If Pepe Le Pew...
Parlez-vous français? That's what I'm going to say. Yeah,
So he mixes between English and French?
No, he probably doesn't do that. Anyway, they've got a bunch of people there doing that kind of thing. Do you know where they get the flame?
Does it start in Greece?
I think they pray to the god of fire.
You're close. Yeah. They have a gal in Olympia, Greece, right? And they go to this place at the oracle where the oracle was, and they get that. What's the thing where you get the sunlight and you pray to the sun god, Apollo or whatever, and then it comes through and it makes a point and it lights something on fire like a magnifying glass. But they have a
stove.
Yes, they have a Coleman stove. They have a Coleman stove with a propane tank.
Bic lighter is what you're looking for.
No, I forget what it's called, but it's a big lens, and they get it down to the point. They start the fire there in Olympia. They take it over to the ancient stadium, and that's where it begins. And it never goes out until it finally gets to the destination of where the Olympics are.
How does it never go out? I was an usher at my cousin's wedding when I was like 10, and it was a Catholic wedding, and I had to walk the candle to the front of the stage, and I couldn't keep it lit.
Dude, come on, man. I was an altar boy 8 years, had altar boy in my final year. Don't talk to me about candles being lit.
I annoyed the woman next to me, too, because I was walking so slow, because I was just like, please don't go out, please, and it went out.
Come on, dude.
I failed.
Well, it has gone out. They have a special procedure to light that sucker up again. But nonetheless,
do you know who's carrying the flag for the?
Yeah, LeBron is.
Do you know my favorite scene?
There's going to be a woman carrier as well. I think they get named on Thursday, tomorrow or Thursday.
My favorite scene was from Rambo.
LeBron James.
When he's in that cave, and somehow he comes across some rags. And he's got that little thing lit the entire time, that little torch he carries around the caves. And I'm asking myself during this entire scene is, how is he finding all these rags? And how is he keeping this thing so well lit the entire time? Did you ever ask yourself those questions?
Talking about Indiana Jones?
Talking about Rambo.
Oh, Rambo.
Yes.
I thought you said Indiana Jones.
I'm sorry, Rambo.
I have one answer, because it's a fictional movie. That might be my best answer to
it. He's walking around with this thing, and it's always lit, well lit.
I always love those movies.
Like, he's also got a 50 cal under his arm, like it's a little pea shooter.
Those movies don't exist anymore either, with the exception of like the long running franchises. You don't get the one man saves the world thing very often anymore.
Pretty much.
Oh, what's the kill count for Rambo? 800,000. Never touched him once.
And does he have like a butane tank back there? What? How's it lit all the time?
I just saw Fox 31 had they were running some video of one of our Olympians, by the way. Her name is Sunny Choi.
She a gymnast?
She's a breakdancer.
Oh.
It's one of our Olympians. That is some real breakdancing she's doing right there. You know what I mean? Spin on your head a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I love the judging of those sports, by the way. I was talking about this on our summer scramble with Lindahl and Kim Becker. Because Kim Becker was, she was an ice skater for basically her whole life.
Very good one.
Very good one. And I said, how do they judge things like that? That always seemed weird to me in the Olympics, right? It'd be like
judging is
yeah, and like back in the day, the Russian judges would give the Americans low scores and vice
and
versa.
bump theirs up.
Right.
And I'm like, that seems not fair.
Yeah, well, when the height of figure skating was the Kerrigan era, right? That was the height of it. And
when she got whacked?
Yeah, well, that whole the highest ratings ever.
No,
she didn't get killed.
Know. Well, she got whacked in the leg with a stick.
Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan Olympics.
Bro.
Yes.
Bro, no.
Katarina Witt, that era.
Have you ever heard of Sonia Henney?
Bro, no.
Bro.
The ratings, The ratings during Kerrigan Harding were the highest
because she got whacked.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, that's what
Careful,
people paid
Nelly.
attention.
We got a bro off going on over here.
Bro, listen. That's what people paid attention to the sport. And I remember watching it.
Bro.
I'm watching the sport, and I'm saying, what was the difference between those two runs? But besides the music and the costume.
Wait, what's the difference between Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding?
No, the two
I'll give you a couple reasons.
I'm sorry. I just read something. It's killing me. Vic asks a question. How does Rambo keep that rag lit for so long? Text her. Never mind Rambo taking out an entire army, though.
I was more impressed with the rag.
Bro, you ever heard of Dorothy Hamill?
That is true. So unrealistic that rag wouldn't stay lit.
I mean,
yeah,
for
you
an
take
hour.
out that entire 500-person army.
Bro, you ever heard of Michelle
He
Kwan?
jumped off a cliff onto a tree. I've always thought about that. Where's the highest tree I could just jump into?
You know what? Stallone, you got some real potholes in these movies. You know my one that I have with Rocky. I'm just like,
hey,
you're just going to keep...
Hey, no. Stop there.
No,
Stop.
I don't know a lot about boxing, but I know enough that, Vic, this is not a very good defensive stance where you're just eating right hooks over and over again. And then you go Hulkamania after a while and you start throwing them back.
Muhammad Ali did that. It's called the rope-a-dope, baby.
Yeah, he dodged the punches, though.
Floyd Mayweather did it all the time.
He dodged them. I didn't see him stick their chin out like, give me like 5 of your biggest haymakers, Apollo Creed. Let's see how long I can stand up. You got to cut me, Mick. No kidding. Stop eating punches like that. What are you doing? Put your hands up. Anyway. What else are some great I took out a whole army movies?
The tone changed when you got to Rocky. It was all fun and games in Rambo. Then you got to Rocky and you start offending people.
Mosier's still formulating some Kerry Strug takes over here.
Yeah.
He's gone completely silent.
Katarina Witt. Come on.
She was German, bro.
I know, dude. Changed figure skating forever.
Bro, she was, and by the way, at the time, she was East German, bro. She wasn't even German. She was East German, bro.
Bro.
You remember Katarina Witt?
You were.
I don't even think you were born yet, to be honest with you.
Dawson.
Your parents hadn't even had relations yet.
Let me tell you something.
You don't know
Vic's
nothing.
on to something.
You don't know nothing. You don't know.
She changed the game.
Vic's on to something.
No, whatever.
She won when she got on the ice. Winner to be.
Moshe, I don't care if she's from the Death Star. You don't talk about her like that.
Hold on, is this your first taste of Katarina Witt?
This is the first time I've ever seen Katarina Witt. Yeah.
Yeah. Katarina Witt.
That's the one that changed my mind. That's the one where Vic got me. Yeah, Vic got me there.
Change the game.
Can you guys answer my question?
So, hold on a second. But Kerrigan didn't get whacked until like 5 years later, man. Or whatever it was. You kill it. You guys are absolutely killing me, man.
Give me some more movies where one guy takes out an army.
John Wick.
Braveheart.
Oh, John Wick is one of those.
pretty rad, yeah.
Braveheart had,
he
his own army.
He had his own dudes, man.
What's the movie with the gladiators and the dudes jumping in the pit? And
300.
Yeah.
That's an army. That's Sparta. You know what? Bruce Lee. There's one.
Enter the Dragon?
Don't you love the scene where he's in the middle, surrounded by all the enemies, and they go, good strategy, one at a time, boys. We don't want to make this unfair.
They just go at him one at a time. Don't all jump him at once.
Well, I mean, you want a fair fight. It's what you need.
Right. Some of these figure skating names, I don't even know how we got on this.
Yeah, I was like, Michelle Kwan was my childhood name. That
was your wheelhouse?
That was the name that sticks out anyway, yeah.
She used to train here.
Call her up.
Yeah.
See what she's up to. 303-504-0925. Yep, get on that real quick. I always wonder what number, like Marty did the same thing. What numbers are you guys hitting? Or is it just like, are you leaning on the keyboard back there?
Oh, I'm just pressing a random sequence of numbers. That's why you'll notice I never put in the proper number, because if the call goes through.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, you don't want one of those. 303-504-0925. Christy Yamaguchis are being thrown out on the text line there.
Mm-hmm. Again.
Hang on. I just want to let you know, we have somebody texting Katarina Witt. We have, the next text is Arnold Schwarzenegger. The next one's Christy Yamaguchi, and then it's Liam Neeson. So I don't know what's been going on in this segment, but these are the names that are just being thrown in here.
It's figure skaters, but then it's guys who take out an entire army. Those are the two discussions.
Oh.
The question is, though, did Michelle Kwan ever say, I have a very particular set of skills?
Yeah, I don't think she did.
And I will really find you.
303-504-0925. Oh, Seagal movies. Those are the main ones, right?
Steven Seagal? Hey, don't underestimate how big Seagal was back in the day, man. He was pretty popular back in the day. Now he's sort of freaky. Doesn't he live in Russia or something now? He's a Russian citizen now, and I don't know what's going on.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Just quickly here, I want to bring a story to you guys that involves baseball. There's a minor leaguer in the Braves organization. His name is Francisco Vicioso, okay? He's 19 years old. This is his stats in a Dominican summer league. 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, 28 walks,
okay,
and 35 wild pitches.
And he lasted that long?
3 innings. Which, maybe get somebody warmed up at some point. Just warm somebody up at least. Be ready.
How about those games where the game's out of control and you at the end of your rotation and you just need somebody to eat innings, and the skip just says, listen, man, if you're not feeling it, tough, this is where we are.
I think at some point tough ends at about, 8, 9, 10 walks.
So what you'll remember this. This is an easy one. What did they do for Rick Vaughn when he couldn't find the strike zone?
They gave him the glasses.
Mm-hmm. Maybe somebody should have trotted out a pair of readers to this guy or something.
Oh, he's Vic out there?
Yeah.
He just can't see?
Maybe who knows, man? If you can't see the strike zone, how in the heck can you pitch to the strike zone?
Well, when I got my rec specs in 6th grade, it changed my game. Changed the course of history. Changed the entire season.
It's very few things in my life that I enjoy more than Vic talking about his athletic prowess and his youth. Changing the course of history.
We don't beat St. Catherine's without him. Ask him.
And I'm sure it was a profound change in everybody's lives that day that were at that youth rec court.
19-7.
7 what? So, I know it's not boards, so what is the 7? All right. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next. Texter says, Rex Specs crew here.
Mm-hmm.
Little 4'0" point guard zooming around the corner in my Horace Grant Chris Sabos.
Mm-hmm. What an era that was.
Is that the nerdiest you could look as an athlete as Rex Specs?
I thought it amplified your athleticism. If anything.
I disagree.
It's added weight.
I mean,
added annoyance.
They're cartoonishly big.
Had to see.
Is Kareem the guy who first wore him? Kareem is, right?
Yeah.
It started with Kareem and went from there, but he had the big, big fly ones. Like he looked like he looked like a bumblebee.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Hey, a couple things before we're done. Do you remember when? Well, I don't remember it, but the NFL went from 14 games to 16 games in 1978.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was yesterday.
From 16 to 17 in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, there are talks happening right now at a very high level about going to 18 games. And you know what? I'm here for it, because that means the season isn't longer. You take away another preseason football game.
Well, you do,
which I think is absolutely perfect.
You do add a week for another bye week.
This sets up the springboard to what we had anticipated all along and what we want. We want the Super Bowl played the day before President's Day. So it's going to push the Super Bowl back. And now, President's Day, a holiday, the day after the Super Bowl, everybody goes to Super Bowl parties. It will be a feast of sorts in this country. Rightfully so.
Nobody goes to work on the Monday after the Super Bowl anyway.
Well, now there's no reason to fake it. We go to work.
Yeah, we work.
Are we the only people that work?
We work.
We work?
After the Super Bowl? No, I mean, there's a lot of people who work after the Super Bowl, but isn't that the number one day that people call in sick in the year? What would be the other day?
March Madness, the first day of March Madness, probably.
Nah. No, probably the Friday. People take those days off. There's a difference. Calling in sick.
Yeah.
Because you indulge
right.
a little too much at the Super Bowl party is different than, hey, I'm taking that Thursday and Friday off to go watch the first round of March Madness.
Yeah, I've asked this question before, and maybe there's just not a limit. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. How much is too much? And I'm speaking strictly from money. That's why they want 18 games. It's another week of revenue in which they make a ton of money. How much is enough for the NFL? Like, at what point do you say we have enough money, we're good here? Not to say you don't try and expand things like, I kind of like what they're doing, the international stuff. I think it's a way to make more cash off of markets that are untapped. I think all that's smart. But I feel like we're fast-tracking this into the Super Bowl is going to be a pay-per-view event because they know that they would get millions upon millions of people to buy it. And I'm just like, do you have to?
Well, Vic, we've already talked about that. These games going to Peacock and this and that, and they keep adding on the games where you have to have this certain app in order to be able to get it, right?
Yeah.
Can you envision a day where all postseason games are not pay-per-view, but they're on?
Well, let me.
One of these paid? I don't know. Brett, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know.
So here's the deal: the NBA would love to get to an NFL model when it comes to broadcasting games, which I think is impossible because there are 82 NBA games and now soon to be 18 NFL games.
What's the model? What do you mean by that?
Model is make it available to everyone, which would be great. Free TV available over the air to everyone. The NBA would love to get to that, right? Make everything available.
Well, the NFL's going away from that, dude. The NFL's going to...
My point is, it's ironic that that's the case because every year that goes by, the NFL is pulling their product back behind closed doors. And everybody says, oh, well, I go watch every game. Really? Can you? Because every year, there's another game that goes behind an app. There's another game that goes behind another platform that you may or may not have. And I think there's an energy there where the NFL is saying, wait a minute, there's a lot of money to be made here that we've been missing out on.
Well, I think it all started when the NFL. Do you remember when they put that Thursday night game on the NFL Network only? Do you remember that? It was only on the NFL Network, and you had to get the NFL Network.
The package, yeah.
Then not enough people had it, and so they're like, okay, well, let's go to NBC now, right? Or what? Who does
now it's on Prime.
Well, it's on Amazon Prime now, but then it went to, who did Thursday go to?
The reason why...
Sundays NBC, Mondays ESPN.
The reason why it's happening in the NFL is because the networks, which broadcast the NFL games for free, the networks are all selling their own apps and their own streaming platforms. They want it to happen as much as the NFL does. They want it to happen. The networks, okay, we got free TV, ABC, CBS, NBC, it's all free. They also have a moneymaker on the other side that's not free. And that's where they want those games to go because it's a highest viewed product.
Yeah, but Peacock is not NBC.
That is.
I mean, I know it is.
Yes, it is.
But let's say the game was on NBC. You can get the NBC app and watch it for free.
Not the Peacock games.
No, not this. That's what I'm saying. Now, not the Peacock games.
Peacock.
NBC. Why does he say it like that?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Peacock?
It's Peacock.
Okay, so what's the CBS app? Let me test your streaming platform knowledge here.
Paramount.
Good. What is the ABC app? You should know this. It's ESPN Plus. It's Disney.
Oh, so it's the Disney, yeah.
It's Disney. ESPN Plus. How about Fox?
I don't know that one.
They don't have one.
They have their own.
I don't know if they have one.
All I know is they're taking these select games, man, and they're starting to put them behind their offshoot apps, not the real thing, not the real NBC Sports app, not the real CBS Sports app. They're putting it on the Paramount, and they're putting it on this, and then you got to have the Amazon, and you got to have the ESPN Plus, and you got to. I mean, seriously, is there one entity that offers all of that? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
ESPN and Fox and TNT, I believe, are going in cahoots. They're doing this multi-sports platform that is supposed to debut next year. And it's causing a lot of dismay among streamers because people are like, wait a minute, well then what the hell? We had another app, we have to download another app, and they're putting select games on that one. Yeah. So it's not going to end. It's because that's where the money's going.
Stupid is what it is.
But it's capitalism.
Yeah, but you've capitalized on everything. You make billions a year. Enough. Stop taking from me. I was a loyal customer, and you just keep taking because you know I'll give it, and that's why. Don't take advantage of my fandom.
Yeah. Well, Comcast is owner of NBC, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So they're taking on the Nuggets, or I'm sorry, the NBA package.
Correct.
So what is Comcast going to do? They're going to put a bunch of games on Peacock.
Yeah.
So you have to pay for it.
Yep. I don't like that one bit. Not at all.
I mean, but this is where we live. This is the territory we live in now. And it's never going to be fully free unless you sail the open seas. It's never free. And more power to you if you do that. I don't care how you get the games.
303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You got a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, a segment or two ago, we went down a rabbit hole of figure skaters, and we mentioned Michelle Kwan. I have 2 crisp dollars here that I will put in the jar for little Timmy. If either of the three of you, without Googling, can tell me what Michelle Kwan is up to now. What is her current career?
Oh, God, I read about this.
MMA?
No. I read
Dancing with the Stars judge.
No. I read about this. But my reading comprehension isn't good. So I can't remember what it was.
Going once for Timmy? Going twice for Timmy?
Isn't she like, she's running an investment group in something?
Close, but actually not that close. She is the U.S. ambassador to the country of Belize.
Oh, you're kidding me.
What ties does she have to that country? Not a single one.
She running a drug trade?
That's a good question.
You ever been to Belize?
No.
It's pretty cool. I like Belize. Ambergris K? I like Belize, man. That'd be a great job. I want to be an ambassador someplace. How do I get that gig, man?
What is an ambassador's job to start with?
Man, you go there and you eat their food and you talk to their peeps and you have relations. You just do your thing.
A lot of
not
relations.
relations, but you know what I mean.
Nice.
Sign me up.
No, you walk around and say, "Hey, I'm Kaner from the U.S. What's
Vic,
up,
Vic? I heard this was part of the job.
That is a great gig.
I have relations.
Do you mean? Like, what is that?
Where would you want to be the U.S. ambassador to?
You have relations internationally, I guess.
Hey, yeah, exactly. Where would you like to be an ambassador to?
Oh, God.
I'll be an ambassador to, what is it? Is it Bali? Is that the place? With
Bali? Sure.
Bali,
Sure.
yeah. I'll do that.
Vic? Italy.
I'll take Australia. I have relations in Australia.
Did you say Australia?
Australia?
Yeah. That's how they pronounce it, the locals.
I want this ambassador gig for the perks.
Honestly, I would take the I would take the Italian
You're filling
job.
up. What does the ambassador do? Has
That's all I've heard.
baby.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Motion, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Tuesday, Dempsey and Company. 2K Tuesday. 2K Tuesday. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker, KJ behind the glass, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hi, Kim.
Hi, Dempsey. Hi, KJ. Happy Tuesday.
Yeah, happy Tuesday. It's a great Tuesday.
It is.
Happy Tuesday.
Well, you got to witness a Rockies victory yesterday, so it is a happy Tuesday.
For a lot of reasons. I know. I mean, it went into 12 innings.
Yeah, it was a long game.
It was a wild game. It was a long game, even just in the regular duration. I remember sitting there, I looked at my clock. I was like, it's only the 6th inning. And it was so crazy because the Rockies scored 4 runs in 1 inning, and then the Boston Red Sox scored 4 runs in a different inning. And that was the only scoring until the 8th inning. And it was just like, it was super random.
Yeah.
And then they both scored 2. I believe it was in the 10th inning. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then 1 in the 12th for Boston, and then 2 for the Rockies. And I love when that happens, especially when it's a team like the Boston Red Sox in town, because it's just all Red Sox fans.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you go. What was the ratio? It
Honestly,
sounded loud through the TV, but it also did sound like there were a lot of Rockies fans, like when they were hitting home runs.
There were, and and especially just especially on a Monday night game at Coors Field, there's going to be some Rockies fans there. I would say, I don't think it was half and half though. I'd probably go 60 Boston, 40%.
Really?
Yeah, because. So how I justify my stuff, so I do a hit pretty much every inning, just a promotional hit, whatever it may be.
Oh, by the way, let's just say you do hosting, in-game hosting.
Yes,
right?
yes.
On the scoreboard and all that.
Yep. So I do the in-game hosting, the Jumbotron promotional stuff, contests and whatnot. And so I remember I was we were in section 115. It was a Blue Moon giveaway. And so I did that in section 115. And then I ran to the Toyota kiosk, which is right behind the bullpen. And I was about to do that one. And it's every 3 outs pretty much that we do a promotional one. Those two are close together. And I heard cheering, and I was like, "Oh, then we must be up because that was an out." But no, it was a Boston hit. And so I judge sometimes by the crowd noise, like, "Oh, it's my turn now because I know we needed one more out." But no, all the cheering was actually for Boston, not for the out. Yeah. So that's how I knew there was a little bit more Boston fans, but there were definitely still Rockies fans there. And that's the other thing. On a Monday night, there's going to be baseball fans there because on the 4th of July game, it was so quiet. And it was packed. It was a full house, because they're there for the fireworks. And I was with RD, who was doing the jib with me. And I was like, why is it so quiet tonight? And he's like, because they're not baseball fans.
Right.
No one's cheering for the game. They're here for the fireworks. And I was like, oh, yeah. So you do know that on a Monday night at Coors Field, you're going to get baseball fans, which is a good thing, in my opinion.
Well, and then when the Red Sox are in town, those baseball fans are going to be a lot of Red Sox. Yeah, you know what? Like, I just think there's some realities of the situation depending on where you live. And in Denver, because the Rockies, by and large, they only have a couple of really significant moments in their history in terms of on-field success. You are at great jeopardy then of your arenas being taken over by opposing fans, depending on the teams. And the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Cardinals and the Cubs, and like these are the teams where the fan bases are really huge, almost no matter where they go. So if you are not actively going to your own games, then they will for you. And it can get a little dicey. Look, the Nuggets lived in that reality for, a big chunk of time when the hometown fans are, they're a little apathetic or lukewarm on who you are. They may or may not show up. So if the Lakers come to town or the Celtics come to town or the Chicago Bulls come to town or Golden State, your arena can get taken over by the opposing team's fans.
Well, and it's not even if your team is lukewarm. I remember one of the Avalanche games last year, which everyone's an Avs fan in Denver. I mean, hello. Boston, they played the Bruins, and it was like half Bruins fans. We're like, what is going on? So I think there's also just fan bases that like travel Boston, and congregate.
No matter what, yeah.
Right, and of course, Denver is now so different than it was when I grew up here. You know, you've been here for a long time, obviously, too. You're born and raised in Denver or in Colorado.
Yep.
Now there's so many transplants. It's crazy when I meet people just out and about and I'm like, oh yeah, I grew up here, went to Arapahoe. And they're like, oh my gosh, you're like actually from here? I'm like, why is that so strange? So I think just Denver has now become a city that has so many transplants that's common. But, one thing just talking about this, listening to Todd Helton's speech, his Hall of Fame speech yesterday, he said that in his 17 years here as a Colorado Rocky, the fans learned baseball with him. He could tell that they weren't just there to enjoy Coors Field, enjoy a nice sunny day. They started cheering for things that maybe, you know, the average person who doesn't follow baseball wouldn't cheer for. And I just thought that was so cool because to be a player and know that maybe your team's not doing so great and go out there and then be able to feel the energy of your fans and the support from your fans is probably huge. And that's something that Todd Helton talked about. And right now it makes me think of this Rockies team right now because, you know, I watch those guys so much now being at those games, you know, pretty much every other game. And they do love the game and they're trying so hard, you know, and they're passionate about it. And so to then think like, oh, they do notice when the crowd is either cheering for them or cheering for the other team in their own ballpark, it's got to be just like a hit to the core.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. You know, it's, it's two things at the same time, right? Because your performance really does dictate just exactly what that's going to look like a lot of times.
Totally.
And look, if it's a Boston team, as we have now gone through 3 sports, right? And you just mentioned the Bruins fans at the Avalanche game. Boston fans are just everywhere. They're just everywhere. And so you are going to have a certain segment of your arena that's going to be cheering for the Boston team. So let's just all square ourselves with that fact. But your performance is going to dictate whether that is a 60-40 split, what you saw yesterday, or in the reverse. Maybe it's 60% Rockies fans, 40% Boston fans. And so, they're just going to have to perform better, but they did well last night. And, there was when Boston went up by 2 runs in extras, I thought that game was over.
Yep.
And
most people did because most people were gone by then.
They started streaming
That's when
out.
everyone started leaving.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
And so, it just the Rockies are just I don't know, they're an interesting team to me this year because
so interesting.
Yeah, it's like they do have. If you just look back at their schedule, and it's not a lot of wins, obviously. But if you look at some of the wins that they do have, they've beaten some really good teams.
Well, even when you were rattling off some of those fan bases that travel, the Kansas City Royals had so many Royals fans here. And then they won 2 out of those 3 games. And it's weird.
Yeah. When you think about beating the Royals, you think about sweeping the Rangers. When you think about it's just as they are in a weird team, but then by and large they lose the majority of the games, and so you just kind of shake your head if you've been a longtime Rockies fan. But a really good win for them yesterday over the Red Sox. They'll do it again today. You just mentioned Todd Helton just a second ago, and I want to get your reaction to him being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and just kind of what that means and how that resonates with you.
Yeah, so I wasn't actually at the game yesterday. I didn't work that one, but that was when on Sunday. I'm sorry, on Sunday. I was there yesterday. Sunday was when he gave his speech, but I watched his speech, and Raj and I talked about this last week, Dempsey, when we were on together, just which Hall of Famer in their respective sport here in Denver means a lot to Denver. And it was really hard to rank the top 5. When you've got a John Elway, we had a TD in there, Shannon Sharp, of course, Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh, those guys are all in the Hall of Fame. And then, of course, Nikola Jokic, once he gets into the Hall of Fame. We're trying to see where Todd Helton fit in that ranking. And I wanted to put him in the top 5 so bad just because I wanted a Colorado Rockies player in the top 5.
Who did you put in the top 5?
It was John Elway and then Sakic. And then I had TD, Shannon Sharp, and then I believe Waugh as 5th. So I couldn't get Helton in there. Was that right, KJ? I think I tried to get Helton as 5th. But it was really hard to justify him over a guy like Patrick Waugh or even Forsberg, who, but then we had Randy Gradishar in there, and there were a couple other Broncos players. It was hard to maneuver. Peyton Manning was on the list, but we said he didn't spend a lot of his career here in Denver, so maybe we'd leave him out of the top 5, which was really hard for me to do. But I wanted to put Todd Helton in there just because I know Larry Walker's also another Hall of Famer on the Rockies, but I really wanted Helton in there, and I think he should be in there because of the longevity that he spent here as a Colorado Rocky. And when you're walking around Coors Field, there's so much memorabilia of Todd Helton around the ballpark. And that to me just establishes his legacy in Coors Field in Denver. And Coors Field is a huge benefit, I think, to this city. And I think it's an amazing place to be. And so I really wanted to put him in the top 5, but I couldn't justify it. However, listening to his speech and just listening to what he said about the Rockies fans and, about the hardships and, getting to the World Series and not getting it done and all of those memories, it shows you what a great pastime and sport baseball is to this country. And I know the Rockies are not the best right now, but man, we are lucky to have a team like them here in Denver and have a guy like Todd Helton be pretty much the face of the Colorado Rockies. You know, he's the most famous guy, in my opinion, when you think of the Rockies, is Todd Helton. So I thought it was really cool. I thought it was really special. I read that a lot of his friends and family weren't able to make it because of the Friday airline.
Oh, because all that disaster with
which is such a bummer. But, you know, he's funny. You could tell just by his speech that he was a great leader in the locker rooms, which I think is huge to a team like the Rockies. And I don't know, I thought it was really special. I really enjoyed listening to him. He's a really great guy, and you know, I'm still trying to argue with myself to put him in the top 5 Hall of Famers here in Denver.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I will put him in the top 5.
Okay, I like it. Let's hear it.
Because I believe he is in the top 5. I think that John Elway is always going to be the number 1 player in this category, no matter what.
No question.
In no particular order after John Elway.
No. You need to put it in a particular order.
Why?
Because we had to. And you were on vacation, so now it's your turn to go in order. Okay, we have John number 1.
John Elway number 1. I would put.
Yeah, see, it's hard.
Joe Sakic number 2.
Yep.
Todd Helton number 3.
Whoa. Okay.
That's right.
I like it. Who's 4?
Well, let's see. Nicola's not a Hall of Famer yet, so he's not on this list. No. I'm going to put Alex English number 4.
Oh, okay. Good. I know we didn't have any Nuggets in our top 5.
And then
Alex English over David Thompson.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Chauncey, you gonna put Chauncey in there?
That's definitely. Ooh.
I know, right?
But yeah. The Chauncey one is very difficult because he grew up here. He played high school, college, and then 2 different stints with the Nuggets, but. No.
Okay.
Just because.
What about TD or Shannon Sharp? Or Champ Bailey? Or Randy Gradishar? Or Steve Atwater? That was the other tricky one.
Yeah. I would put. Jeez, that's a good question.
Or Forsberg or Waugh. Dude, I know. Or Larry Walker. It's hard.
Yeah, Larry Walker. I'd put Terrell Davis in 5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had Helton at 3, though.
Yeah. I just think that he has meant a lot. Like, it just says, as you just said.
Yeah.
Like, when you think of the Rockies and you go back, I mean, sure. I mean, you can go back to the Blake Street Bombers, and that's fine. Big Cat and Larry Walker, as you just mentioned. And those were very, very fun teams to be able to watch. And then I just think that Todd Helton is the overarching face of that franchise. You know, he was on a team that went to the World Series. So, you know, that's I'm going to. He just means a lot to the city. Like, it was really, really cool to see him get inducted over the weekend and hear what he had to say about that because, you know, it's the Rockies, when they got here, Kim, you know, there was such excitement for baseball, like not minor league baseball, but like real baseball, Major League Baseball in this town, in this city. We just watched it go by on TV for all the years. And then to have a team that had some early success, had some very fun players, but obviously never made it to the World Series, and then to have what happened, you know, that one year where it was just, you know, they won all the games in September, they stayed hot all the way to the World Series, obviously losing to the Red Sox, but I just think that nobody will ever forget that who lived through that, and Todd Helton as the face of that franchise during that time, and then just being a player that from start to finish, we loved, we identified with the city and the state, and he embraced us as much as we embraced him. And I think, you know, where Denver, I don't think we're unique in this, but I think we're very sensitive to this, which is we want our athletes to love us as much as we love them. And it's, you know, one of the reasons, it's just because you get told that you're a flyover city all the time. We hear it on these airwaves from time to time. Oh, well, we're just a flyover city. We're not just a flyover city, but we feel that way. And when you have an athlete that you start to love go away, and this is where the whole Carmelo Anthony situation comes in, right?
Wasn't even on.
Exactly right. Then we get hurt. We get hurt about that, and so that never existed with Todd Helton, right? And he just, all he ever was a great ambassador for that franchise, for this city, and for the sport of baseball. And for that, we'll always love him. And for that, I will always put him in the top 5. Nicola's he's gonna take over for Terrell Davis. So Terrell Davis, your spot is you're a placeholder.
You'd put Nikola Jokic 5th?
I'm just okay. The rank doesn't matter, right? Does a rank matter?
Dude, that's why we're talking about this, because we're ranking them. So yes, it matters. Real quick, where would you put Nikola Jokic? Okay, I love everything you said about Todd Helton.
I would put him 2nd.
Okay, over Sakic.
Yeah,
okay,
would.
Easy. Okay.
Well, yeah, I would. I mean, you're talking about 3. So at this point,
I agree with you.
You're talking about a 3-time MVP.
I agree with you.
A world champion.
At least one time that we know of.
Right. That could be multiple. Yeah. He's gonna win that one, and then Sakic, and then Todd Helton.
Okay, I like that. And there you go. We've got all 4 sports.
Right.
Who are we missing? The Rapids. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do they even have any Hall of Famers? Is that a thing in MLS? I don't even know.
It's a good question, actually. That I don't. Well,
I don't either.
Marcelo Balboa probably, from a name standpoint, is like the point player there. Connor Casey was pretty good when he was here. They won the title with him, I believe. But yeah.
Okay.
Probably not. Not that would.
Not that would take out.
Not the crack out top 5.
But I like that. Good argument. You've sold me on the Todd Helton in the 5.
Okay, good.
Yep, you did it. That's all I needed, Dempsey. You're right. It's the start to the finish, I think, that's huge for me. Like you said, from start to finish, and you want the fans to love you as much as you love the fans. Like those 2 factors, I think, are what make a real legend in your city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. Congratulations to Todd Helton. Let's get some more Rockies fans to the game.
Yes, please. It is really fun, you guys. And I'm not just saying that because I work for the team. I love being there. The sunsets are beautiful. The food is great. I've had a lot of hot dogs lately. I love the pretzel and the cheese cup. I'm not sure if it's real cheese, but I eat it. A lot of ice cream. They got some fancy food in there too, you guys. It's a good time. The rooftop's always bumping.
Alex English, Peyton Manning went to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, Peyton Manning was tough for me to leave off. However, Peyton Manning didn't spend his whole career here. So, and Indianapolis still claims him a little bit, which
they should. I mean, he played the. Okay, with Peyton Manning, is he a Colt or a Bronco?
He's a Bronco in my eyes, but I get it why people think he's a Colt because whatever, they had him for a long time. But it would be like, okay, how do we need to compare this to somebody that was here who like Von Miller? Do we still claim Von Miller?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
So, yeah, I guess I understand Colts fans. I do understand. That's too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to claim Peyton Manning.
I mean, you just talked about Shannon Sharpe in your top 5, and he went away, right? He went to Baltimore and wherever else,
which is so irrelevant to me because when I think of Shannon Sharpe, I only think of Denver.
You don't think of him as a Raven?
No. That one makes me want to throw up. No, I don't at all. I love him, though. I really like him.
From the 303, keeping Helton over TD is crazy to me, but not my list. Yeah, I mean, we all have a list. Yeah. Tim Howard's not on the list. I'm sorry.
No.
He's obviously a great player in the history of the U.S. men's soccer, but he was only a Rapid for that long.
And that's the thing.
They never won anything.
We could rank these based off of so many different things. Like, is it championships? Is it longevity of career? Is it type of person?
I think it's got to start with longevity of career, right?
I agree. When you're talking about a city, ranking the city Hall of Famers. But then I look at Steve Atwater, who spent his whole career as a Bronco, 2-time Super Bowl champ, still works for the team, a wonderful person.
Right.
It's really difficult.
It is difficult.
Yeah.
It's a fun list.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. I have a question for you, and we'll answer this on the other side. Because I heard the morning show talking about Russell Westbrook, got me to thinking this question. Is Russell Westbrook's best value to the Nuggets as a scorer off the bench or as a player that is going to take minutes off of Jamal Murray over the course of the regular season? Ponder that question, and we'll answer that ourselves next.
If you know a guy can't play, and when I say can't play, is maybe 2 or 3 years away, don't have time for that.
No.
Again, I've been down this road with you guys before about, building for the future and the window and how long the window. My window is right here. See that window right there? It's right there. That's my window. I want to walk through it right now.
Yep.
I don't look at windows.
I ain't worried about the window of my kids.
Vic Lombardi on the morning show this morning. Welcome back to Dempsey & Company. Chris, Kim, and KJ with you here on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5 until noon. PhD takes over for us. We are coming to you from the Backus & Schenker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. The Nuggets window is now, right? It's still now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're getting to the end of the window. I think last season was like epitome. Window is open. Let's defend. Let's go. We are champions. And now it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think they're scrambling the end of the window.
I think they're trying to do two things at once here, Kim. I think they're trying to address the current window, and I think they're trying to keep the window open for as long as it possibly can. And that's where all these young players come in and their development and yada, yada, yada. But we're going to have Russell Westbrook in the fold here shortly. All the transactions have to occur, and then he'll be a Nugget.
That sounds so funny. He'll be a Nugget.
He'll be a Nugget. Is number 4 available for? Anyways. And it got me to thinking this. There were 2 questions that we had about this basketball team that I think persisted over the course of the regular season last year and then into the playoffs. Issue number 1 was, is the bench good enough to be able to, where's the scoring coming from off the bench? Where's the consistent scoring coming from off the bench? What's happening in the non-Jokic minutes when starters have to go and are leads being lost? Are they being maintained? Can you make up a deficit if the starters didn't get off to a good start? That was issue number 1. Issue number 2 showed up kind of late in the season and then into the playoffs, which was your starters are wearing down, and they just looked gassed by the end of their playoff run there in Game 7 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. In particular, Jamal Murray, who was dealing with injuries, right? Calf injury and ankle injury, all the injuries. So my question is, and Russell Westbrook averaged 22 minutes per game last year for the LA Clippers off the bench, scored 11 points per game off the bench. Is his greatest value to this basketball team as a player, is it as a player who can score points off the bench, or is it as a player that takes some of the wear and tear off of Jamal Murray so that he can be his best, whatever that looks like, come playoff time?
And my gut reaction to this, my initial answer is to be a player that can score off the bench, because then that hopefully puts less pressure on the starting 5 when they are playing to score as many points, right? To be able to have a guy come in when you have to rest a little bit and score points, I think is huge. However, then right after I thought that, I was like, well, really, they go hand in hand, because if he's a guy that's going to give Jamal Murray some time to rest and less minutes on the floor, then you sure hope he's out there scoring points so that Jamal Murray doesn't have to come back on the floor and score points. So they go hand in hand, but I do think when you're just looking at value, I don't necessarily know that Jamal Murray's biggest issue is the amount of minutes that he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think that the value is as big of giving Jamal Murray some time as it is just getting the points when you're out on the court and that's what you can do for your team. So I do think the value is for Westbrook is coming off of the bench and scoring points.
To your point, Jamal Murray, and this was KJ's quick research prior to the show, which is going to support what you're just saying right there. Jamal Murray played in 59 games last season. He averaged 31 and a half minutes per game, which is down by about 1 minute per game from the season prior. Down 1 minute per game from the season prior. Season prior, he played in 65 games, averaged 32.8 minutes per game. Now, look, his usage rate was up last season, more shots per game, just slightly, super slightly. But over the course of a season, it ends up being a lot of shots, extra shots. He was being used more in the offense, in the flow of what they were doing. I agree with you, Kim. I think that if Russell Westbrook comes here, when he comes here, his biggest value to the team is as a scorer off the bench because, to your point, I think then that's probably going to mean that he's taking some of the minutes off of Jamal Murray, and maybe that doesn't even need to be a thing. Given what we've seen, we saw a Jamal Murray that was, not his full self in that Minnesota series, but it couldn't have been because he was playing so many minutes in the regular season because he did not.
Mm-hmm.
He played 6 fewer games.
Right.
And so this is just an injury issue more so than anything else in regards to Jamal. And if that's going to be the case, then you need somebody who's scoring off the bench as the main thing very consistently. And can Russell Westbrook be that player? I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
Okay.
So
okay, hang on. I want to tack on one more question to what you just said. So if Jamal Murray's issue was injury, which I guess you could also attach to the fact that he's playing too many minutes in this year's context or whatever. But what do you think would help Jamal Murray then? What do you think is best for Jamal Murray, who is one of your starting 5, one of your top players? You do want to add to the team something that will help your starting 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all know Nikola Jokic is going to be hard to help him get off the court and have somebody replace him, even for the few minutes that he's not playing during the game and add to the team. But when it comes to Jamal Murray, he's a great player, but I do think there are other players around the league that would help Jamal Murray's minutes or would help Jamal Murray get the rest that he needs so that he doesn't get injuries. Is that now a priority, do you think?
I kind of do.
Okay.
In a weird way. I just kind of do.
But if Russell Westbrook isn't that guy, who would be?
Well, he should be that guy.
Okay, so he's going to be that guy.
Yeah, he should definitely be that guy. And what he did last year, in a similar role for the Clippers, look, if he can just recreate that. To be honest with you, if he can recreate that with consistent shooting, I think we're good. And I was starting to see some of this roll into the text line. His value is to eat minutes off the bench, and if he scores, it's gravy. Okay.
So that's a bonus.
Let's see if Russell Westbrook can. Why do I say Wilson all the time?
I know it's so hard.
Hold on, I want to challenge that texter.
So many Russells. Okay, go.
What does eating up minutes mean?
Yeah,
like
waste of space.
For Russell Westbrook, what does that mean? Because if you're saying the scoring is gravy, what else in context? What else does that do?
Defense.
Yeah.
Does he play a lot of it?
Maybe he's gonna have to.
He used to.
Yeah, you don't want to have someone off the bench that's just like wasting time, eating minutes. Like I get it, but that's not what you want.
Mm-hmm. 22 and a half minutes off the bench last year, largely off the bench. He started some games for the Clippers too. But you need a guy who can. I mean, I think at the end of the day, if Russell Westbrook is scoring, then he's probably also averaging something like 22 minutes off the bench. And if he's averaging 22 minutes off the bench, maybe you even have a situation where, and this is where I think the scoring becomes a little bit more important. If he's coming off the bench and he's averaging that many minutes off the bench and he is actually able to score, and let's call it at least 11, let's call it anywhere between 11 and 14. Let's just try to keep it within some sort of reason here. 11 and 14 points per game. If he's doing that, he's going to, I think, give the Nuggets coaching staff the opportunity to not have to continually mix starters in with the bench unit, right? So because they weren't getting scoring off the bench last season, they were manufacturing the lineups, right? You would take Jamal Murray off early so that you can put him on with some bench lineups. You would do kind of the same thing with Nikola Jokic and to a lesser extent Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. But if you had a guy that you knew was coming right on off and filling it right on up, and then you can just run Julian Strawther or Christian Brown, whichever one is not starting at 2 guard, and Peyton Watson and Dario Saric, then you have the opportunity to really take minutes off of multiple people. So I would argue that maybe Russell Westbrook's success, if he has that here, gives the Nuggets a chance to take minutes off of a lot of people, because you can put in a full second team unit and expect that that is going to be okay for the minutes that your starters are off the court.
And I guess if he's not scoring a ton of points, fine. If he is playing good defense, but I just feel like we've seen a lot of Nuggets games where they have a big lead and then they sit Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray for a second, and then all of a sudden the gap closes. And I've seen the opposite as well. Like there's been guys that have held that lead and maybe even added to it. But I think that was like losing that 20-point lead in the last game against Minnesota. Like that's an issue. And I know that wasn't just the bench's fault by any means. They were tired. It was a long series. Nikola Jokic played every minute but one. But you do want to feel confident in your bench players also that they can hold a lead or add to it. That would be my number one when I'm, put myself in the front office's shoes here.
Yeah.
And the guys you're adding, like you want to be able to give your starting five that confidence and that comfortable feeling when they rest, to just rest and not worry about losing a lead that your starting five got you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly right. And as you were talking, I am busily trying to do this. Okay. Starters, obviously, Jokic, Murray, Gordon, Porter, KCP. And then you had Christian Brown. So there you go. So Christian Brown was your minutes eater, and I put that in air quotes, off the bench. He averaged 17 minutes a game. 17. That was it. That was your sixth man off the bench. And then you had Justin Holiday with 12 and a half, and then nobody else averaged more than 9 minutes a game off that bench for the Nuggets. And so if you get 22 and a half from a guy, and now you're able to really mix and match some other, and you get just two more players up above 10, right? You need people, you need players. If your lead guy off the bench is 22 and a half or 23, whatever that looks like for him, for Westbrook, then your next couple ought to both be hovering right around 12 to 13 to 14, something like that. And then what you're looking at is a starting five that has less wear and tear and more able to hit the ground running and stay in that space during the playoffs. We'll see. The Russell Westbrook transaction hasn't transpired in full just quite yet. Hopefully that happens this week, and then we'll see how that all unfolds during the regular season. NFL training camps are unfolding right now. Everybody's reporting. Outside of the Broncos, what training camps are you most interested in seeing like things happen? We'll answer that question next.
you try not to be like an instant evaluator, but I would say I was encouraged. I was encouraged after the draft because with each of these selections, it doesn't always fall this way. But after Bo, we're then in the third round taking a player. Ellis, we had a second round grade on. Then we get to the fourth round, we have a second round grade on Troy. The fifth round, we have 2 third round grades on the runner Estime and Abrams Drain and so on. And even to our seventh rounders.
Broncos coach Sean Payton, as my microphone button wouldn't turn on for a second. About the rookie class, this is an exciting week. The training camps open up, including the Broncos. I believe Sean Payton will be talking to media today at some point. It's a 2K Tuesday here on Dempsey and Company. Chris, Kim, and KJ with you here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos get going actual first practice on Friday. Players are reporting, though, here. Today's Tuesday, so as the week goes on, let's put it that way. And we're going to be talking a lot about Broncos training camp, obviously, as it gets started and continues on through the remainder of the month of July and into the month of August. But what I want to do before we get there is this little fun exercise, which there, as KJ has his NFL notes, and every day he's been able to do that the entirety of the summer. Like, it's crazy, but that's just how much stuff is happening in this league at all times. It's basically a 365-day-a-year league. But now training camps are opening, and Kim, I want to know, outside of the Broncos, we're going to take the Broncos just out of this situation. Outside of the Broncos, what 3 situations are you most interested in seeing things unfold?
Okay, number 1, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because I want to see the Justin Fields, Russell Wilson.
We have the same number 1.
Quarterback competition. Mm-hmm. And I just love Mike Tomlin. I think he's a great head coach. I am excited to see what he decides to go with that route. And I just think, obviously, there's a lot of storylines that connect to Denver. So without putting the Denver Broncos in my top 3 training camps that I'm excited for, the Pittsburgh Steelers is my number 1.
Do we expect Russell? Yes, spicy, right. Do we expect Russell Wilson to be the day 1 starter?
Yes.
Okay. So then we expect him to be the starter when he comes here?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, well, yeah.
Amazing.
Competition aside,
yeah,
we all know that this league runs number 1 on drama, and the drama would be having Russell Wilson start as a Steeler against the Broncos. So we know that's going to happen.
Yep.
No question. Even if Justin Fields started the season regularly, they're going to put Russell Wilson in for the Broncos game. So no question there. Mm-hmm. Number 2, while we're on the topic of drama, number 2 is the New York Jets training camp.
Okay.
Because of the whole Aaron Rodgers situation, not going to OTAs. KJ, why are you smirking?
Because I'm glad you put that in your top 3 because they just have so much going on.
They have so much drama. And then this morning, Adam Schefter said, and maybe a couple other sources, that Hassan Reddick is not going to go to training camp. They acquired him from the Eagles this offseason, and he's still upset about his contract.
Yeah.
Which started in April. So he's just not going to show up to training camp?
No.
Like, these guys are wild to me. Yeah. Can you imagine if I was like, well, I got this contract 4 months ago, and I decided I don't like it, so I'm not going to come to work today.
I think he's going to make $14 million. I believe that's what's left on his contract. And so he got traded on over there. He wants a new one, so he's just not going to show up until he gets one. We'll see. That's very.
It's just like what? It's training camp. You got to go.
But there's constant drama around the Jets. It's just crazy.
And the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Yeah. Well, did you see he showed up in like an Egypt shirt or something like that? So so the controversy is right. So he didn't show up to an OTA or a mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
And because he was actually in Egypt, and the coach Robert Saleh basically says it was an inexcused absence. So then Aaron Rodgers comes in and he says on a podcast, he says, "Well, it's all just semantics anyway. They could have just moved the calendar around," which actually he's not wrong about that. We'll get to that in a second.
But that seems pretty high and mighty. Move your calendar around for me. But does he have the stature to do that? Probably.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
100% he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he shows up just flaunting.
How was minicamp, guys?
Right.
I saw the pyramids. Like, for real.
Yeah. Like, if you have to know, if you're the Jets, like this Aaron Rodgers business, like this is how it was going to always go down. Like it wasn't, he wasn't just going to show up quietly and then play the games and then go quietly into the night. That was not going to happen. No, he was going to come in, establish the fact that this is my team.
Yeah.
I'm going to do what I want. You're not going to say anything. Or even if you do, I don't care, because you're still going to put me on that field anyway, and I'm going to throw all the touchdowns, and you're going to bow to my feet that I'm even here. And that's how he carries himself, and it's hilarious.
And you know what? That's kind of what you get when you become an MVP quarterback. Like when you get to be someone like an Aaron Rodgers or a Tom Brady, you get that. That is what comes with it. You know, it's what Russell Wilson probably thought he had when he had his own locker room and his own workout area and all that jazz here with the Denver Broncos, because Nathaniel Hackett adhered to all of that. Is adhered a word?
No.
Adhered.
No,
it can't be. Adhered to that because that's also what they thought they had, was an MVP level quarterback in Russell Wilson. So, I mean, all that aside, Aaron Rodgers does have the ego to do that, and I appreciate it, and I think it's hilarious, and I'm super bummed that the Hard Knocks offseason is not the Jets this year as it was last year. But again, really excited for that, for the drama there, and just to see how Robert Saleh reacts. I think he's a super poised guy. He holds himself very well, and I'm sure he'll keep himself contained. But I wonder what's going to go down between Saleh and Rodgers this year.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a little turmoil building.
Yeah, you know, it's yeah.
So
Saleh's just gonna have to he's gonna have to clench his jaw and just take it.
Run a
man,
few more
because
stairs. When they were, I was out in the stadium when they were here playing the Broncos last year, sitting there, and he was running the stairs. And I was like, man, this guy really is dedicated. You know, it was like 4 hours before the game, and he's running all of the stairs at Mile High.
It'd just be a stress release.
Yeah, it could be. He's gonna be doing a lot of that this season.
He got that out of the playbook of Coach Hackett.
Oh,
good one, kid.
Coach Hackett just on the staff saying, you know what helped me when I was coach of the Broncos. I would
You're
just
at
run the
Mile
stairs.
High. Yeah, altitude schmaltitude. Get up there, buddy. I didn't. Look at this body. Number 3, my third training camp that I'm excited for, and this is like a legit reason, is the Chargers.
Oh,
because
wow.
I'm really excited to see, how Harbaugh does there, how Jim Harbaugh does with Justin Herbert, and I'm just, I had to put an AFC West team in there because of the Broncos, and just to see how some competition doesn't. I don't care about the Chiefs. We all know what's going to happen there, and I do not care about the Raiders. Because whatever they do this year will be irrelevant, because the Denver Broncos will beat the Las Vegas Raiders for the first time ever this year. And I'm confident with that. But yeah, I am really excited to see just how the Chargers do, and if they're going to be a threat to the Broncos this year, because I hope not.
I wonder if they're going to be a sleeper team just in the league in general, certainly in the AFC. Going into last season, most people would have sworn the Chargers were going to the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
That they were going to be one of the surprise teams. I'm going to put that in air quotes, but you have Justin Herbert, you had Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, you still had Austin Eckler. I mean, the offense looked like it should be really, really potent. And then the defense, well, if you can keep some people healthy, maybe it could be one of the better units in the league. Obviously, that all fell straight apart, and here we are with the new coach. How much tinkering do they really need to do to actually regain that, get to that space?
Yeah.
I think it's a really, really good question about the Chargers. I mean, it doesn't feel like a complete overhaul.
Not at all.
And it does feel like Harbaugh has immediately walked in, said, let's get some offensive linemen. Let's get some, let's get a bigger back. Let's do these things. And I'm going to take some pressure off of Justin Herbert. And we're still going to play really good defense. Now, can Bosa stay healthy through all this business? I don't know. Yeah, it's that's always really the question with him and his brother, for that matter. But yeah, they're an interesting team. They're definitely an interesting team. I like that list. And what I'm going to do is hold on to my list until we come back from the top of the hour. Let's take a quick break. I always did love this song. My boo. Yeah, I'm glad. See, we all know it.
We all know it. We all sang it. It's a harmony.
I don't know how great I actually sound, but I
sounded great.
From this end, you sounded amazing.
See?
Yeah. I feel like I sound like Usher, right?
Yeah, and you look like Usher.
Yeah, okay.
You do.
It's a 2K Tuesday here on Dempsey and Company.
You guys have seen Dempsey's biceps. Don't act like you haven't. There's videos on our social media of just Dempsey's biceps.
I can't.
Usher biceps.
I cannot. Chris, Kim, and KJ with you here. Hour number 2 of the program. Yeah. Or if you just on Twitch, I could just point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's just going to show you guys. He's going to pull them out. Flex. Come on, Demps.
I'm not going to do any of those things.
Lame.
Well, if you are listening to us on the Altitude Sports app, we thank you for that. If you don't, download it now because you can listen to us anywhere, anytime. Maybe in the world, at least in the United States. It's an app, right? It's an app.
Yeah.
What's Wi-Fi? Yeah.
Let's check it.
Yeah, just check it.
Someone text Nikola Jokic real quick. Tell him to hop on.
Yeah. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. All right.
Now, about those biceps.
Hey.
There we go. That's pretty much how I feel on a daily basis, Kim.
2K Tuesday. I wasn't sure if we could still play Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Of the recent events, but we are. Fine.
JT.
Can't cancel him.
No, you can't. You cannot.
Yeah, you can't.
Uncancelable.
He's Teflon.
Just like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, these are individuals who can just do what they want.
Whatever you want. All right, let's hear your top 3 training camps that you're excited for.
Yeah, we're going through our top 3 training camps outside of the Broncos. So we are setting aside the Broncos and we are moving around the NFL. And so I have the same number 1 as you do, and that is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's just, you can't just manufacture what they did. They get Russell Wilson, and then they go get Justin Fields, and that's amazing. That's amazing. And it's even more amazing because I think we actually all know which of those 2 quarterbacks is the better one.
Oh, which one?
It's Justin Fields.
Oh, my God.
Right? Isn't it?
Dude, KJ.
Right?
You got to break the tie right here. Is that right? Do you think Justin Fields is better than Russell Wilson, KJ?
I don't. I think
You're
it's
the
Russell
minority vote here, Dempsey. KJ and I agree.
Huh.
You're wrong. But okay, fine. Keep going. I'll let you keep going.
So when Justin Fields is the quarterback, that's, look, Russell Wilson, not the same as he used to be.
So do you not think Russell Wilson will start when they play the Broncos?
Actually, I do think he will be the
and why is
quarterback.
that, Dempsey?
Because they made a promise to him.
Drama.
Not because he's going to outplay Justin
it's
so
because
badly, because he's not.
Drama.
Because they promised him. They promised. Mike Tomlin said to him when they acquired Justin Fields that, don't worry, you're still the guy. And I just think that Mike Tomlin's not going back on his word in training camp because I don't think that Russell Wilson's going to look so bad in training camp that he's going to say, I know I told you that you were the starter, but you're not the starter because you look terrible. I don't think that's going to exist. So because I don't think that's going to exist, he'll be the starter until he starts off, 2-4, and then Justin Fields will be the starter the remainder of the season. That's my camp number 1.
Okay, camp number 1, we agree. Who's your camp number 2?
Camp number 2 is the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because, they've signed 0 players. They have 2 still signed. Dak Prescott, probably not going to happen. CeeDee Lamb. They just have a bunch of dudes who are just waiting to get their money. And it's just always a drama-filled place anyway. And the Dak Prescott thing leads me to this. He probably shouldn't even take a contract from the Cowboys right now. He's in the last year of his contract. So he's going to be an unrestricted free agent next summer, going anywhere, right? And if quarterbacks are making $50+ million per year right now, somebody is going to pay him that next season. Denver Broncos.
I was just going to say, could be here. No, I hope not.
But when was the last time a Cowboys starting quarterback was on the open market?
Oh, boy. Well, Tony Romo wasn't on the market, right?
No.
So it's probably been a minute.
But Dak Prescott wants out of there, don't you think? He's ready.
Well, I think I would be. They're messing with him.
They're the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
They just keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. Like, what are they? Yeah. The Dallas Cowboys are a good one because they also always have a lot of drama.
Yeah. It's all the drama. It's Jerry Jones doing all the talking. It's Stephen Jones, his son, doing even more talking. It's Mike McCarthy rolling his eyes at all the talking that they're doing. And it's Dak Prescott just like looking around like, okay, what?
Hope I don't get hurt again.
Yeah. He's going to be in for a big payday. I know that there are some people who don't think much of him, but guy was second in MVP last year is what he was. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. You know, I mean, he's a highly productive quarterback, certainly in the regular season. He's got some playoff stuff to resolve. Like, he's got to start winning in the playoffs for I think the majority of people to look at him and go, okay, he's that dude. But still, he shouldn't take a single cent from the Dallas Cowboys right now because he's going to get more next summer. And he could still take a contract from the Dallas Cowboys next summer. So why would you do that? Yeah, why do that right now? Unless they're giving you every single thing that you're asking for, and that's the only way you sign a contract right now, then this could be his last season, but he's going to get paid north of $50 million. Could approach $60 million for him. So that's my camp number 2. My camp number 3 is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to
Also
stay in
one.
the NFC East.
Oh, okay. Good one there.
And it's because, well,
of the drama.
Yeah. I mean, that was a team that really fell apart. I mean, they were in the Super Bowl and within a whisker of beating the Kansas City Chiefs a couple of seasons ago in the Super Bowl. And then they started off last season 10-1, and then the wheels fell off. Like, the wheels fell off, and then they were boat raced into playoffs. And it was just all the drama, all the Sirianni, very concerned, sad, mad faces, all of the what on earth happened here? Why is Jalen Hurts not that great anymore? Don't they still have some of the same talent? What is happening right now with this team? And so then they went out and got new coordinators, Kellen Moore on the offensive coordinator, Vic Fangio, we know all around here, right? He's the defensive coordinator for the Eagles now. They're courting. It sounds like they're courting Justin Simmons to get to the team as well. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if that's a thing or not a thing. You acquire Saquon Barkley, and so now your offense is like Hurts and Barkley, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
They have a lot of talent on that offense, but it appears to me that they had an internal strife. And if you have internal strife, it doesn't matter what your talent is, like, that's going to rip at the fabric of who you are. And so can Nick Sirianni just like calm the waters, bro? Just calm them. Because if he can calm them, then this should be a team that, quite honestly, pushes to get back to a Super Bowl. I mean, they have all the individuals to be able to do that. But if your heads aren't in the right spot, then, well, there you go. So
thinking equals talent take over.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What do you think will happen with Sirianni? Do you think that it'll all depend on this year, how it goes?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, excuse me, though, that fell apart so quickly last year that I think if you are the general manager and the owner of the Eagles, if you see this team falling into a similar pattern this year, then he has to go. And I know he got that team to the Super Bowl just a couple of seasons ago, but it just kind of probably means he's lost control of that situation. Yeah. And you don't want to just stick with a dude who's not in control of what's happening.
Not with all that talent.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. So, yeah, Sirianni is probably on the hot. Like, if we were doing coaches on the hot seat, that's probably
number one.
Mm-hmm. He'd be up. Yeah, he'd be up there.
McCarthy probably also, but I feel like they've just kept McCarthy around even with some tumultuous seasons. Mm-hmm. So who knows?
Yeah. Did you hear what John Harbaugh had to say about?
No. What did he say?
Lamar Jackson.
Oh,
like, he just goes off on the media, basically. Yeah, just
supporting Lamar Jackson.
Supporting him.
Okay.
Yeah. Says something to the effect of, "Oh, I don't know about all this criticism of Lamar Jackson, what's going on, and da 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 da." And but he did win the MVP last year, right? That was Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but I would want my head coach defending me too, regardless of what's going on.
I just don't know where it came from.
The national media stuff, you mean?
Just just like
yeah. Is it still just like the whole agent boil over, not having an agent and the contract thing last year? Because that was a big thing, wasn't it? You know, Lamar Jackson was like, I don't need an agent. He was kind of acting like, I'll do this on my own, which he did. So, hey, props to him.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
We don't know. But Lamar Jackson also has to win in the playoffs. I believe he's 2-4 in the playoffs is what his record is in the playoffs. And, so it's on one hand, you can get after the media and whoever it is that you think is criticizing the player. But on the other hand, I think nobody's saying he's anything but a super talented quarterback who is a 2-time MVP. And oh, by the way, a 2-time MVP probably should have at least gone to a Super Bowl, if not won one by now.
Yeah.
So we're in a weird, look, for all these quarterbacks, and we're in a really, really good era of quarterbacks right now. The young ones coming up.
Totally.
And I think Lamar Jackson is now, I think he's kind of in a danger zone. I think he's 27 years old, so he's got some runway, right? But he is still, his athleticism is what leads his, success on a football field. And so that's going to start to diminish itself over the next few years. And can he, be an effective thrower, all those things. But he is in the danger zone. I think he and maybe Josh Allen right off the top are in the biggest danger zone of maybe never even doing this because...
Who's under more pressure?
Josh Allen. I think the Bills have been better for longer, and they've been closer for longer, but they haven't been able to get it done.
Well, that's a good question. It's a good question.
I'm standing firm on Josh Allen.
I
think Lamar Jackson still has a couple years that he could not make it and still be where he is, but I don't think Josh Allen does.
How old is Josh Allen? Let's find out.
26, 27? No, he's got to be a little older. 27.
I kind of feel like he's 26. So maybe just like a year younger than
28.
He's 28.
Yeah.
Oh.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, then I think the answer is Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That's the answer. And as long as, the issue here is that Patrick Mahomes is out there doing his best Michael Jordan impersonation, which is just beating all of the great players in his era. And that is, I think you're right. Josh Allen is the answer to that question. And they retooled. They got rid of Stephon Diggs. They drafted Keon Coleman. They did the whole offensive coordinator switch last year. And ran the football a little bit more. I don't know if Cook is going to be a guy that they can really, really count on, but they're going to try. And they have to win in the playoffs, and you have to beat Patrick Mahomes.
And I think that the Bills have just been the team that's kind of that dark horse in the last couple of years that people have said before the seasons have started, oh, I think the Bills could win the Super Bowl this year. I remember last offseason, there were people putting money on the Bills left and right over on Twitter. Like, I would pick the Bills because they didn't think the Chiefs would be able to do it 2 times in a row. And so the Bills was like their pick, their AFC pick. And then they didn't even get close.
Yeah.
They got whooped by the Denver Broncos on a Monday night in Buffalo. So,
that was probably their lowest point of the season.
That was my highest point of the season.
The Broncos loss was their definite lowest point of the season.
100%. It was my highest, so I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, Buffalo should win the division again, right? I mean, it's Miami and the Jets. I guess we'll have something to say about that, but they probably go in as the favorite. And can you get into a playoff scenario? But yeah, I will say, look, if we're AFC quarterbacks with pressure on them right there, yeah, Josh Allen 1, and then I would go Lamar Jackson 2. I would put Deshaun Watson in as 3 because he was brought there to be able to do something with the Cleveland Browns. He has not done obviously anything. He's barely played. And then the list gets, then maybe Justin Herbert, just because he throws for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns, but there's not a lot of wins to show for it. So, just a lot of things happening. It's a very, very interesting camp season. They're all getting underway. Everybody is reporting to those camps. And obviously we're going to have you guys all covered what happens here in Denver as the Bo Nix era, which is Kim's favorite era.
My favorite era. The rebuild that I have to be excited for, not going to the playoffs yet again.
Are you not excited at all?
I'm excited because I'm always excited for football season. Like I woke up today with a little sparkle in my eye, just knowing that we're back into football season. But then I remembered that I'm a Broncos fan, and it dimmered. Dimmered? That's not a word either. What is wrong with me today? It dimmed.
It dimmed.
Dimmer. Ugh.
We always need new words in English.
I'm here. I could make a reel of all the stupid things I've said on live television for you. One time I said, "See ya in a soon," as we went to break. I said, "See ya in a soon." I said that. I think because half of my brain was going, "See you in a minute," and the other one said, "See you soon."
Yeah.
I put them together. See ya in a soon.
God.
Yeah. It made no sense. But anyway, dimmer is now going to be on there.
All right. Let's put that on there. I am excited about Broncos camp. There, there's the real Rodgers shirt.
Dude, yeah. Oh, it was. It was a cat in a pyramid outfit.
Yeah, exactly right.
Good morning, Aaron Rodgers. He also went on Barstool Sports, the podcast, I think, Pardon My Take, yesterday, and they were like, "Are you going to be at training camp?" And he said, "Yeah, probably." Probably.
He's such a jackwagon, man.
He just is.
I love it.
He really is. Let me ask you one more thing really fast. The FanDuel power rankings have the Broncos dead last?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I was going to say, are they dead last?
No, that's just rude. I'm sorry. That's just rude. Put the Patriots behind him. Put the Cardinals behind him. Put the Panthers behind him, because what the heck is going on in Carolina?
Right.
I don't know. There's no chance the Broncos are dead last. Get out of here. Pisses me off.
I'm with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
FanDuel.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so
Also, doesn't Sean Payton's daughter work for FanDuel? I don't like that. She should go have a word with them.
Did she have a vote in this?
Probably not, but I would just be like, dude, don't talk crap about my dad's team.
It wasn't our hump.
So they're definitely better than the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They're definitely better than the Panthers, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Tennessee Titans?
That they're probably on caliber with the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
But I would say, yeah, better. That's just rude. I also think they're better than the Raiders. I really do. And that's not just like me being biased. I do think the Broncos this year will beat the Raiders.
They're also better than Washington, right?
Yeah, but I think Washington's they've gotten like some talent over the offseason. Haven't they acquired
got
some
Jane
new...
Daniels. They drafted the quarterback. So he's apparently making a really good impression. I think they're better than the Raiders too.
Yeah. Oh, they got Austin Eckler. That's right. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I know.
Austin Eckler.
Deflated there. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't like that at
They're
all.
better than the Giants too, aren't they?
Yes, they are better than the Giants. Yes, they are better than the Giants. That's just rude.
Yeah, it's an interesting list. The bottom 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Colts, Raiders, Saints, Vikings, Commanders, Cardinals.
Colts even. I'd say they're better than the Colts. Wait, who do they have in 31st place? Right in front of them.
Patriots. Yeah, right. The last four are the Titans, Panthers, Patriots, and then Broncos. And
that's
I
crazy.
Can't, I can't get down with that list.
No.
I cannot. The Broncos aren't going to be great, but they're not going to be that bad.
They're not going to be the worst. It's rude.
Yeah, it's a fact. Let's take a quick break, come back with KJ's NFL notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, right before we get to KJ's NFL Notes, this text message from Eric. The Broncos are 32. They don't have a single good player, not one guy who someone would trade value for. All those other teams have at least a guy. I point you to Eric to Patrick Surtain II. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Who's that guy?
PS2. I don't know.
Just a number 1 rated cornerback by all executives, coaches, and scouts in the NFL. But no biggie.
No biggie.
No talent.
Biggie. KJ, what's story number 1?
Woody Paige put out a piece on the Denver Gazette recently that got a lot of steam in his town, and he was on the morning show as well, so you can go check that interview out, but not before you listen to our thoughts here. So quickly, this is what he said, quote, "The Broncos must stop playing games before beginning to play games. Jarrett Stidham didn't participate in trips with the Patriots and the Raiders to the Great Northwest. Zach Wilson was inactive for those Jets games as well. Knicks can fix the Broncos. Stidham and Wilson can't. Why? Wait. Sean Payton already knows who he wants to start. It's mind over matter. His mind saying Knicks. The other 2 quarterbacks don't matter. The coach split the plays 3 ways in the offseason minicamp, but declined to reveal his plan for the full training camp. Both Wilsons and Stidham are problems. Bo Nix should be nicknamed the solution." End quote. Simple question. Is the real reason Sean Payton won't name Bo Nix the starter right away revolved around the fact that Russell Wilson was too comfortable last year as the lead guy, and he wants to create competition so that no quarterback feels like it's their job to automatically lose right away?
Yeah, you know what? I think it's actually super smart that he didn't name a starter during OTAs and mini camps and all this kind of stuff. And here's why. Because the guy that you want to start is Bo Nix. He is a rookie. If he comes in here and all of a sudden things start looking, the first thing you say is like, that guy is starting for us, right? And so now we're all thinking that he is going to be the starter. And then he just starts falling on his face. Oh, just like things are going wrong. The throws are bad. He's not able to grasp a playbook, all these kinds of things. Now we're all in a panic. Versus just not naming a starter. It's like there's no rush.
No.
There's no rush.
No, there's no rush at all. And I think
you take pressure off him.
Exactly. And you want the other guys to still compete and to try to play to the best of their ability. Otherwise, why are they there? And they're going to feel that same way, especially Jarrett Stidham, who got to start at the end of last season, who I'm sure believes that he still has a chance to be the starting quarterback. And so I think you don't want to make Bo Nix too comfortable. I think you also don't want him to get in a place where he's also like, whatever, I already have the job. Maybe I'll kind of take training camp as like just a warm up, and then just get berated by the media if you don't play very well in training camp, or it looks like you don't care, or it looks like you're not, giving 110%. So, yeah, I don't think there was a reason to either. Sean Payton didn't have to name a quarterback, so why would you?
Right. And, look, there is a universe in which Bo Nix gets into these preseason games, and it's a little bit more cringy than we thought, and Jarrett Stidham probably has to start. I'm just removing Zach Wilson from this equation. Yeah. Jarrett Stidham knows the offense already. He started a couple games last year. He would be the placeholder until Bo Nix got up to whatever speed Sean Payton needed him to get to. Kim, me and you, we've been saying this for many, many weeks, what Woody Paige just wrote. And that is, you have to go with Bo Nix. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We have to get that clock started.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Yes, exactly right. And so it's, but at the same time, you have to be able to do that responsibly.
Yeah.
And if it's just that much of a struggle for your rookie to get up to speed on things, then you can't put him out there as soon as you want until he gets to that space where you're comfortable with him being out there. And I think that the Broncos will be. I just think that Bo Nix is a smart guy. I think he's a work-hard guy. I think the competition that they are trying to create, I think everybody kind of knows what's going to happen. But, okay, if Sean Payton's not going to say it, I think we're still learning Sean Payton too. So if he's not going to say it, maybe there's a chance that he could name somebody else a starter. Jarrett Stidham.
True.
And so would that then push Bo Nix every single day to get to get better as quickly as he can to close that gap between him and Jarrett Stidham? Because that's the gap. I mean, Stidham knows this stuff. He doesn't know this stuff. Stidham might have taught him some things at the summit that they had down in Texas, but I don't think that Sean Payton did the wrong thing by not naming him starter right away. We'll see how long it takes in training. Sean Payton probably will take this all the way to the.
Oh yeah,
he'll probably walk it all the way up to the first regular season game.
Yeah, again, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, yep. All right, KJ, what's next?
Joe Sheen, GM for the New York Giants, gave us insight on Hard Knocks about how the conversation with Saquon went, what they were thinking, what his conversations with the owner was, and Saquon was like, that's not all the way true. So he went on the Scoop City podcast with Diana Rossini and gave his version of what all went down.
And had a lot of teams that were about it, were really sending, true offers and, wanted me to come and play for the team. So then that felt good because it was like, all right, like, I felt like the Giants thought I was going to go out there and get 9, maybe 8, stretch at 10, and then I'll come back to them and it's like, all right, well, we got you. If you want to come play at 9, you come play at 9, which I think that truly would have got it done. I think that's just where they valued me at, or Joe valued me at. That's what he had a price point where he was willing to pay, and he wasn't going to go over to it. And kudos to him for sticking to his gut. But yeah, that's how I feel, and I kind of felt like it was like, kind of a little disrespectful. To be honest, because it's kind of like a slap in the face. But you go see what you are worth, and then if you're worth that, we'll see if you're worth it, and maybe we'll match it.
Did you feel that it was a very one-sided relationship at that moment?
Yes and no. Definitely one-sided, but I would say no, because at the same time, like, you got to be mature about the situation, and you got to understand the business side of it. And for 2 years, that's all I've been asking for.
All right, whose side are you on, Joe or Saquon?
Saquon's. 1,000% out, 1,000 times out of 1,000. Like the Giants didn't want him, and actually, like, so, I was glad Saquon said this, and that is, okay, you know what, this is where you value me, fine then, I'll go out and see if I can get a little bit more, and he did. The Eagles gave him more, and I just. Like for running backs, I mean, he went through that for 2 straight seasons, right? Remember, he had the brief holdout prior to last season before he kind of relented and showed up anyway. I think they gave him a little small bump in salary, and then they did it to him again. And okay, you don't want Saquon Barkley? With all due respect, what are you thinking?
He's another one of those players who has proved to himself in this league that he is able to go and do that. And I think that the Giants were just kind of, they're almost like burning things down in a sense, like they can't keep their guys right now. They're stuck in this Daniel Jones money thing, and no one wants Daniel Jones under center. And it's a whole situation that, if Saquon Barkley he's in the middle of this league who is paying all these different positions an extreme amount of money. And he's at the top of his position. He should go out and get that money. So yeah, I'm with Saquon on this one as well. Again, I know we're just hearing one side of the story right here, but if all of that is true,
but we've heard the Giants GM. So they showed us that phone call on that Hard Knocks.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're with Saquon, and he wasn't like going off, and he's not being super spicy about it. He's not angry. He's not aggressive in the way that he's telling his side of the story. He's just telling it pretty. Pretty calmly here,
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about what he thinks he deserves, and he is a player again who's proved himself in this league that I do think that he deserves that money.
Yeah, I do too. I just do. You're talking about one of the better running backs in the NFL, and I understand that the value of that position has been diminished over time. It's just in terms of the salaries in that spot. But if you don't think that Saquon Barkley is worth more than $9 million per year, then God bless you, man. Like, just watch him walk out the door to your rival, walk back into your house, and then probably just, I don't know, over 100 all-purpose yards, probably a touchdown or two as you lose to that team, which is what the Giants deserve in this scenario. KJ, what's next?
You hinted at it earlier, Demps, in regards to John Harbaugh coming out and defending and saying things on behalf of Lamar Jackson. Well, here's the biggest quote that's gaining traction recently. John Harbaugh believes that Lamar Jackson can become the greatest QB in NFL history. Quote, "The vision that we have together is that Lamar is going to become and known to be and recognized as the greatest quarterback ever to play in the history of the National Football League. That's the vision. Is going to happen by Lamar, his work ethic, and his brilliant talent." End quote. So we all know Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes are obviously the barometer for what the greatest of all time looks like. Is there a realistic world where Lamar Jackson could begin to get in that conversation, even if he doesn't eclipse Patrick Mahomes as the greatest quarterback of this generation?
No. But he's really, really good. I do want to say this too, because KJ, so the Broncos have started a press conference with Sean Payton right now. We will try to tap into this here if we can do so. It's actually streaming live on their website right now. So we'll try to do that if we can. Look, Lamar Jackson is unfortunately for him, Patrick Mahomes is not passable for him. I mean, the head start is way too great in terms of Super Bowl wins. Now, look, I think they both have 2 league MVPs. So you're talking about they're even in that category. Is there a situation as to him ever? Okay, is Patrick Mahomes if Pat Mahomes never wins another game, another Super Bowl, and then the Ravens just start winning all the Super Bowls for the foreseeable future, that's the scenario. Is that really realistic?
No, probably not. But I do think Lamar Jackson is probably the next quarterback to get into that conversation. So if KJ's question is there a world that he could get into that conversation as being one of the best quarterbacks with Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, I definitely don't think he would surpass either one of those. But I do think he's probably your top option when it comes to quarterbacks if you had to pick one to get into that conversation. But the Super Bowl thing, no. Yeah, obviously it doesn't even hold a candle to it.
I think, yeah.
Who would be the next guy? Can't be Jalen Hurts. Yeah, okay, maybe he's getting close, but
no,
he's not.
Honestly, I think the next closest guy is Joe Burrow.
Okay.
And I know he has not won anything.
No, but he has time.
He has not won anything. But he has beaten Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs and gotten to the Super Bowl. I'm very, very interested to see what Joe Burrow does with health, and we'll see. He's coming off that wrist injury that cost him so many games. I think 7, the last 7, and then stretched into the offseason. And there's a lot of, is he going to be okay happening in Cincinnati right now? But I think he's got the mental makeup and he's got the right stuff to be able to win a couple of. Even his road Super Bowl wise is it's a long one.
He bleached his hair blonde. This photo. This is him showing up to camp today. He bleached his hair totally white.
Looks like Eminem.
He looks just like Eminem.
That's what he looks like.
He literally is Eminem blonde. Yeah, so maybe that'll help him out.
Let's take a break. Oh, can we?
We got it?
Can we tap in? All right, let's take the Sean Payton press conference live right now.
Odds makers have put your over and under at 5.5. You have long Super Bowl odds. What do you think about that? And does that, part of your daily speech to the players?
Look, if I spent time on that in 2006, we would have never gone to the NFC Championship game. And I mean that seriously. Back my first year as a head coach in New Orleans. I don't have time to spend time on that, nor do I wish to spend time on it. I understand they have a job to do and where we're selected, and none of that means anything. It's stuff to talk about when the media cycle is quiet. We'll get ready to play, and we expect to compete. We expect to win.
John, you've had just any update on Cortland Sutton? Have you had any talks with him or discussions
No,
with him?
I mean, and there won't be any. He'll be here, like we talked about, and ready to
go. Sean Remick, Fandom from the Denver Post. You mentioned back in June that Aldrich Estimate, you expect him to be ready at the start of training camp.
He will be. He's doing good. Yeah, he's doing good. I think we had a couple players that are PUP, none that are, I think, surprises to any of you guys.
Hey, Sean, what difference do you expect out of Pat Surtain this year, given Justin and Josie's leadership departures?
Yeah, what difference do I expect out of him as a leader? I want him to be, himself. I think that he's always been a guy that leads on the field with his performance. Maybe not as vocal as others. So I'm not looking for a change in that regard, really. Now, that being said, more ball production. There are a number of other things that I think that he has as goals for himself. But I think from a leadership standpoint, I think that'll take place on its own.
Sean, Brandon Cristal from KOA. You obviously coached a long time, but last year was your first year here. So how much smoother with so much of your staff back and so many players back do you expect just kind of camp to go and nothing being new, I guess?
Yeah, I would say one thing, a better understanding of the personnel. At this moment last year, we had this spring, if you will, of non-padded practices, so there was less information on certain players. If there were more information at that very moment, maybe there's certain decisions you would have made differently. But more information right now relative to the skill set of the current roster.
Andrew Mason, Denver Sports. You mentioned that Quinn plays a position you value, and historically your teams have put more investment into guards, cap-wise, draft pick-wise than a lot of
Guards
other
and
teams.
tackles.
Yes.
I mean, if you just looked and said in general, we value the offensive line, center included.
How much does that help overall team building to get that part right, built from the inside out?
I think it's the most important position group on your roster. I think it permeates your building, and I believe that, and it served us well everywhere I've been.
Vic Lombardi, Altitude Sports. Coach, do you have numbers in place? Have you had numbers in place for each position group? And do those numbers change through the course of a camp? Have they changed over recent years with changes in the rules?
Yeah, it's a good question. All right, if we had up behind us a screen and we said, here are the optimum numbers, not at the expense of a better player, right? We're not going to just stick to the numbers if we feel like we're one deeper at a certain position. And then that can change with the other teams. We try to talk all the time about, ignore the depth chart because you're not competing against just the 5 tight ends on this roster. You're competing against the other 31 teams. So often training camp ends, there's a final cut down, and everyone will be waiting to see who wins this position battle, and it'll be neither. It'll be someone from another team. But I think there is a base structure to how a roster is set up that can change based on the scheme teams run defensively or offensively, but not at the expense of a good player.
Sean, obviously, we see the extension with Quinn last week. I know Pat's under contract next year. Is there a want to get a deal done with him long term, like before the regular season starts?
We'll keep you posted. We'll keep you posted. That's one of those answers.
Okay, that's a little bit of Sean Payton's press conference here today. Started just a few minutes before that. He did talk about Bo Nix in the starting quarterbacks, in the quarterbacks in general. We'll have a whole lot more of this. Obviously, PhD will have a lot more on this after us, and we will react to more of this tomorrow. Play a lot of clips from that and really start to dive into this Denver Broncos team. And as they as they start on the journey to being ready for the regular season. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. We'll take our final break of the show. We'll react to a little bit of what Sean Payton had to say right there, and then I want to play a pretty fun clip from the basketball tournament in which Colorado still can win $1 million. Closing the show out, the press conference actually ended during our commercial break, so that was quick from Sean Payton to the media today.
Yowza.
The opening press conference with media was a little bit spicy, so we'll see. We were getting the lovable Sean Payton during the offseason, and I think we're getting a little bit more of a strict version. I'll say that.
What's the question?
Yeah, it was kind of like that, honestly.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even let some of those questions finish.
No, he wouldn't. So we'll see. They haven't even lost a game yet, Kim.
We thought he would be different.
I just don't know how that's going to
Men don't change, guys.
Relative to
Men don't change. Can we all agree?
Well, listen.
No. No.
Dempsey,
What?
men don't change. Ladies, men don't change.
No, we change. We change. We're humans.
Okay.
There's no facts to back that up.
We're humans.
You just listened to the press conference. That was the fact to back it up. Sean Payton didn't change, and neither will you guys, and neither will any men on this planet.
Sean Payton
and
changed.
it's nothing against men. I love. I'm totally fine.
No, Sean Payton changed earlier
That did
this
not
year.
sound like he changed.
No. We heard a different Sean Payton earlier this year.
Okay, well we're hearing him right now,
Yeah.
and it's back to last year.
So he changed back. It's what he did.
Next question.
So he's doing all the changing. Actually, that's what he's doing.
Okay, let's move on.
Here's a fun piece of audio. I'm just going to play. So the basketball tournament. It's been going on for a few years now. Started off as a tournament. I think the first year was actually $1 million to the team that won. I think the second and third years were $2 million to the team that won this tournament. It is comprised of a bunch of teams that are basically alumni, not every single player, because Colorado has a couple players on their squad that did not play for the University of Colorado, but they do have the majority of them that did. So guys like Andre Robertson, George King, Shannon Sharp, that's another Shannon Sharp, Evan Batty's playing for this team as well. So they have a lot of talent on this basketball team, and it's really starting to look like it. They beat the alums of the Wichita State Shockers, and it was kind of a big deal because Wichita State has a lot of talent, A, on that team. B, that game was played in their arena in Wichita. And the elim ending is how these games end. The target score was 65. The score at this point is CU 62 and the Aftershocks 61. And then this happened.
Shot clock. Lottie throws up a prayer. It drew iron. King the offensive rebound. Now Schwartz for the win. It's over. Team Colorado has shocked the Shockers.
It was such a great ending. It was such a great ending. Deshaun Schwartz makes a three-pointer after just a mad scramble. Like you get a missed shot, you get an offensive rebound. You know that you need to make a shot. Colorado didn't need to make a three but if a three would have ended it, and it did. In fact, we all have this sports or some sort of program that's kind of like guilty pleasure programming. Like that's mine. That's mine. I love this tournament. I love the fact that they play. Obviously, I think the share for each of the players and coaches on Colorado's teams is like something like $66,000 when you split up the million between all of them. So you get these games and they're played hard, and you get some of these venues that the fans show up. And Wichita State fans, they sell out the place. So it was a crazy, crazy atmosphere. Congratulations to Colorado, which moves on to play a Kansas alumni team next. I know. So the road doesn't get any easier, but they do have guys like Andre Robertson, you're talking about a player who was, I think he was a top 5 in the Defensive Player of the Year voting one year while he was playing for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So we shall see what happens with those guys. From what we heard of Sean Payton, did anything stand out to you?
Other than his attitude, not much. But I will say, I just retweeted this because Vic Lombardi posted it, that Sean Payton just said a couple of minutes ago. He said, Payton calls the offensive line the most important position group on a football team and explains why the Broncos have thrown ample money at that group. And that stuck out to me just by reading that, because you and I talked about this several weeks ago, Dempsey. We said, which position group are we most intrigued to see a difference in training camp. And mine was offensive line. And people on the text chain were like clowning me, saying like, who cares about the offensive line? That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at quarterback. We're looking at wide receiver, this and that. I have been so interested in the offensive line ever since Sean Payton said last year that I have to bench Russell Wilson because I can't just replace the offensive line. So it's like you knew there was an issue there with the O-line even at the end of last season. So I just think it's interesting that he said that today, saying the offensive line is the most important position group on a football team. And now my question is, will we see a difference this year than we did last year? And you sure hope so, because it was an issue. So that stood out to me just by reading that on Twitter, but just from hearing him, you disagree?
I think he's always loved his offensive line.
Yeah.
And thank goodness that we did hear him answer that question on our show here when he was talking about that. I just, I think the reason why he didn't want to, he blamed Russell Wilson for that.
Yeah.
Like, don't hold the football and deliver it where I want you to deliver it. The Broncos will return 4 out of the 5 starters. They have put millions and millions of dollars, especially and just what most notably now, recently 4 years, $80 million for Quinn Miners on the offensive line. They got that thing, I think, where they want it.
Yep.
And he did mention that the center was important
yeah, he said
too.
even the center. Yeah.
And that's where the competition is for him, right? So they lost Lloyd Cushenberry to the Titans. And now, can they replace him? Yeah, I think it's not that it's going to be easy to replace him, but I think Alex Forsyth is the guy I think he's going to be fine. He's already worked with Bo Nix in the past. He's been in this organization for a year. So kind of like Jared Stidham, right? So you have institutional knowledge as to what's going on. Kim, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think the offensive line is, he has focused on it. They have spent money on just a bunch of money on that line, and it better be money well spent. But I think it is. We shall see. That brings us to the end of the show. Look how fast that went.
Just like that.
PhD is next. Kim, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
KJ, we love and appreciate you.
You guys watch one and then you miss 3, and then you watch one and I'm trying to catch you up.
That's the Sean Payton. Oh, that's the guy who hasn't changed. He hasn't changed.
That's the guy we know and love. Go Broncos.
All right. We will see you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Look, he's a quick study, so the progress in the playbook will be just like it will be for Zach, right? They've both been here the same amount of time, I think. And, all of these young players are studying pretty hard.
What's the name of this song, Grizz?
Everyone I look at is sad or angry. It's by Sorry Sweetheart.
That's pretty appropriate. Rob Trujillo in here today, as is Scott Hastings. Will join us here in a second. Holy cow. What happened to Captain Sunshine, Sean Payton? Where did he go? What happened?
That new leaf that got turned back over.
What an angry dude. Hey, you all right, bro? Is everything okay? Sean, who peed in the Cheerios? My God.
It was short, too. I mean,
yeah,
he was in and out of that.
It was 15 minutes, man. That dude was not happy. Well, we have, how we doing there, Grizz, and cutting this up? All the answers are pretty short. Yeah, we're working on it, but I mean, that's hey, Grizz, this is going to be an easy one. This is an easy one to cut up today. Oh, my boy, Cecil Lammey got eviscerated, too. No, he isn't. No, he wasn't. Scott Hastings, what's going on, Scott?
Dude, what are you doing back today?
Well, I didn't know the Broncos were going to be, doing their thing. So I'm like, hey, man, I'm not. When it's time to go, it's time to go, bro. I'm back. Are you kidding me? Let's go.
Did you make it to Aspen?
I did make it to Aspen. I did. I spent 4 days on my bike, and I made it to Aspen. I did. I can give you some details of that, down the line a little bit.
Well, I got to hear that. I mean,
Yeah, it was. I only wanted to quit 1,000 times during the 4 days, but and I have no real reason why I did it other than the fact that a personal sojourn, I guess, some deep introspection, and plenty of time to think. But no, let me tell you how this all rolled out. So training camp starts Friday.
Right.
Okay. So training camp starts. Oh, okay. So if they're going to be the new warm and friendly, the way they used to be Broncos, right? When would the luncheon be, Scott? In general, if training camp starts Thursday, in general, when would it be?
Well, if the first practice was Friday, they usually would have the luncheon Wednesday.
Okay. I thought even maybe Thursday, like the day before or whatever. But on Tuesday?
Well, not on Tuesday.
I've never heard of the acclimation period practices ever. So.
Well, we are a kinder, gentler world. You know that, right?
Apparently. I guess so. So I did do my trip to Aspen, and we got back Sunday night, and I was happy to have a day of rest and just relaxation. But then yesterday morning, somebody was like, hey, they're starting tomorrow. And I go, wait, what? They're starting tomorrow? Oh, yeah. It's been this whisper campaign that it's going to really start, But there had been no official hey, here we go at all until 5 o'clock yesterday. And not only was it hey, here we go today, but we are going to have an open practice for the acclimation period for the Muggles, for the media, Wednesday and Thursday before training camp even starts. So it's and Sean Payton is going to be, he's going to be available tomorrow and Thursday. I hope he gets in a better mood.
Maybe.
My God.
Yeah, right.
Scotty, he was angry, dude. He was
at the lunch today?
Listen, here's what they did today, too. They used to feed you first, and
Right.
then they used to talk. No. We're going to talk and get that out of the way, and then you losers can go eat over there on the patio. But they are serving up lunch today, and we are anticipating Vic Lombardi will bring back free food for all of us because he was representing out there. Oh,
good luck with that.
You don't think Vic's Grizz? Did you ask? Hold on. Did you ask Vic to bring us back some food?
Would you like his exact answer to that?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, what did you say to him?
I said, would you want to possibly pop in the studio and bring back some barbecue to the fellas and talk about practice pressers, or would you prefer to do a phone call? I gave him options.
Okay.
His exact response, tell D-Mac, hell no, I'm not going to bring you guys food back, but I will call if you want. It's his exact response.
Now, so here comes the next bigger question. Do we actually want to talk to Vic if he's not going to bring his food?
Well, once you win the Silver Surfer Award, you kind of, you feel like, there's a level that you don't bow down to. I thought that would have been fun if Vic brought us back a little. Hell no, really? Not even like a bag of chips? Can't throw that in your bag or something?
It was a hell no.
No.
Let's be honest, though, D-Mac. It's one of those things where you don't want to be the guy at the barbecue taking a plate for 4 people and, wrapping it, stuffing it. I mean, it doesn't look good.
I'm not saying. Hold on.
Turn your mic on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well,
it's the on button.
It's the on button. It's the blue one.
Oh, it's not. It's
Is it
not
not
lighting
working?
again, huh?
Oh, all right. Well, Scotty.
Rob, take over. Hey, let's get back to the. Hey, let's get back to the kings of entertainment. Oh God, he's
Sorry.
back.
I
All right.
figured it out. Well, Grizz.
Hey, by the way, do you think you get your nose a little righter? It either looks like you've been riding a bike in the sun for 4 days, or you've been on a big time bender.
Scotty, I had a little bit of both in Keystone. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to tell you I didn't have a couple of cocktails along the way to Aspen.
Well, so you got to tell me how. So what? You rode your bike a certain number of miles each day and then stayed at a hotel?
Basically, yes.
Was your wife with you?
She was with me. Well, if you guys are asking me details, I rode from Lone Tree to Idaho Springs, which I was on the road for more than 7.5 hours. Now what is that?
Somebody's phone.
My alarm that says D-Mac has to switch microphones before I shut his off.
Okay.
Oh, it was that alarm. Sorry. I had that alarm set for when your mic I was going to shut off.
I'll just do it real quick. Lone Tree to Idaho Springs. Wife picked me up, went back home to Lone Tree for the night.
Really?
She drove me to Idaho Springs the next day, saved myself a couple $100 in a hotel.
Sure.
Left from the same exact place I stopped, went to Keystone from Idaho Springs, got lost on the route in Georgetown, went up an hour on Guanella Pass where I didn't have to. Did not know there was a bike path next to I-70. Big mistake. Major mistake.
Guanella Pass is not a joke either.
That's a nice little pass you're driving right there.
Yeah.
Dude, went over Loveland Pass. At the top of Loveland Pass, it started sideways raining for the entire trip down to Keystone, if everybody knows that drive. Soaking wet, hypothermia, whatever. Went to a Mexican restaurant next door and just got sauced with a bunch of local ski patrol people and lift operators and whoever else is holding up the bar at the Mexican restaurant next door. Woke up the next day, went from Keystone to Leadville, and then my wife met me in Leadville, and then Leadville to Aspen the next day over Independence Pass. So that's what I did over 4 days.
Did she meet you in Independence Pass to take you home?
She met me up there, gave me a little bit of water and a little kiss, a little encouragement, and then we went down to the town of Aspen. Then I just zipped down to Aspen, 20 miles downhill, not that big of a deal, and just had a nice little afternoon in Aspen. Had a beer. My dad loves the Hotel Jerome in Aspen because he's a Hunter Thompson fan there, Scott, and he said, have a beer for me at the Hotel Jerome, so I had a beer for him at the Hotel Jerome and capped off the day, and then we drove back later that day. So there's a lot more to it.
So you spent one night alone on the road, and then one night with Mama.
That is correct. That is correct. But the crazy
she also drove 4 hours to pick you up.
No, I agree with you. I was going to say, was Mama at least appreciative the one night that she drove up and you got a hotel for her?
I was really too tired to make her appreciative of anything, to be quite honest with you. But
wait, hold on. I thought that's why we did soda weight loss, so you have the extra energy.
I was friendly enough, but I don't think Mama cared really on that one. All right, hey, I appreciate you asking. That's awful kind, and there are a lot more details I'd love to share with you later. But I do want to get Coach Mike Sanford on the line because he was listening to Sean Payton. Hold on one second. Let me do this. Hey, Coach Sanford, what'd you think of that salty Sean Payton press conference?
Well, I can say this. It's just indicative of the smoke-filled clouds that are covering the Denver Metro right now. The sunshine is gone. Football season is back. And we get the Sean Payton. And I put my coach's cap on for a second. And also, I'm going to draw a parallel here. I put my husband's cap on. And just reading the body language of Sean Payton, it reminded me of when my wife drafted me on a little couples date. She loves the female part. That's her best friend, but the husband kind of sucks. I think that's how Sean Payton feels about this media barbecue luncheon that isn't done barely anywhere else in the country in the National Football League. I think he didn't want to have the event. That's what I read.
So you're saying the media is the husband?
I think the media is the husband. And you know what? I didn't make it out there today because I didn't know if I was invited. I had no clue. Not on the DMAC email chain, right? So I'm glad today wasn't my debut of asking Sean Payton a question in the media scrum because I don't think it would have gone very well.
Well, he definitely got in a couple people's faces about, but he liked other questions. He liked Vic's question. And we'll play that for you a little bit later.
It was almost strange. I was watching it from home, but it was almost like he was evaluating in real time every single question as they were asking the question. Like his body language was saying, this is a ridiculous question. Did you see how he responded to Woody Paige?
Yeah.
When Woody introduced himself from parts unknown, he goes, fine, I guess, I don't know. I guess I have to answer the question. It was unbelievable, man.
The body language is fascinating. The tone was so different than this spring. And the secrecy nature of what they're going to do. Holy cow. Mike, what a difference. It was night and day from this spring.
Yeah, and you and I talked yesterday on your podcast that, kind of excited about covering the team this year. It's back to being open, and you got 16 media availability practices plus the barbecue plus the two media only on Wednesday. I guess it'd be Wednesday and Thursday. Ahead of these kind of like semi practices. But man, I don't know if it was just an off day, but yeah, it's going to be a fun year to cover the Denver Broncos. I'm excited, man. Let's go.
I will say this, and somewhere Tyler's going, I told you so. But I can go back just to my experience as a player, and those days leading up for training camp, you were angry. Now, once you got into training camp, it got a lot better, and because now you're in the grind, you understand the routine. But those last 2 days, even as a player, Mike, man, I couldn't stand it. I mean, you couldn't sleep. You're on edge. Your anticipation. Did I do enough? Did I not do enough? What's it going to be like? And even in years 9, 10, 11, after I've been around and knew exactly what was going to happen, it's just angry. It was angry going into training camp.
Scotty, you nailed it on the head. Like for me personally, like I even go back to my high school playing days, college playing days, and then every single year as a coach. The day before training camp started, I didn't sleep one night
at all
in 28 years combined. And for me, it was just the anticipation of what was to come. And there's so many things that are unknowns when you go to any season, no matter what your roster looks like. There's a lot of unknowns, and you're just thinking about all the different possible scenarios. So I do feel you on that. But I think the difference is, Scotty, probably yourself and myself, you faked it until you made it, right?
Right.
You just get up there and you bring in the energy, bring the juice. This is a time of year where there really isn't a lot of negativity per se surrounding the questions that are being asked of you, if you're dealing with the media. And it is still a bit of an off-season honeymoon type of a period until things really start with training camp and whatever's happening starts becoming topics of conversation, at least in the town.
Let me ask you guys this right here, and I think Sean Payton, I want to say, is mostly atypical of probably every single head coach. I don't know if he hides it as well as other head coach, but they're all paranoid someone's going to find out something. This Mims, he's going to be their number one, and they're going to share it there. And so I know there's some paranoia as far as privacy and secrecy that DMAC talked about a while ago. But is there, after week 3 or 4, are there really any surprises in the NFL or in college football with what a team is or what they're trying to do?
What I would say is this, is like the National Football League is the ultimate copycat league. There's not a ton of variety in how personnel is used. Most everybody's going to have this similar packages in terms of how they're going to deploy their wide receivers. Are they going to play with one tight end or two? It's pretty standard in terms of how the National Football League, employs their people. So I don't think there's a ton of need for secrecy, but I will say, like in college football, because your rosters are so dang big and you're not tied to paying, well, you are now, but back in the day you weren't tied to paying certain players certain salaries. Like, there was a lot of surprise before that first game. And if anything, I think college football is actually, there's more need for secrecy and privacy with how you're going to get ready, at least for your opening game. But after your opener, you just show your cards, man. Your cards are on the table.
All right.
You are who you are after your first game.
Mike, tomorrow at 10 a.m., it's an acclimation practice viewing and then more of Sean Payton and other players. So we'll just see you out there tomorrow, all right? We'll see you out there tomorrow. We'll get you there.
Are you going to be able to make it with your time tomorrow?
Hell yeah. Well, for part of it. I'll be there for as long as Hey, man, if I knew Sean Payton was going to be as short and as curt and everything like he was today, I would have gone over there today. I mean, but he had been doing half-hour long, lengthy, starting late. He started a little bit early. His answers were tight. The whole thing was a bump, dump, bump, done, and it was totally different. We'll get to a bunch of the answers. Mike, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for chiming in. Appreciate it.
All right, Phil.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. And I can't wait to break all of this down. What a fun, weird, different day. As the Broncos training camp has started. This is like a prologue, but still, the Broncos training camp has started, and we're happy to cover all of it right here on Altitude Sports 925. Wait, was Scott gone yesterday?
No.
Where is he?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, switch mic. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney, if you're looking for the lowest price on the lowest payment, the lowest finance rate, come on now. It's the biggest discount at Mike Maroney Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value, like a 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR 72-month financing, a 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics, located at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. For all the details, simply go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Wow. We just had the NASCAR pit crew of engineers come in here. That was crazy right there.
That was impressive. I'm not going to lie to you.
We had a bit of a flat tire in turn 3 on the microphones, and Cole and Jason came in here and you know what I'm saying, Scotty? I'll make some noises that you might understand. And bam!
Hey, when you're thinking about the last time you changed it, a tire and how long it took you to watch a NASCAR race, watching guys change 4 tires in like.
These two just came in there. They got the screwdrivers. They got the what's this in the hosey claws, and they just ding 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 ding. Brand new microphone.
The quick key is were they using the battery operated power screwdriver type?
No,
I think the battery thing is for another thing. Maybe used on Friday nights more than anything. But listen, they had everything in here that would whirl around at 1,000 miles. I can't believe you guys got that fixed. Way to go!
And
that was actually hell of impressive right there.
And all arm strength too. I mean, no battery operated, no power operated, no power tools. Just a.
That's where you need a little torque wrench.
That was bananas because the problem happened while we were on the air. Had to make a little adjustment, and then during the commercial, I shouldn't even talk about it because nobody would even.
You're very right about that.
I'm just blown away by what happened. That was pretty impressive, boys. Nice job. And
did they tell you what came loose or what happened?
No, I don't care about the details. What the hell am I going to do with it? You know,
like you would be able to understand them, Scotty. Come on.
You know,
I mean, was it a stud, a conduit? I mean, struts or what? I mean,
do you think Ricky Bobby knows the difference between a carburetor and a car filter? You know, give me a break. And Ricky Bobby don't need to know that. Ricky Bobby just, all Ricky Bobby is
Ricky Bobby just hits the button and goes.
That's right. I'm Ricky Bobby, brother. I might be running around in my underwear here soon. Who knows? I'm on fire.
Shake and bake.
Shake and bake. All right, Josh, how are we doing cutting up some of that sound? Because it's crazy.
We got cuts. I'm not sure if I have the cut sheet for you yet, but we got cuts.
Let's let it roll, man. Let's just
hold on. If he's struggling with that, send Cole and Jason in
Yeah,
Scotty, I don't struggle on that stuff.
Oh, little.
Hey, we determined yesterday.
All right,
Grizz. We determined yesterday, D-Mac, Grizz is an entirely different guy because he's out from under the thumb of Dan Tanner.
Well, apparently,
baby's no longer in the corner.
He's gonna let himself fly. I love it. Okay, yeah, I don't really care what you play. You got stuff. Let's play it and let's react to it because I think it was all pretty interesting, pretty good. So, and by the way, a heat check real quick. Is Russell Westbrook a member of the Denver Nuggets yet? Is that no?
I've not heard anything officially. Have you?
No, but I'm an idiot, so I want to make sure I just didn't miss it. So I want to know if that happens, y'all.
Well, I mean, they send us an email every time they make any kind of transaction. I imagine we would have gotten an email.
Well, I was really confused as I was caught up Witter Gulch outside of Idaho Springs. Oh, boy, Scott. You ever find yourself on it doesn't end, Witter Gulch. Anyways, I'm climbing up there, and it's like bing, bong, a ding, dong, ding. Like 4-team, 6-team trade, and blah, 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 and Russell Westbrook's a Nugget. I'm like, what? Well, he's going to be a Nugget. It's going to have... Wasn't that like 4 days ago? So I just keep thinking I'm missing something.
Yeah, that was like... We were on the air Thursday, weren't we, when the trade with Utah happened?
I think that's right, yeah.
I was not on the air Thursday. I was taking...
No, we were on the air.
Oh, we?
We weren't... You're not included in the we.
I'm not part of the we, huh?
No.
That feels lonely.
Well, I mean, I was including you on the we. I wasn't being singular like Rob here he was trying to do. I know. I was saying we as a show were on the air when we announced it, and so we were like you, but as soon as he clears waivers, we were assuming. So here we are on Tuesday. That was Thursday.
Right.
Maybe there's some details they're looking at, or maybe he's not as excited to come here as some people are excited to get him. I don't know.
Well, I tell you what, let's just keep our eyes on it. I want to go deeper with you about the whole thing in a little bit. But let's just fire off some Sean Payton. Can be about anything. I don't care what you got, and we can have some fun reacting to it. Go ahead, Grizz. What do you got?
What difference do I expect out of him as a leader? I want him to be, himself. I think that he's always been a guy that leads on the field with his performance. maybe not as vocal as others. So I'm not looking for a change in that regard, really. Now, that being said, more ball production. There are a number of other things that I think that he has as goals for himself. But I think from a leadership standpoint, I think that'll take place on its own.
All right, that's PS2.
Got to be talking about. Oh, you talking about Surtain?
That was Surtain right there. That was Surtain. Listen, man, he's about to become paid. Okay, he's about to become the wealthiest cornerback ever, and then somebody will pass him, shortly thereafter. But that being said, Scott, what are your expectations of somebody who's going to be the highest paid person in the history of his position?
Well, I'm going to go back and because some of the comparisons we've had as Bronco fans a long time, as far as the quality of cornerback is, it's always Champ Bailey. Now, Champ Bailey wasn't a raw, scream up and down, fire a guy up, but when Champ Bailey would speak and when kind of almost like Joker at times, right? When Champ Bailey spoke, you kind of had to listen, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's an evolution of that. You would almost think because of his dad being a longtime cornerback that maybe the more vocal. And listen, you had Justin Simmons, who's no longer on the team, who's kind of was the captain of that defense. Maybe now, he just acquiesced for a few years, and now all of a sudden, this is kind of your defense, dog. Let's go.
Well, that's kind of the deal, right? Like, it's time for you to be a leader. Like, that was a big step that Jokic had to make. It's not good enough just to be the best player. You also have to lead. And I'll tell you this, Surtain is not the most he's a friendly enough dude, but he's not naturally a big boisterous personality.
And that's the point I wanted to make, D-Mac, is it's hard to lead from the cornerback position because you're not making plays. You're not touching the ball every play. In fact, if you're one of the best cornerbacks, you're not involved in the game at all because they're not throwing the ball at you.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I guess it's more of a leadership role amongst the fellas and the guys. And if you think about Chris Harris, Aqib Talib, Champ Bailey, some of the most vociferous of leaders actually came from that position in Broncos history.
But that's my point is Surtain isn't that kind of guy. To the point that you made earlier. He's not that kind of rah, get behind me, I'm going to lead with my voice kind of guy. He is the guy that has to lead with his play. So I'm not sure how much you can expect from him because he can't. I mean, if he's doing his best work, he's not getting thrown at, and he's not that Aqib Talib, Chris Harris, loud kind of leader.
Well, Scotty, does he have to work on that?
If he can be that guy, listen, I think it's an evolution. It was an evolution for Joker, and we saw that he needed to be that guy more than he was when he came in. That being said, to Rob's point, I mean, Joker's got the ball in his hand more than anybody else on the team all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you're even seeing him, if you've watched any of Serbia's, warm-up game things, he's out directing defense and traffic, and you see that with the Nuggets now. And it was an evolution, but it's an easier fit because he's got 3 MVPs beside his name. He's got an MVP of a championship series beside his name. And it's now, I think, pretty easy for him to sit there and say, no, you're doing this wrong, go over here. But let's be honest, for this defensively, Surtain's one of the most senior defensive players they have on that field right now, aren't they?
By a mile.
I mean, as far as with the Broncos, and it's only, his third going in his 4th year or something like that?
Dude.
Singleton, maybe?
You got Alex Singleton, and you've got...
But did Singleton come in when Surtain's rookie year?
I think they came in the same year.
Oh, I think Surtain's been here longer, I believe. Singleton's just been in the league longer. I mean, you can look it up, but...
Yeah, he's been in the league longer. And he plays that middle of the field where you can holler and see everything. I get you. But when you're an all-pro type player, your voice matters. And you don't need to be the screaming dudes guy, but you got to be the guy over on the sideline when a young cornerback makes a play or gets burned, that you've got your arm around him, maybe away from everybody, but he's got to be that guy that says, listen, dog, here's what I do. Think about this. When you see him take that in move, just take a step back. Don't go to the jump yet. And if he takes 2 steps, then you've got that route.
You know that Quinn Miners wanted to be here, obviously. The question is, will Surtain really... Now, again, the Broncos are in a unique position to make him the highest paid guy, but he'll have his own flexibility if he wants to wait it out. We'll see. I anticipate the Broncos will get the deal done with him at some point. Could happen at any time. Could happen during camp. Could happen during the season.
But if you're the Broncos, don't you want to get that done before?
Well, of course.
Sauce Gardner gets his deal done?
Of course.
Because you don't want to have to beat a number.
Look what they just did with Quinn Miners.
That's a good point right there.
I'm sure the sooner the better. But I'm asking, throwing it out there, does Surtain just want to sort of see, well, how's this really going to go? How's this team really going to be? Because I'll have other suitors. And listen, man, I think it's crazy to think about trading Patrick Surtain now. I think that's insane. But I don't know if Surtain wants to hang around, and they'll have a vibe on that the longer this actually goes. We'll see. It's
would
definitely
you
a
move
storyline.
him if he doesn't want to be here?
If it's at the trade deadline in Week 9, and it's at Week 9 this year, and the Broncos are 2-6, sure. And a team like the San Francisco 49ers,
really?
Surtain, well, but that's a big conditional thing. That's a big conditional thing. It's a lot of money. And then you have to look at something else, fellas. Look at the money receivers are making these days and ask yourself, who are the playmakers for the Broncos? And what do you want to spend your big money on? So just theoretically.
Yeah, but everybody's telling me how much cap space they have coming up.
Theoretically, would you rather have Justin Jefferson or Patrick Surtain if you could only have one?
Me personally, well, it depends. Is my quarterback Bo Nix?
Of course your quarterback's Bo Nix.
Then I'd rather have Pat Surtain.
All right, Scott?
Man, and I told you this last week. When you start watching Hard Knocks, you end up getting biased and start loving Hard Knocks and whatever team it is, and you think, oh well, the Detroit Lions are going to be pretty good, and then they still win 4 games or whatever. Although we got a good glimpse of who Detroit is now a couple of years ago, watching them in that, and so now I'm like going, dude, I don't know how a really good team can operate without a really good wide receiver. I mean, but again, the Raiders didn't do anything. They got one of the best in the league.
True.
Jefferson, and they all, as you said last week also, D-Mac, they all get hurt. It's just a matter of when or where.
Well, and there's other ways to acquire one than making one the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And this was supposed to be Jerry Jeudy, okay?
Well, then let me ask you first, exactly. That's exactly right. First, kind of no dumb question. We saw 2 years ago the running back run on a – we're stopping paying running backs. We can find – and then last year it almost was like safeties. Do we really want to pay guys in their 30s?
Apparently not.
$16 million. Okay. Well, what's next? Is it wide receiver or cornerback?
I think the cornerback market is going to go down. I don't think it's going to be high. I think Surtain is going to be the highest paid one ever because he's, almost unanimously recognized as the best cornerback in the business. But that being said, you said, Bo Nix, so that's a negative. To me, it actually feels a little different because what we're seeing on receiver, the Peyton Manning, documentary, is the ability of I'm just going to throw a short pass and this guy is going to do something special. Or I'm going to throw it in traffic, and this guy is going to do something special. In fact,
hold on, I got to stop you there because are you sure he's going to throw it into traffic?
With
his arm strength?
Yes, you don't have a choice. That's just the nature of the NFL. You've got to challenge, the defense at some point. But that being said, you also can throw a quick slant, and the guy,
Rob.
You could throw it 7 yards as slant, and that can go for 40 yards if you got the right playmakers. Who's that guy on the Broncos? Who is it? Who is I can throw a slant and he's going to go for 40 yards?
And let's just go to the receivers documentary that's going on. We know how good Adams is and how good he's been. Were Carr or Garoppolo who came in after? He hated Garoppolo, by the way.
Hated him.
Are they are they special? Justin Jefferson is, and I think Kirk Cousins is pretty good, but is Kirk Cousins like special or just? Is he an older Brock Purdy?
Is Brock Purdy special?
See, and that's a good point. But are a Kirk Cousins and a Brock Purdy not going to take it? Not going to beat you? can make a throw here and there, but aren't going to, cost you game. I don't know. If Bo Nix can be a Brock Purdy, then give me Justin Jefferson.
The thing is, this is not a real.
Would you agree with that, Rob? Though, if he can beat Brock Purdy, would you not take Justin Jefferson?
Here's the thing: the money is different, right? Because the positions are different. You're talking about Justin Jefferson. You're talking about $30 million a year. You maybe even 35.
But look at the top 8 receivers. It's all like that. It's all in that ballpark.
But if you pay Pat Surtain $25 million, he's one of the highest paid cornerbacks.
He'll be the highest paid cornerback.
And that's $10 million a year less, which is, I don't know, Cortland Sutton, right?
So the market is telling you we value Justin Jefferson more than Surtain.
Yes.
So it's not even a subjective thing. It's this is just objectively what it is. The NFL, GMs, teams are telling you. The NFL is telling you these playmakers are worth more than the corners. So it's the same issue with Justin Simmons. I'm not saying Justin didn't earn the money, but do you really need the highest paid safety in the league? Or are you and as it's turning out, because who's Justin Simmons playing for these days? As it turns out, the league is telling you Simmons was overpaid for his ability, even though he was really good. So that's how.
Even though he made Pro Bowls and All Pros.
Well,
you know what the league says? See if you guys agree with this. You know what the league says? The league says out loud that defenses win championships, but with their quiet pocketbook are saying, but offense are a lot more fun, and I'm not sure we can get there if we don't have a good offense.
Ain't no doubt about it. I tell you what, it was fun when Mike Kliss basically asked Sean Payne, hey, you ready to suck? So it was a fun exchange. Are you ready to suck? So we'll hear that and that answer coming up next here on Altitude Sports. Hey, it's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction is lousy. Who wants to bother with that? You've probably just been dealing with it for a while, and you don't need to just be down the dumps. This is not the way your life has to be forever because of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills and herbals fail, there's somebody there for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With treatment success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour, maybe even more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Listen, I want you to schedule a consult. Your initial visit's only $99. It includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So come on now. No need to wait. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, it's Sean Payton. Not feeling. We're going to talk to Vic Lombardi and ask him why he wouldn't bring us any food from the barbecue. They did have a barbecue though, so
it's good that that's back. I feel like that's an important function in Denver, and I know Coach Sanford said that that's not something that they do regularly, D-Mac. But
yeah, but they've done it in Bronco Land for Scott. I don't know.
I feel like it's important.
20 plus. I don't know, forever.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I started as a member of the media. My first
carry the two
would be the fall of '94. Was my first as a media.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like they've had a lunch since then, except for COVID.
Well, Greeley, and I do go back to Greeley too. I do. That was a little bit different because you could just eat with the players. That's not a joke.
Yeah, they invited you in, Rob, or you could go in and eat at the dining table at Greeley.
How about that?
Now we'd sit over in the corner, but the players,
Now, but hold on. So that's the kind of thing that it builds relationships between the media and the players, and I feel like that's important. Do you feel like you're missing something not having that anymore?
I thought it was cool, but there's a million opportunities. Well, I don't know, man. It's different. Every coach wants their ship run a little bit different, and things have definitely been more buttoned up now, Scott, I'd say by a mile compared to what it used to be. And don't forget, in Greeley and back in the day, Mike Shanahan, as a media member, you could walk between the fields. So the practice is going on, you'd be standing right next to everybody. Like, no big deal. And
I remember I was working, we were out at Greeley, and Jim Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told you this story. So
Big
I'm working
5-0.
with Jimmy because it was during the spring. Dave's doing football, and so Jim Ryan and I were doing the show. And we had a big Winnebago. We parked right out of Greeley, and so we'd watch practice and then go over to the big Winnebago and do our game. And then we had beer and water, and so all the players would come over. So we had tons of interviews. But anyway, so I'm standing by Jim Ryan, played in 1 or 2 Super Bowls, right? With the Denver Broncos. And we're sitting there, and Steve Atwater comes over. It's the first time I'd met Steve. Now, I knew Steve because he was an Arkansas guy and all that. And Steve came over to us during practice. We're in the middle of practice. And just comes over and talks to Jimmy. And he's here. I go, Steve Scott Ace, University. He goes, I know who you are. And he knew I was because I guess he was a couple years behind me and blah, blah, blah. And so we started right in the middle of practice. We're talking University of Arkansas stuff. And coaches that were still there, football coaches there that I knew, we all stayed in the same dorm, basketball and football. And so we're talking, baby. And said, I got to go. He's got a helmet, puts his helmet on, and runs back in to get practice. Now, the funny story for that is not only that he talked to us in practice, I sit there and look at Jim, and I'm watching Steve run off, and I'm looking at Jim, and I said, you played linebacker? Steve Atwater he towered and everything over Jimmy Ryan.
Yeah, man.
That was fun. But right in the middle of practice, he comes over and talks to us.
We're going to have Vic Lombardi on and find out again why he was, so unwilling to. I guess you hit certain heights, and that's good for Vic to hit any height. And
well, he hadn't hit that lately.
Okay.
He had another question for you too, D-Mac, after you asked specifically for 1 p.m. because he said he's ready now.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, maybe 1 p.m. He goes, yeah, does D-Mac also want a foot rub as well?
Wow. I wanted to give Vic more time. My goodness.
You were thinking of him.
So wait. I'm the diva.
You were thinking of him.
I'm the diva.
You are requesting food delivered.
I thought
it'd
be fun to throw a bag of potato chips or something, or maybe some Stromboli in your trousers.
Hold on. If he had come back with just a bag of potato chips for you.
Yeah.
You're telling me you wouldn't have roasted him on this station?
Well, I mean, it would have been a little, but he's bringing nothing back. So, he's not even coming back. I mean, wait, doesn't Vic have to go on 470 home? Doesn't he have to pass by the radio station?
Passing right by us.
Okay,
by the radio station.
Just checking. Like, there's not a shortcut to Golden from Dove Valley that doesn't include 470, right? Just checking. Is he waving at us with his golden wand? His Silver Surfer Award? Does he have a wand? It's just waving his Emmy at us. They're just
That's right.
See you later.
Yeah.
All right, here's Mike Kliss.
A Silver Surfer would be deemed a lifetime Emmy Award, wouldn't it?
I think so. It's probably a scepter. Okay, here's Kliss telling Sean Payton how much the team's going to suck this year, according to others. Go ahead, Grizz.
Yeah, Coach, outside your building, expectations for this team are quite low. Odds makers have put your over and under at 5.5. You have long Super Bowl odds. What do you think about that? And does that, part of your daily speech to the players?
Look, if I spent time on that in 2006, we would have never gone to the NFC Championship game. And I mean that seriously. Back my first year as a head coach in New Orleans, I don't have time to spend time on that, nor do I wish to spend time on it. I understand they have a job to do and where we're selected, and none of that means anything. It's stuff to talk about when the media cycle is quiet. We'll get ready to play, and we expect to compete. We expect to win.
Do you think he's being honest there? Do you really think he thinks they're going to win a ton of games this year?
Well, what's the old thing? Say it enough and it becomes true, right? Speaking into the universe. Maybe he's a speaking into the universe guy.
I think you have to go
and
into it with that
but
mindset.
don't you have to prepare?
Yeah.
Don't you have to prepare as if you're going to win every game? Doesn't Buffalo, and I told Buffalo because I do that with Rob, doesn't Buffalo every year say this year we go to the Super Bowl? I mean, every year?
Yeah, but
when we know that they can't either beat Burrows or Mahomes both in the same year.
When they got Josh Allen, though, they had to be willing to just take whatever they could get for the betterment of the team to develop him. And I think most teams in most other leagues do realize that, hey, man, there's something that we got to build towards. This is what I fear. If your mentality is just simply we've got to win every game and every game's a Super Bowl, and like it really, really matters, like the ridiculousness that we have to win the last game of the season against the Raiders, that would have really screwed the Broncos had they won that game. And the Raiders are facing the punishment of winning that game because they were outside of the Broncos in the draft, and they tried to move up to get a quarterback. They couldn't do it, so they got O'Connell and
You can't
Gardner
think like
Minshew.
that, though. I mean, come on, D-Mac.
You can in certain elements. You can.
Not
And
as the head coach, as the leader of that team.
Well, if you don't, then when do you start Bo Nix? When do you play younger players? It's that same mentality that stopped you from playing Marvin Mims the way you should have, because, and we've talked about Coach Malone like this, you've got to lean into your younger players to develop them at some point.
I don't disagree with that, but as Sean Payton, you cannot go in and ask these guys to put in the work they have to put in for you to play an NFL season and say, well, we'll just kind of see what happens.
Well,
you got to go into win. Like, there's no.
Well, that is what the Broncos have done for the past 8 years. They have. They've gone into every season thinking, we've got it. We can figure it out. We're, fixing with Scotch tape and hope. And hope's a sucky strategy. And Scotch tape doesn't work as good as duct tape. Sometimes you just got to go back to the basics. And the basics are drafting a quarterback and developing him. That's the basics.
But you don't think you're going to lose. Sure, I mean, I don't disagree with you. Development does need to be on their mind, but you don't go into the season thinking, oh, man, I'm going to lose, right?
It's certainly something you wouldn't admit, Scott, but it's something that you better have your head wrapped around, or you're going to be death gripping that steering wheel looking for sushi at the Cherry Creek Mall, Scott.
Well, true, but don't you think also if you've actually convinced yourself that we're a 10 or 12-win team, and in reality you're 5 or 6, or in that steering wheel coming into putty in your hands, you're so hard also.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
This is new age psychology, if you will, that, and I don't even know if it's new age. Maybe this is old school. It's come all the way around. This year in Sean Payton, and here's the question, does he have the ability to do this? Take every day as it comes. Take this practice as it comes. Take this game as it comes. Does he have the ability to finite his scope from this in each week as opposed to this right here? Because I think a team that's not expected to do good and doesn't do good, and you've got a scope, this wide, I think you're not gonna be able to go into the sushi store.
Well, man, I'm just blown away with the difference in tone. And you know what? You're right. It's a big I told you so moment for Tyler when he's coming back here because he told us so. That is true. And the warm fuzzy Sean is salty Sean Payton. Vic Lombardi was there. We'll hear what Vic had to ask Sean, and Vic will probably yell at me about not asking for barbecue. Those two things will likely happen. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
We see the extension with Quinn last week.
Vic Lombardi, Altitude Sports. Coach, do you have numbers in place? Have you had numbers in place for each position group? And do those numbers change through the course of a camp? Have they changed over recent years with changes in the rules?
Yeah, it's a good question. All right, if we had up behind us a screen and we said, here are the optimum numbers, not at the expense of a better player, right? We're not going to just stick to the numbers if we feel like we're one deeper at a certain position. And then that can change with the other teams. We try to talk all the time about, man, ignore the depth chart because you're not competing against just the 5 tight ends on this roster. You're competing against the other 31 teams. So often training camp ends, there's a final cut down, and everyone will be waiting to see who wins this position battle, and it'll be neither. It'll be someone from another team. But I think there is a base structure to, how a roster is set up that can change based on the scheme teams run defensively or offensively, but not at the expense of a good player.
Vic Lombardi joins us now. Vic, thanks for being on with us. How was the food at the barbecue? Vic?
Hello?
Vic, yes. Vic, how?
Excuse me, I'm doing an Uber Eats delivery. I'll get to you in a second. Hold on.
That's good, Vic. That's good. Well, listen, man, you never know in this business. You got to have a side hustle, so I don't blame you. That's good. It's interesting you chose Uber Eats over DoorDash, but we can break that down later. What's the mood in there, Vic? Seemed a little salty, Sean Payton.
No, I think he's just focused. It's time, right? The offseason's the offseason. You have time to sit there and have fun with the media, and now he's got his game face on. It's the first day. Even though they're calling this the acclimation period, I don't know what the hell that is. Right. I acclimated myself quite well, I guess. Whatever the hell the acclimation period is, he's acclimating himself to the Sean Payton that we're used to seeing during training camp, and he doesn't mince words. He was asked a couple questions where my favorite refrain from Sean Payton when he doesn't want you in his business is when he says, we'll let you know, or what's the term he uses all the time? And it's basically saying, oh, yeah, we'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
Which is another way of saying none ya business.
Well, what are your other big takeaways there, Vic? What are your other takeaways?
My takeaways are he really values the offensive line, and he made that known. He said it's the most important position group on the team. And then, they trotted out Quinn Miners and fresh off that $80 million contract, and what a find he's become. And, he puts his money in his offensive linemen's pockets. He believes it starts up front, and he's making sure that they're well paid. And I think he's one of the few coaches we've had in recent years that has leaned into that. How many times have we watched the Broncos season and said, damn it, when are they going to fix this stuff up front, right? Well, he's going to fix it. He's going to do whatever he can to fix it. He's going to spend money to fix it. And frankly, I like a coach who understands the value there because it does start up front. The big uglies, you don't have football games. You don't win football games unless you got that rounded out, and they seem to have it figured out right now.
Your answer is probably every year since Mike Shanahan left, because that was one thing you never questioned was offensive line when Shanahan was here. That being said, going back to that soundbite we just heard, I love that he said that because we've talked about that on the shows forever and ever. Unless you're a star player or a starting caliber player, and even if you're a starting caliber player, but it's like, well, we got to start a guy there. I love the fact that he said you aren't just competing against the guys in the room.
Mm-hmm.
There's 31 other teams that are going to cut a handful of tight ends or a handful of cornerbacks or safety that these teams scout, and I think that's a great reminder for players. Dog, everybody's watching all the time, and it starts Friday.
Scotty, you got to keep good football players. I don't care what position they play. I don't care how many you got at that position. I don't care if you have an abundance of talent in one position group. If you have good football players, you find a way to keep them. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask, because, he might have positions that are bountiful. He might have positions that are not. What decisions does he make at those spots? And I'm glad he said that, because you don't let good players walk. And we've seen that many times. We've seen players walk when Shaq Barrett, great example, right? When Shaq Barrett walked, we all said, damn, that sort of sucks. I know that they have value at that position, but he's great value. And he turned out to be even better when he left here. So you keep your players, you keep your good players, you keep them around as long as you possibly can.
Okay, well, to that point, Vic, it's a situation where I've heard GMs say before, everybody sees who you pay. They paid Quinn Miners. The next guy up is Pat Surtain, and he talked about that a little bit during his press conference. He said he'd like to get a deal done before camp starts. Do you think that that's a possibility? Is that something that is on the mind, or is Pat Surtain maybe going to hold out? Is there any of that that's going on?
I think it's advantageous for the Broncos to sign him now, to be honest with you, because that market's going to only get bigger and bigger and more costly. And if there's anything this ownership group has proven, they're willing to spend the money. That's not an issue. And if they have a coach who's going to vouch for you on spending the money, why wouldn't you get it done? Yeah, I mean, Patrick Surtain is the kind of guy that doesn't come around too often. It was a great pick when they made it. And yeah, I've heard, D-Mac, you've said you wonder if you would have still made that pick. You'd have to be insane not to have made that pick after watching what we've seen so far. I mean, are you still saying that they should have taken Justin Fields? Would you still take Justin Fields?
Oh, yeah, 1,000 times over. Do you really want to have that debate right now?
Me?
No, I mean,
Justin Fields got let go by his team. He's a backup to the guy who couldn't cut it here in Pittsburgh. Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy, because even if Justin Fields failed, you wouldn't have given up the ammo that you did to get Russell Wilson. You wouldn't have been desperate. You would have just restocked the next year or whenever, but you would have had much more ammo to do it with. And you don't need the highest paid corner in the league, nor even the best corner in the league. And it doesn't even matter, Vic, if you're trailing in games anyway. Corner is maybe the fifth most important position in football. Receiver is clearly above it, as is left tackle, pass rusher, and of course the dominant position is quarterback. It's not the player, it's the position. And it was not what they needed at the time. And Vic, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't got Skidly-Do. And they haven't had Skidly-Do for the years that they've had Surtain. All they've had with Surtain is losing seasons. So no, it was the wrong pick. Great player, but a bad pick. And there's a difference between the player and the pick. But I've had this stupid argument for like 4 years now, because people want to scream to me about how great he is when the Broncos have had losing season after losing season.
Listen, I know you're hangry because I didn't bring you any of the
tell me about
that
it.
we enjoyed.
Really?
I get that.
Seriously.
But your reasoning makes no sense. So you're telling me then not having Patrick Surtain, so if they would go with Justin Fields and he never really amounted to anything, you wouldn't have Justin Fields right now, and you wouldn't have Patrick Surtain.
So
you
what?
Would have a blown draft pick.
You would have had Vic, if you sucked, if you were that bad, you would have picked Sauce Gardner the next year, who's just as good as Surtain. He was there. He was in the top 10 the next year after Surtain. There's great corner.
No, you wouldn't have. Under your judgment, the next year they would have gone after another quarterback because Justin Fields wouldn't have worked, and you would have said, go get another quarterback.
Well, yeah.
You just keep marching on with these quarterbacks. Sometimes you just have to cut bait and say, this crap isn't going to work. We have to get one that we really like, not just one that's out there.
And that's
one
where you're buying into assumed incompetence syndrome, that the guy is going to be the same no matter where he goes. That Justin Fields would have fell apart in Denver the same as he would have in Chicago, despite Chicago having the world's worst defense. And if you got Justin Fields, you would have fired Vic Fangio, thank God, because you would want a head coach who's going to focus on offense, not some old frump that's ordering a hamburger in a steakhouse. The concept that everything would have been exactly the same with Fields in Denver as Chicago is just silly, Vic. It's silly.
Yeah, you know a lot more than the GMs who make the moves. I mean, listen, the bottom line is Patrick Surtain is a known quantity. He's a great corner. You got him on your team. You don't let go of him unless you can do a deal like they did Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey. One of those deals that doesn't happen too often in the NFL, when you have talent and you get the same kind of talent in return. It doesn't happen. When you have to trade a guy like that, usually you get draft picks, you get nothing. They got a great player. Keep the great player for as long as you can unless you have a known quantity coming back.
Well, suck it up, Buttercup, because you got no playmakers and you're going to have the world's highest paid corner ever. So you better have the lead at some point, so they're going to throw the ball against you so you don't get burned by Devontae Adams for the game winner like he did. It happens. And you tell me the game that Patrick Surtain won for the Broncos that turned things around. You tell me his Champ Bailey moment, Vic. What was it?
So wait, hold on a second. I understand what you're saying because the team has openings all over the field. The team has voids left and right. So are you saying to me that you want the Broncos to rid themselves of Patrick Surtain?
Not now. The time to do it would have been 2 years ago when you possibly could have got 2 first-round picks. You're not going to get anything like that for Surtain. And that's what happened with Jalen Ramsey back in the day with Jacksonville. They had him for a couple of years. They got a couple of first-round picks. But look what happened to Ramsey again when he was traded from the Rams away. The value goes way down because teams don't have that kind of money. So the value in Surtain is a fraction of what it was 2 years ago. So no, you made your bed, now you got to lie in it. Now you got to make him the highest paid corner or you're really screwed up. So no, it's not the right time to trade Surtain. It isn't. And that's just a fact. Now, if they're 1-7 at the trade deadline, you're probably thinking about trading Surtain or Courtland Sutton. So you tell me, Vic, what's the record of the Denver Broncos going to be at the trade deadline this year?
I have no idea, but I think the coach answered the question I asked him. What do you do with position groups? He says you keep the good players. You keep the good players. He's a good player. You keep him as long as
Is Justin Simmons a good player, bro?
He's a great player.
Why is he not here?
Well, they replaced him because they had to pay Russell Wilson off for not playing for the Denver Broncos. And Justin Simmons was a victim of the Russell
is Josie Jewell a good player? Is Lloyd Cushenberry a good player? Where the hell are those guys?
So you knew you had to cut players because you're paying a guy that doesn't play for you. You're paying him $90 million for not playing.
Hey, bro, you're telling me you got to keep good players. I just listed like 4 guys who are good players that they cut bait with, Vic. You cut bait with good players all the time.
But I'm telling you why they had to cut bait with those players. Do you think they would have willingly cut bait with Justin Simmons if the $90 million albatross wasn't squeezing their necks? Do you think they would have done that?
No, I get why they did it, and you shouldn't have got him in the first place, and you wouldn't have had to deal with that had you just drafted Justin Fields. You wouldn't have to deal with any of that crap.
Oh, my God, Justin Fields. I cannot wait to watch the Pittsburgh season play out because if you think Justin Fields is going to get much playing time in Pittsburgh, you're high. He's not going to play, dude. He is not going to play. He's going to be a sub all year long. Russell Wilson's job, love him or hate him, he's going to get the kind of coaching that he likes. He's going to get the kind of support he likes, and he's going to be the starting quarterback in Pittsburgh all season.
By week 6, I expect you to bring us some barbecue when Justin Fields is starting for the Steelers because you failed on that mission today, but I do love you, and I'm going to say goodbye at this point, Vic.
The next time you ask me to bring you food, you're high. I'm going to my mom's to eat right now. What, do you want me to bring you back some pasta at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah, put it in the fridge. We'll heat it up. All right, pal.
Hey, when you go over there, leave the gun and bring the cannoli.
All right, boys.
All right,
Great
thanks.
line. You've seen Godfather.
See ya. All right, I'm sorry to hog that moment up there, fellas. That happens every now and then.
What'd you do? I went to the
Yeah,
bathroom
I don't blame you.
and baked the cake. Rob, did you?
We let the 2 little Napoleons go at it.
No, I mean, it's the classic debate of how to form a team, and you want to cite an example of failure. It's
the problem is you both have elements of your arguments that are absolutely correct, and both of you have elements of your argument that are absolutely wrong. And that's what makes a good argument.
Well, there you go. That's what we do. I guess this is, by the way, this is also Vic defending Elway. This is the big Vic defending Elway moment right there, too. That's going on.
I agree with Scotty. You both have good points, and there's ones in there that are a little weaker. But
I'll tell you this, fellas. There's reasons why quarterbacks are making $50 to $60 million a year.
That's
okay? True. And there's reasons why receivers are now making $30+ million. And there's there's reasons for everything here, okay?
Then you should have kept Russell because you only had to pay him $36. What a deal!
If Sean Payton could stomach the sight of Russell Wilson, then yes, you're right about that. But that shows you how repulsed Sean Payton was by Russell Wilson.
So then let me ask you this. Because I do agree with parts of your theory, and one of the parts I agree with is take the swings when you take the swings at quarterback. But do you think the Broncos should have just drafted like 4 quarterbacks this year? Because
no,
because theoretically, And I understand that you have a higher hit rate.
I'll answer your question. No. However, I do think they should have drafted a quarterback after the 5th round this year.
Right.
I do.
You got to keep taking, just keep taking hacks at it.
And they kind of did, though. They actually kind of did. They didn't have to because they got Zach Wilson.
Okay.
So,
yeah, which is as good as drafting in the 5th, 6th, or 7th round. So that almost suffers that. Listen, Brock Purdy has made every GM wake up in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round now because of what he's doing in San Francisco. And let's be honest, let me ask you guys this.
Yes.
Winning Super Bowls, losing Super Bowls or not, is Kyle Shanahan ever going to be want for a job?
Kyle, no. They listen, man, it would be interesting. The Niners could really use Surtain. Like, that might be it for them. That might be the final piece of that puzzle because they have how do they stop Patrick Mahomes? And if you had Surtain, man, holy cow, with the rest of that team. But that's the type of team that should be trying to get somebody like Surtain. That is their missing piece of the puzzle.
And the type of team who might be, come that trade deadline, willing to part with a couple first-round picks if they think this is the year.
Right. So I'll give you guys something to think about going into the break, and we can answer it afterwards. This is a big what if. But if the Broncos are 3-5 and you can get 2 first-round picks from San Francisco for Surtain, would you make that deal? Give me your answer coming up next. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, where Maroney means more during their July Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value on these remaining 2023 models. You can take $8,500 off a Ford Edge. You can take up to $8,500 off a Ford Mach-E. Plus, get 0% APR 72-month financing. It gets even better. You can take $18,000 off an F-150 Lightning 4x4. That's $18,000 off. Plus, get 0% APR financing for 72 months. This is an amazing deal at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. There's limited supplies, so you've got to act fast. For all the details and qualifications, get to Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics, located at 3rd and Alpine. Online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
As we get started, we'll keep you posted, and eventually we'll settle into the routine we want.
Now, what are you going to do with quarterbacks? Well, no dumb questions coming up in a little bit. D-Mac, Rob Trujillo, we got Scott Hastings, and no dumb questions, like I said, in a second. Hey, Grizz, give me cut number 2 there on the initial rotation of quarterbacks.
I'm not going to sit here and lay out, here's how it goes, because I think the mistake made is deciding how it goes. Organically, this my experience I think we'll see a rotation initially, and then we'll move on from there.
Okay, what do you expect, Scott? What do you expect in terms of the real rotation of the quarterbacks?
Well, you know what? You get kind of confused with some of the answers we played on the show, and he thinks you're a 10-win team. I don't know if he thinks you're a 10-win team if Bo Nix starts. That being said, if I were this coach in this franchise, and I vehemently believe in Bo Nix's ability to be this Knicks franchise quarterback, I start him from day one, take a few hits, go, and let's see if by week 5 or 6 we haven't developed a pretty good pro player for us for the next 10 years.
I just don't know about it. I really don't, because your first couple teams that you're playing are the Seahawks, the Steelers, the Bucks, and the Jets, right? It's a pretty rough first 4 weeks for anybody, particularly a rookie quarterback. And so I know you guys are all on the start him right away, and I do think you should start him right away. But, Scotty, we talked the other day about how you can ruin a quarterback and you can ruin their confidence.
True. But what did Sean Payton say? He hit the strongest position they have right now. Offensive line. And if that's a true statement, then guess what? I feel a lot better starting a rookie quarterback with a veteran, solid offensive line than I do with a bunch of 1- and 2-year players.
But do you let Stidham or Zach Wilson get beat up for 4 weeks and then put in a guy like Bo Nix once he's got just a little bit of time in the league?
I treat Zach Wilson like a rookie. And even D-Mac will say this, and everybody who's been out to watch the OTAs, right, D, has said, listen, the most athletic, most gifted armed guy is Zach Wilson. Maybe he can be redeemable. We talked about it yesterday, that Rob, that listen, there's a whole bunch of teams thought he was worthy of that number 2 pick, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of teams wanted that cat, so there must have been something somebody's seen. I would almost treat him as a rookie, and I would not even consider starting Zach Wilson until I figured I fixed his head. And if you can't fix his head and it's unfixable, then you don't have so much invested that you can't just say, see you later. So I would start Nix and see if he can do it. And if you don't think he's ready either, then I start stink him.
This is the interesting, compelling part that they've got to figure out. Couple things. First of all, do we really keep 3 quarterbacks on the 53? Maybe, maybe not. It'd be unusual. Doesn't happen all that often. Well, certainly Bo Nix is going to make the team. By the way, how about Bo Nix's mansion purchase in Castle Pines? He's going to have a nice spot for the BMW there,
Not
Scott.
too bad.
Yeah, 7 bathrooms. I mean, it is pretty funny, man. And he is married, but they don't have any kids. Maybe they got a dog or 2. But
I mean, they might be planning to have kids.
It's so funny. I've lived here for 25 years, but I really have never been up in that Castle Pines sort of area till recently. So I've kind of moved right behind it, and that's where I am now. So I've been in that area on my bike. It's actually a great place to bike. It's hilly. There's no cars there. There's great roads all over the place. It's actually pretty awesome. I go back there, and I'm like, who the hell lives back here? Because, Scott, it's so isolated. I mean, I guess if I'm in my 50s or my 60s, right, and I don't know, I'm freaking loaded. But, man, you are kind of in the middle of, nowhere back there. You're not close to really anything. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get out to I-25 or anything. It's beautiful. Do not get me wrong. And the houses back there are great. But that's like someplace, Scott, you go to, I don't know, retire. Even Sean Payton moved to Cherry Creek because, Cherry Hills Village is sort of like that too. And Bo Nix is just starting his whole life there. I'm just Man, that looks boring.
Yeah, but like
as
you
hell.
said, he's married and he doesn't
He
need
is.
to get out and be. He doesn't need to be like Sean Payton and get out and catch Shanahan's every Wednesday.
Oof.
I guess not, but like, I don't know, man. I mean, in my young 20s, do I want to just be living in the woods in a big, huge mansion around?
With your wife that you love, who you're fixing to start a family, and now you can retire in the evenings. You're there. You got a little man cave to watch your film in.
He needed the extra bedroom so he could invite the receivers for off-season activities.
All right, but he's 24
Right?
going on retirement. But I'm not saying it's not a nice area. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it back there.
But we know this about him, right? He's the oldest 24-year-old we've ever talked to.
All right, so is that what we got going on? Do we all right. Hey, better ammo for starting him day one. If we got a 24-year-old who's got the maturity of a 40-year-old or a savvy veteran, and maybe we do 61 starts, long college career, living in a mansion with 7 bathrooms in Castle Pines. What are we waiting for here, guys? Maybe he's mature beyond his years. Scotty, maybe he is that quarterback robot we've been talking about. And if that's who this cat is, why are we waiting? Let's go.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. And the experience thing from the college standpoint is as great as there ever has been, especially in the modern era where, guys aren't staying 5-6 years anymore, it seems like. I would. If you think he's the guy and you think maturity-wise he can handle it, let him go through some rookie mistakes and let's see. Let's go.
All right, let's
now,
go.
if you don't think mentally he can handle it, then
every sign you see says he can handle it. Literally every box you can check about maturity, what he is amongst his teammates, his age, his relationships. The house in Castle Pines.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's all true. And
Cutler's getting bachelor pad. Cutler bought himself a place in the burbs, but also got himself an apartment. So when he was ready to pass out drunk, he'd have a crash pad.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
Spend a lot of time downtown.
Well, I don't know if that's the maturity level you want. And Tebow was weird because, I think he just got conned into buying a mansion in Cherry Hills Village because his brother Robbie, who was wearing a scarf at the NFL Honors Awards, needed a place to crash. I think he just talked into it. Sometimes I think, Scott, young guys just need to be together and sort of hang out together. And I saw that documentary of Tom Brady, and he's living in a 2-bedroom dilapidated apartment just outside Foxborough Stadium on Route What's-it in Massachusetts. And I'm like, well, that's not bad too. That's one of the guys. But I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying if he really has that maturity level, Scott, forget it. Let's just go with Bo Nix.
Think of what he did when Brady started with, you just mentioned in Foxborough, to where he ended up in Tampa Bay. Right? $30 million mansion on the ocean, right?
No problem. No problem, because when you're going through a divorce and a hard time, you're trying to make the wife happy. So if that's what Giselle wanted, try to give it to her the best you can. You hang on to that bad boy because you know what that divorce is going to cost you. Oh, my God. And
I'd be happy to give it to Giselle.
Do you think Giselle let him go scot-free? Do you think she just was like, I've got my own money?
Yeah.
Or do you think she took him to the cleaners
I think it was pretty probably as easy from that as anybody else.
Do you think Tom Brady wants to work or has to work? I'm just saying. All right, that's a good lead into no dumb questions. Let's go.
I think he wants to tease his mind.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, here's a no dumb question. When you retire, can you retire and do nothing?
No. You might as well just die. You really seriously may as well just jump off a cliff or step in front of a bus if you really want to do nothing.
You strike me as that kind of guy, never ending working because you just can't sit at home.
I'll never do nothing.
Yeah.
There's no way I'd do. I don't even know what that means. What does do nothing mean?
Yeah, but
Scott?
you've already started a habit and a passion. Well, listen, do nothing can mean just I ain't ever working, but that doesn't mean you can't have a passion. Doesn't mean you can't have a couple cars in your garage that you want to work on. You know guys like that. You can't have a guy that might be a guy that, man, I love these trail rides and bike, and I'm going to go see all of Colorado has to offer and take long sojourns up to wherever. I mean, do nothing just means do nothing work. Could you be a guy that doesn't do anything work-wise?
Nope. Like, hey, I need my time, and it was, listen, man, it was really interesting for me to spend 4 days riding my bike from Lone Tree to Aspen, okay? I'm not going to lie. There was some deep thoughts going on. There was, as they say in the cycling world, suffering going on, and I suck at it. I'm not that good, and I'm in okay shape, but I'm not some sort of crazy fitness freak. I got blown off the path by, lesser humans all the time. I got passed going uphill on Independence Pass. I am not saying that I am hey man, I am a below average athlete. I just want to get out there and try something. But I'll tell you this, man, I was excited as hell to get back to work today. I really was. You got to do something. This is Sean Payton too, by the way. This is why he probably, you know what, man? He may be along for this a lot longer than I thought, unless he just kills himself. Scott, burning himself out. And I'm sure you've known a million coaches over the years that just do that to themselves.
So it goes back to Tom Brady and even a Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's body might have let him down for football, but do you see him slowing down as far as being involved in football? People ask me all the time, how do you still do what you do at 64? How's that travel? It doesn't bother me. It's just, I'm used to it, and man, I couldn't imagine myself not doing that.
Well, right on, man. That's the right answer, man. That's awesome to hear that. I think, I don't know, man. Life without work would just suck, man. It would be boring. How many rounds? What is I gonna now pedal from Aspen to what? Carbondale? Carbondale to what? Glenwood Springs to Grand Junction. Well, we're gonna pedal into the Pacific Ocean.
But if
like
you're
Forrest
retired
Gump?
and that's your passion, you can go to Utah or drive down to New Mexico. I mean, just think of all the different. You could go up. What's that big long pass that goes up to California all the way to Oregon?
Pacific Coast Highway.
You can find cool stuff to do that you don't have time to do now.
But I just feel like a lot of people go through unemployment and learn this. Like, hey, listen, I get a couple months off here where I don't have to work because I got enough money to kind of sit around and do nothing. And everybody ends up getting like a little bit depressed because like it's not actually that fun to sit at home and do nothing. You want to have a purpose. You want to do something. I think you're right. I think everybody wants to keep working.
Yeah, I see this on the tech.
You have to have You have to have projects that keeps you busy through the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say your hobbies equate nothing, like, I don't know, man. I think you always got to have something to do. I think retiring is... Here's what you don't want, I guess, in life. It sucks having a boss. It's good having good bosses, and I'll take good bosses, which we have here, over bad bosses, which I had at the other place, okay? There ain't no doubt about it. It wasn't even close. Yeah, I'm sucking up. I'll kiss up right now. I'll kiss up because I'm telling you the damn truth for whatever that's worth. And if you have any doubts about that, just ask around. Plenty of confirmation. But that being said, the ideal world, Scotty, is, you're in charge of yourself. You set your own schedule. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to go.
Yeah.
That's the way to be. But, not many people get to do that easily. And that's why my respect for people that run their own businesses or take that chance is through the roof.
Sure.
Because I'm not like that. I can't, I'm not really like that.
I got a quick no-dumb question for you guys.
Yes.
Has
please.
Russell Wilson left a legacy in Denver of any time a quarterback buys a house here? We will now talk about the number of bathrooms that house has for the rest of time.
Well, first of all, Rob, I'm going to let D-Mac answer that question, but I'll just tell you, Russell Wilson still lives in the head of D-Mac and Tyler.
Buying the most expensive property in the history of Denver is obnoxious and unnecessary. And it says something about who you think you are, which defies common sense. Today is Russell Wilson's 4-year-old son's birthday. He named his son Win. Okay, rolling my eyes. That being said, he put out like a minute-long, highly produced video montage celebrating his own kid. Again, bro, what are you doing? We don't need to see that. I get it. You got a lot of money and you're super wicked happy. But like the degrees, instead of just like a cute little picture, here's my kid. This is what we all do like on Facebook or social media. No. I got to take like 30 edits and high price. What do I think? Russell Wilson is screwing around on iMovie to put that together? No, he's obviously got a production team. There's no way.
In his head.
Fine, live in my head. But I'll tell you this, bro. That is a destructive personality to have on a team. That is a bad person to have on a team. It's not good. It's not good.
I mean, the kid thing, I feel like is
You think
more
Joker is putting out a 4? His daughter
What
just
is-
turned 4. Do you think we're seeing like a 4-minute edited video about how amazing their daughter is? What are you, nuts?
It's the stuff that's about him that bothers me more than a video about his kid.
Everything's about him. His kid is about him. Scotty, I don't even know why you got me going on this.
Yeah, we've got you.
I did, and that's one of my questions. It's just that Rob figured out he lives in your head too.
All right, fine,
Why do you,
man.
And no dumb question. Why do you care?
Because I'm sick of losing following the Broncos. And this dude was supposed to be the answer. And we were all excited to get him. And then he just proved time after time after time it was more about him than the team. That's why he lives in my head.
So here's a no dumb question for you then that comes on this. Can you be a tool and a nice guy?
Yes, absolutely. Ned Flanders, right? I mean,
can you be a tool and a nice guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you're just phony then,
Yes.
if that's it. And so I would say no, because I don't think phonies are like good people.
Well, but phonies, some of them are trying genuinely to be nice. They just aren't very good.
I don't trust phony people. I had a deal. Again, you're bringing me back to the last place I worked. I had a deal with phony people, okay? And it was just like that. Oh, you're so nice. You're so nice. You're phony. You're a piece of garbage, actually. And I can't trust you because you can't trust phony people. But you cannot. Now you really got me going. But you cannot trust in life phony people.
Those are people who are
I
being
agree with that.
intentionally deceptive. I agree with that.
You can't trust them. They're weird. They're narcissistic.
But don't you think some people are phony because they're insecure with themselves,
Yes,
and so
of
they
course.
think they have
Yeah.
to project something else?
Of course. And those are people in life you got to stay away from.
Well, but no, those people, I feel like you can get to know the real them if you put in the effort, and they can be nice and
They don't know the
phony.
real them. Those phony people, that's where they need to sit on a couch and talk to somebody and figure out who they are.
That's
Well,
true.
that all of us do, but I would agree with that as well.
Sure.
Am I phony?
Hell no, you're not phony. You're real as hell.
Why do you think he has you give sage advice at the end of every week to take us into the weekend?
The only problem you have to hold yourself back. I do too. I'll tell you this right now, and people will be D-back, blah, 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 blah. I'm holding back. I'm holding back.
You holding back?
I'm holding
No way.
back. Well, I'll tell you why people hold back. Because they're afraid for their families, their livelihoods, who they really are. People aren't honest. But there's a difference between not being honest all the time and being a phony piece of garbage. And Russell Wilson was phony. Phony.
And I think everybody could smell it because he was phony.
He was phony. That doesn't mean that you'll suck up to people like with Cortland Sutton. Like he joined the Russell Wilson cult. So, okay, there's people. Ray Lewis, had the Ray Lewis cult of people. I think he was a phony guy as well. I'm not a big Ray Lewis guy. I like people who are genuine, people who are honest. That's who I like. That's why I like Jokic so much. That's why I like Nathan McKinnon. I don't think there's a phony bone in their bodies.
We are blessed with two superstars that.
And you know what? I don't think Jamal Murray is phony. I don't. I think Jamal Murray is a salty dude sometimes, but I don't think he's phony.
He's definitely not, because when he does stuff like throw heat packs on the court,
So
I don't think he's hiding nothing.
All right, Scotty, what are you doing to me? What are you doing here? Why are you doing that?
Rob asked the question. I just know once he threw you down that road. Which, hey, can we ask D-Mac when we come back our Todd Helton question?
Oh, save it, because we can get into the Rockies a little bit. Winners of 3 out of 4. Beat the Red Sox. Way to go, Red Sox fan. It was awesome to see everybody there last night. Vic had a funny, I'll give Vic credit. Vic had a really funny tweet. He goes, Rockies win in Boston last night, 9-8. I thought that was actually
they all
hysterical.
also left in extra innings.
Ask me the Todd Helton question coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. This is not phony. This is Old Chicago, and it's as good as it gets. That scratch-made crust. So good. All right, pizza crust made from scratch. Legendary. Starts with good dough, and you can pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Then you build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago, raising the bar on pizza since 1976. And the World Beer Tour? Are you kidding me? Beer lovers, it's your ticket on a beer journey around the globe. From the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago, and get rewarded just for enjoying beer? Sign me up. 110 local and legendary beers. So take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. It's at Old Chicago. Find your closest Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. All right, what's your Todd Helton question? Congratulations to Todd, by the way, going to the Hall of Fame. It looks, by the way, it looks like Todd got himself in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
So good for him, man. It's not easy to do, and he looks great and fantastic and yada, yada, yada. Todd's not a fan of mine, though. Todd does not like me.
What'd you do?
Oh, I was way too harsh on him with the drinking and driving stuff in his last year
Well,
training camp. I think part of it was justified because I questioned like what was really going on and why he was doing it and blah, blah, blah. But I needed to let it go. And I just was way too tough on it.
It is a stain on an otherwise remarkably like clean career.
I actually feel bad about it because I think there's some deserved criticism, but I'm admitting a mistake I made. And I've apologized for it, and I guess I'm apologizing for it again. Like, at some point, you gotta, there's one thing to be rightfully critical. There's another thing to just beat somebody up. And I just beat him up. And I feel bad about it because I really like Todd. And he is my favorite Rockies player of all time. He is. So the fact that I know he hates my guts kind of sucks. But nothing I can do about it aside from saying I'm sorry
I'm
about
going to
it.
venture a guess he's not the only one.
That hates my guts? No, not a lot of people hate my guts. I mean, a couple people do.
I mean that with as much love as possible.
I mean, I know who the people are that hate me. I know who they are. So
Scotty just raised his hand. Are you
Scotty
saying that
doesn't
too,
hate me.
Scotty?
No. I was just telling Josh to pop my mic up. So Todd hates you?
Yeah, I was too harsh on him. I don't even want to go into the details about it because it's not worth revisiting. But I was really tough on him with the drinking and driving stuff. Like really tough. Like I wouldn't let it go.
Well, a little bit of tough is fair.
I got there's a prominent ex-Bronco who actually called me on my BS on that one. He said, he thought I was better than that. And we had it not out, but it was like a moment of oh man, I really did screw that one up. So I'm sorry about that. I am. People make mistakes, and I'm sorry about that one. But I don't blame Todd for, if somebody's going to give you that hard of a time, why would you ever like them? Yeah. And the answer is you wouldn't, and so I don't blame him. But he is my favorite Rockies player of all time. I was thrilled for him to get in the Hall of Fame. I thought it was overdue. What's your question about him, though? What's the question?
Well, Rob pointed out he didn't think it's kind of like the ceremony came and went on Sunday, and he didn't think the Rockies blew it up enough of the deserving nature that maybe it should have been.
What do you mean? Why?
This was the greatest player in your franchise's history.
Yeah.
And I understand you're going to have a day for him later in August.
Yeah.
That you want him here for, so it's not going to be the same day that he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now, Scotty, I have heard since then that part of the reason that it wasn't as big of a deal, a bunch of people who were supposed to go and be at Cooperstown for his speech, including ex-players like Tulo and stuff, could not make it there because of the Microsoft problem that was happening with all the airlines.
How about all that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what they did for Todd, and if you tell me that's not enough, then okay. But when they had their welcome back to baseball thing in January, when Todd he had just got voted in, and he was the star of that whole thing, and they brought him here, and that was a big deal. They are having their own day for him coming up, like you said, in August.
He's the greatest player in your franchise.
The Rockies organization all went to Cooperstown to, celebrate it with them. Larry Walker was there to honor him. And also, Cooperstown, you realize how lousy Cooperstown is to get to, right?
And that's part of what we talked about is, the Hall of Fame isn't...
Our thing was this, though. We used to think, and I don't know how you think also, at one time the Rockies' social media page was the best sports page of any team in the city, bar none, period. They were phenomenal. I don't know. I just feel that I could have seen more from their social media stuff. Once a week, do a Todd Helton highlight package or something, and just keep throwing it out there and running and reminding people and just blowing it up for the fans like that. Rob mentioned, he goes, gosh, I was flipping channels, all of a sudden, oh gosh, the Hall of Fame induction's on, and there it was.
And I thought to myself, as an event guy, I do event planning.
Yeah.
As an event guy, I thought to myself, how do you not ask the MLB to move the game a little bit and say, hey, come join us on the rooftop and watch Todd Helton's speech on the big screen hanging out with us?
They did put it up on the Jumbotron there.
They put up a clip,
A
right?
clip of it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
was just
it's a tricky question. Listen, I've been to a couple of Hall of Fame induction ceremonies. They are so boring.
Yeah.
And it's a little tricky because they are boring, essentially. The excitement is getting into the Hall of Fame. The ceremony itself is a little underwhelming. I don't know why baseball does the ceremony in Cooperstown. I got no clue why they do it there.
And in the middle of the season.
I mean,
I
don't know why they do it.
You literally had a break a couple days ago where there was no sports on, period.
Why
Thursday after the All-Star game, why wouldn't you do it then?
Well, here's what you should do if we're just having this conversation, which I think is cool. Why wouldn't you do this around the All-Star game?
Right.
At the All-Star location.
You could do all the pomp and circumstance there, and then you can do the speeches on the Thursday after the All-Star game, that one day that doesn't have any sports, period.
Yeah, by the way, Canton sucks too.
Yeah.
Have you guys been to Canton?
I don't think any of the Hall of Fames are particularly good, right? Because
Springfield, Massachusetts sucks.
Yeah, and the one in Toronto, I mean...
that's pretty cool.
It's in Toronto. It's pretty cool.
No, Toronto's is all right. But the one in Toronto's in a mall. Did you know that?
I went there once when I was a kid. But
it's in the mall. The outside facade is very fancy, but to get into the Hockey Hall of Fame, you go through the food court and the Crate and Barrel, and then you walk in, and the entrance to the Hockey Hall of Fame is like a video game parade because they have places where you can shoot the puck and play, who's he, what's it, and then the trophy area is kind of nestled in the back. So, but it is in Toronto, which is a pretty awesome
real city.
Yeah. Not like a crap hole like Spring. You ever driven past Springfield, Massachusetts?
I'm not saying the city's
Holy
bad.
cow.
I'm not saying the city's bad. I just don't think any of the Hall of Fames are particularly
You're kind of right about that. Springfield sucks, Canton sucks, and Cooperstown's terrible.
And I don't think they're run well either. I think Football Hall of Fame's probably run the best out of all of them.
Canton's basically in the parking lot of a high school football stadium.
It is.
It is. They refurbish it, but it's an hour from Cleveland. There's nowhere to stay.
But at least they
That
do the
place
pomp and
sucks.
circumstance with, getting the jacket and somebody showing up to tell you you're a Hall of Famer, and then the unboxing of the jacket they started doing this
and they
year.
have
that was cool. The Randy,
it is cool.
That was,
And at least it's their own weekend,
Well,
before
why
the
don't
season.
why don't you? Okay, the last game before the All-Star break is Sunday. Why don't you make a giant announcement on the Monday, the first week starting that All-Star
Sounds
performance?
good.
You make an announcement of next year's Hall of Famers on that Monday. All-Star game Wednesday, Thursday, boom, here we go. We're gonna have the celebration in that town of what their plaques and everything's going to look like, and when you do it from the or do it on the Wednesday, do it in the afternoon before the home run derby, and then run them out there during the break.
By the way, you can do both. You can honor them for everybody to celebrate them at the All-Star game, and then if you want to have a dinner in Cooperstown, because now there's your bus and everything, do that too.
And instead, it's while Victor Vodnik is on the mound in the ninth inning pitching against the Giants, whatever. You know what I mean?
Hey, don't be ragging on Victor Vodnik. That dude, he can bring the freaking heat, man. I mean, he's going to get touched up every now and then.
I was going to say he's getting touched up a little bit.
That dude rears back and throws 100 miles an hour.
He's
it's like,
one of the few that can.
Dush, up yours.
But I'm just
Victor
saying,
Vodnik.
does that have to be at the same time as your best player getting inducted into the
You're
Hall of Fame?
making a great...
It's just poor marketing.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. If you want to rip on their I don't know about the marketing department or the Twitter handle for the Rockies. That's sort of a different deal, I guess.
It's not just the Rockies.
Well,
though. It's
listen,
Rockies, MLB, and Cooperstown.
Now, I'm wondering, and we could even, if we're picking on baseball a little bit, then you can even talk about their draft, which usually sneaks up in the middle of the season, right? And it just happens, and no one really knows, and clubs are making an announcement of who their teams picked in between the third and fourth inning, and so on and so forth. And I know they're probably waiting because I don't know why, but they're probably waiting because College Baseball World Series and all that stuff's going on. But why wouldn't you do it right at the beginning of spring training? Heck, in the middle of spring training, announce it, and then if guys are done with their college season, they can come join you in spring training.
Great ideas. Fixing sports one step at a time. We'll hear from Sean Payton and why he was so salty coming up next.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need: testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac from Mike Maroney's Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including the Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as the GMC Acadia, Canyon Terrain, and Yukon. Take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation. You heard right, $12,500 off, and it gets even better. You can save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Get to Mike Maroney's Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. Conveniently located, 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. For all the details, go to MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Sean Payton was what today? Scott Hastings. Sean Payton was what? It's D-Mac with Rob Trujillo. Scott Hastings. We'll have Let's Football Go with our guy Grizz coming up here in just a little bit. If you want to throw some responses out to us on the Champ Mazda text line, well, hell, do it. One price, one person, 1 hour as we broadcast live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We had the prelude to training camp, but I still count it as training camp, that's for sure. And Sean Payton was what today, Rob?
Back to his old ways, I would say, maybe. Because he was salty as they come.
Scott, Sean Payton was what today?
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Which is what?
I got a huge feedback. They've been working on the board. We need Cole to the board. Cole to the board.
Are you having a hard time hearing?
No, I can hear you, but I got a giant return feed delay. Anyway, if it's not bothering you guys, I'll try to go through it. Listen, he's exactly what Tyler said he was going to be. He was phony, or at least calm 2 or 3 months ago, and now he's back to head coach Sean Payton.
And the problem is, what you're really wondering about is change is slow, right? Like, you don't just, if you are trying to turn over a new leaf, let's say Sean Payton was being truthful when he was talking about trying not to
being nice.
Well, so change maybe is slow, but part of that also comes with treating people better, right? Like, it's not just about how you act, it's about how you treat people. And D-Mac, there are a ton of cuts on here where he goes after some people in this press conference.
I'm happy to play him if you got him for me, Rob. Just serve it up, brother.
I don't know the exact cuts. I can tell you the answers that I heard when he was talking about a whole bunch of different stuff, and he really went after some of the people asking the question. Not the question itself, but he went after the people asking the question.
Yeah, man, like, we love Woody Paige. Love Woody Paige. I think he went after Woody. Our guy Cecil Lammy got eviscerated.
Yeah.
Because Cecil did something that, man, just be careful. When you just put your own opinion into a question, that might not be shared. And just to sum it up, Cecil just said, hey, Lucas Kroll was your best player. And Sean Payton shot that down like nobody's business.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got that, Josh, or not. You know, maybe not. All right, don't worry about it. But, like, you know, but I don't really mind that. I think first of all, I think, you know, be careful when you're asking a question to insert your own opinion as if it's a fact. I mean, that's just like, hey, dude, be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Is that a shot in the dark to hope that you were right and found out you wasn't?
I guess. I mean, it's purporting yourself to be an expert. And when you're asking, hey, man, I'm just saying, man, don't assume stuff like that when you're talking to a coach or a player. You know, there's a reason why you're asking the question. And, you know, they're not asking you a question.
Sure.
So just be careful. But, I mean.
Wasn't Cecil's press conference?
But he.
Well, no, that was well laid out today that it wasn't.
But he does all this stuff to try to endear himself to the media. Cough, cough. How about that ice cream? Where is it still? Right?
The ice cream?
Yeah, right.
Well, you know, it's
that
funny.
He sent specifically to D-Mac.
Well, me and like 30 other media people, I thought that was a nice gesture.
But that's what I'm saying. He's trying to endear himself to the media.
Well, apparently it didn't work.
Curry some favor.
Oh, my gosh. Who didn't it work with?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, are you kidding me?
How about a steakhouse dinner at the Combine, right? So we've heard him trying to do this stuff. So what? Then you can come out the first day of training camp
I wasn't
and start
invited
blasting people?
I did get some ice
All right.
cream. But
no dumb question.
All right.
Was Cecil not invited to the steak dinner, and was Cecil not given ice cream?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Did Sean turn around after that question and said, hey, put him on the list?
All right, well, here is our guy, Kliss, and cut 10 here, Josh. And this is about I think the most common thread in the offseason about the Broncos, the most common thing. We don't know who any of the players are, and they're no good, right? I mean, look at any ranking, aside from the offensive line, which is doing okay, and Surtain.
From national media?
Any media.
Okay.
Oh, are really debating this? Nobody knows who this team is aside from Pat Surtain.
I disagree with that, but okay.
Who's the most well-known player on the Broncos, and where would they rank amongst their peers in the NFL?
I think that the offensive line, like
give me a name.
Quinn Miners.
Quinn Miners.
Mike McGlinchey.
Quinn Miners was on a recent, I'll take it one at a time, the top 10 guards of the league, and he was in the honorable mention department. He was outside of the top 10.
You were saying nationally versus locally. So which one are we talking about here?
Both.
Set your goalposts.
Both.
Quinn Miners, Mike McGlinchey.
I'll make it easy for you. The Broncos are one of the least regarded teams in the league. Okay? It just is what it is. They are a 5.5 over-under by Vegas. ESPN put out their top playmakers. Not one of the Broncos was part of a running back, receiver, quarterback, and the only player that popped was Pat Surtain at number 1. He was it. So in terms of every group aside from their offensive line, they are a low-ranking team. They are picked to be one of the worst teams in the league this year. Okay? This is just literally what's going on in the offseason. So Kliss asked Sean Payton about that. Go for it, Grizz.
Look, if I spent time on that in 2006, we would have never gone to the NFC Championship game. And I mean that seriously. Back my first year as a head coach in New Orleans. I don't have time to spend time on that, nor do I wish to spend time on it. I understand they have a job to do and where we're selected, and none of that means anything. It's stuff to talk about when the media cycle is quiet. We'll get ready to play, and we expect to compete. We expect to win.
Okay. How fair of an expectation, Scott, do you think Sean Payton has on this team? Where do you think his mind's really at?
Oh, man, that's a great question. Most coaches I know always overestimate the value of what their team has when the season starts. And I think a lot of them overvaluate their ability to take average to great. And to be good in the NFL and to get the playoffs, you got to be, I think, better than good. I mean, I don't think anybody makes the playoffs that aren't good or on the verge of really good, right? So I think he thinks going in this thing he can win 11, 12 games or at least 10 and sneak in there. And that might be completely wacky.
Now, let me just throw this out there, G-Mac. Outside of quarterback, do you think this team is better or worse than they were last year?
They're worse.
You think they're worse? What positions are worse?
Safety's worse. Brandon Jones is less than Justin Simmons.
Okay.
Is
that it?
No, Josie Jewell's really good. They're worse there at inside linebacker. They're worse at center.
Okay.
They are probably the same at pass rusher. They are arguably the same, but the problem is the same is like not great.
Sure.
Like just because they may be the same doesn't mean they got better. But they're worse at quarterback, Scott. Okay. A rookie Bo Nix is not better than a borderline Hall of Fame quarterback.
I just think, especially the national media, Vegas in particular, Vegas puts out lines, yes, but they also kind of say, what does the public think about this team? And I think a lot of people are caught up in the first 6 games of last year where they were 1-5. This is a team that ended up winning 8 games. And Sean Payton, makes a difference. You know what I mean?
Well, I get it. I mean, I'm just telling you the worst. Listen, if they kept Russell Wilson, they might have made the playoffs this year. How about that? If they kept Russell Wilson and just rolled with that, they might have made the playoffs this year.
So how many wins do you think Russell Wilson is worth over Bo Nix?
3.
Yeah,
that's still a 7-win team.
I might have put it higher than that. They won 8 games last year. They probably win 10 with Russell Wilson this year.
Okay. So, but if their over-under is 5.5, and this is just kind of what I'm getting at, right? Sean Payton is saying, hey, in the second half of the season last year, we started figuring some things out. People started learning my systems. We started playing better. And in our last 10 games, we have a decent record, right?
Yeah, but
he's got to go into this year thinking, yeah, of course we're going to try to compete. We're going to try to win. And I think this team was figuring some things out. So if I can get enough out of the quarterback, yes, I can compete in this league.
But the problem is if you don't have the quarterback, you got nothing. And you're not. That's why that whole, we got to win this last game for momentum for the next season is silly.
Yeah.
Because you're going to replace a huge part of your roster, including your quarterback, and we already knew that because they benched Russell Wilson. So that was a bunch of phony baloney crap, that final game of the season. It doesn't matter. It carries nothing over. You're starting from scratch, and this is what you should have done. Listen, man, if we want to go in the Wayback Machine, in 2018, they really blew it. You want to talk about the worst draft decision of all time. I mean, way worse than Surtain and Fields. Not even close. Way worse. But taking Bradley Chubb over Josh Allen was maybe the dumbest decision and costliest decision in this franchise's history. And sadly, that decision sullies the reputation of John Elway as a general manager. And let me tell you, friend, that was a no-brainer decision to take Allen instead of Chubb. No-brainer. Zero. But John didn't want to fly in a helicopter or whatever to go up to Laramie to see how much better that Josh Allen had got. It was lazy. Lazy-ass job by John Elway there. And we've been paying for it since. And ever since then, it's been coach after coach and quarterback after quarterback. Scott, how many quarterbacks have been under center for the Broncos?
Well, what's that one shirt, 13 or
something
14,
like that? 14 different quarterbacks under center for the Broncos in the last few years? Because how many different quarterbacks have been under center for the Bills, bro, since 2018? One quarterback. One. And the Broncos have had 14. It was such a bad decision that at some point you had to bite the bullet and make the right call. So despite the fact you might have made the playoffs, even with Russell Wilson, at some point you had to make, Scott, the hard decision, the tough decision. And I applaud the team for doing that. I think that's a good thing. But I'll tell you this, if Sean Payton thinks that this is some sort of 10-win team, I don't know if he's going to make it through the season. He's going to be death gripping that steering wheel left and right.
Let me ask you a question. What year did they win the Super Bowl? 15?
15.
So if you're not Josh Allen in, what did you say, 13?
18.
18.
Oh, 18. Yeah, you screwed up.
No doubt. And I'll tell you something else they screwed up too. And thank God for Joe Ellis, if you don't know this story. But John Elway wanted to give Peyton Manning a $10 million pay cut in his fourth year at a 5-year contract. It was Joe Ellis who got his ass on a plane down to New Orleans and figured it out. They did figure it out with two bonuses, a $2 million bonus for winning the AFC Championship and a $2 million bonus for winning the Super Bowl. So Peyton Manning did take a pay cut on the surface, but could make all the money back if he won those two things. And guess what, y'all? He won those two things. So he ended up getting all of his money. But Elway was shoving him out the door. And they didn't have a plan to replace Peyton Manning because they treated Brock Osweiler like crap. And if you didn't want Brock Osweiler, why didn't you bring in another quarterback? And that's, my friends, how we got Paxton Lynch. Okay?
I was going to say, if you want to point to a ripple effect, a butterfly effect, it's drafting Paxton Lynch.
And you had a chance to make up for that in 2018, and you didn't. You screwed up multiple times along the way.
Yeah.
Hey, there's reasons why this organization, because there wasn't stability in ownership, was just floating in the wind. And when we knew there was going to be ownership issues when they were winning Super Bowls, we knew what the issues were, but we all just ignored it. We did. We put a blind eye to it.
Let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to hammer either guy, because I think Joe Ellis and John Elway both had highlight moments in their positions with the Denver Broncos. That being said, do you think Pat Bowlen was the intermediary between Joe's philosophy and John's philosophy? That had he not gotten sick, that meant that John might have got on an airplane or a helicopter to Wyoming?
It's hard to say. That's such a good question because Pat Bowlen did fire Mike Shanahan, and that made no sense. It really
But he also
didn't.
cried at the press conference. How many times have you seen an owner crying when he fired a coach?
I was there. That was one of the trippiest days of all time. Mike Shanahan spoke for an hour answering every question, left the auditorium, and Pat Bowlen came down, and it was the last time Pat Bowlen just had an open press conference answering questions from basically everybody. But the reason why that made no sense, first of all, their shared history, why are you firing him? But the biggest reason why you fired him was because Mike Shanahan had drafted Jay Cutler. And you've got to let your quarterback and your coach sort of grow up together. And they just got impatient with the whole process. And then you stupidly hired Josh McDaniels, who wanted nothing to do with Jay Cutler. Again, fellas, if you don't have your owner, GM, coach, and quarterback on the same page, you got nothing.
I agree with that.
Nothing.
But
and the Broncos haven't figured. You guys realize the Broncos haven't figured that out in a decade until now.
I was going to say, to spin it forward, they are doing it now.
Right now. So this is why I'm so excited about the future.
But then, so why would you want Sean Payton to say anything except for we expect to compete and we expect to be a winning team?
Because I'm terrified they'll be too desperate to win right away instead of develop right away. And if you don't have some sort of game plan in mind about development, Scott, then, and hey, man, we're paying the price right now with the Nuggets this year. Then that's harsh. I feel the sting of it, don't you? Like, we're just a little bit too desperate to lean on your guys instead of let other guys develop. And they did pay the price for it.
But the process before that, they did it the right way to get into a championship.
They did.
And then to me, I think you're now in the aftermath. Okay, how do you reset with a new set of rules and then get this done again while you still got two pretty good players?
Totally agree. And by the way, Russell Westbrook's not a Nugget yet, is he? Is he a Nugget?
I looked both Shams and Woj. I searched Westbrook on their tweets.
Yeah.
Haven't said anything in 4 days.
It's going to happen as soon as Nate and Andy get on the air.
I had someone text me that he believes the official release date for Westbrook from Utah wasn't until Sunday, and it has to be 48 hours of waiver, so whatever that is.
It probably will happen during Nate and Andy's show.
That's
right. Well, I mean, good for them, I suppose. I'm excited for Russell Westbrook to be on the team. And it's the right kind of sauce. It's the right kind of energy.
Okay.
By the way, you're not for it?
Okay.
Give me a better option.
I don't know that there is one, so that's why I'm willing to wade through the waters here and see how it turns out.
And by the way, if it's crap, if it doesn't work out, you just see you later. You just let him go. You can let him go at any time. It is what it is.
That's the important part of it.
Yeah, then you'll have that flexibility, and I just hope Westbrook has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder without a championship.
It would be great if he came in with that DeMarcus Ware mentality of I'm going to lead this team from a backup role.
I don't know, Scott. Everything I hear about Westbrook is he's a really good teammate.
Yeah, no, I've heard the exact same things, and so that's going to be interesting. But he's also he's kind of like that guy everybody hates to play against, but then wants you on the team. And like when I play in Detroit, as you guys know, everybody hated Bill Laimbeer.
Right.
I mean, I hated Bill Laimbeer. And then you play with him, you go, oh,
yeah,
he is an a-hole, but there is a method to his a-holeness.
But he's our a-hole.
But now he's our a-hole, and he's iconic in Detroit.
Well, I'm glad I have something in common with Bill Laimbeer. We'll get to Let's Football Go coming up next. Over the past week, just before training camp has started, I wanted to do something challenging physically. And so I did ride my bike from Lone Tree to Aspen over the course of 4 days. And it was hard, really hard. And there were many moments I wanted to quit and plenty of adventures along the way. But just getting to the starting line and having the mental approach of doing it was perhaps, well, on the surface, it might have been the hardest thing, but I lost 40 pounds with soda weight loss, no injections, no pills, no hunger, a faster fat loss experience where it was easy. I had a nutritionist, Amanda, and if you go to sodaweightloss.com and click on request a nutritionist callback, within minutes, you'll be talking to someone who truly wants to get you in the best shape of your life. That's sodaweightloss.com. You can get rid of that visceral belly fat for good. It worked for me, and over the course of past few days, I was able to accomplish something at my age that I had never done before, and I wouldn't have thought of if it wasn't for Soda Weight Loss. So thank you to Soda. And whatever your goals are in life, it involves losing weight. To do that, this is an easy decision. Soda Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
The United States.
Football go? All right, Josh Grismer, I'm excited for this, man. Grizz is just such a great guy. It's time. Are you ready for Let's Football?
He's out of the thumb.
Let's Football go. Let's go, buddy. Let's hear it. All right, Josh, what's good?
All right, guys. So we did talk about this a little bit earlier where Payton touched on how he's going to go about picking one of the starters that is in the QB rotation for the Broncos right now. However, I kind of feel like he's already got a favorite. Obviously, we've been talking about this the entire offseason. Do you guys think he's already chosen a favorite and already has that in his head? He just has to say this to the media right now? Or is he truly going to be giving a good look at all three quarterbacks?
Scott?
We're going to give Scott 1 second because he's got a lot of feedback in his head. So just give 1 second, and I'll let you guys answer first.
I think he's already got somebody in his head. I think he knows exactly what he's going to do. I don't think he had to watch too much of OTAs to have that decision made. Now, I'm not 100% sure it's Bo Nix, and I think everybody assumes it's Bo Nix. But I think either way, I mean, especially with the kind of guy Sean Payton is, I think he's got a plan in his head, and he's going to stick to the plan.
Yeah, I think, wanting Bo Nix comes with it's fraught with danger and peril. The night is filled with danger, whatever that is.
Wow, that was so bad.
Yeah, close, not close. The thing is, you were trying to get Zach Wilson for weeks, because there was no guarantee you could stay where you were at the draft and get your top guy.
Sure.
And I'm not sure Bo Nix was their top guy, but I believe he's one of their top 3 guys. So... But you got to have some other plan. It's just that the Zach Wilson deal took forever to get together. So I don't think you're wrong about that whatsoever. I don't think it's like necessarily just Bo Nix. I think they're open to the possibility that you could have Brock Purdy on your hands, Scott. I think every team is kind of open for that. Yeah, I mean, if you can find them, you find them. But that being said, you've got to have some sort of plan.
If you can find a Purdy that makes you viable for the next 4 years on a rookie contract, you can really build up your team around him.
If you can get that lucky, cool. I mean, if you can. But you guys got to realize that Purdy was on a rookie contract when that was all happening as Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, he literally was as low of a contract as you can get as a drafted player.
Can we touch on this then? Because this is why I think your plan is a bad one.
What plan is that?
I agree with your
concept. Which plan?
I'm getting to it. I agree with your concept of drafting a quarterback and starting to rebuild. But I think this team is probably better than maybe the national media thinks, but they're not ready to compete for a Super Bowl. And
they will be in 2 years.
Oh, that's a heavy lift to get from where they are now to be a Super Bowl contender.
Detroit
in 2
Lions,
years.
Same thing.
And you only have 4 years of a rookie contract, then you get the extra year, which is, 20 million, 30 million, something like that.
Houston Texans, same thing.
But built perfectly to insert him and be a championship contender right away. Whereas, and I know you don't want it, but if you had taken Bowers this year.
Oh, my God.
And then taken your quarterback next year.
Lord Almighty.
Which of the big 4 quarterbacks in the AFC is he going to be better than in 4 years?
I don't. All of them, because
he's going to be better than Patrick Mahomes.
In 4 years, they're going to win a Super Bowl.
He's going to be better than Patrick Mahomes.
In 4 years, they're going to win a Super Bowl.
Can you mark?
He doesn't have to be better than Patrick Mahomes. It's all recorded. The Broncos have to be better than the Chiefs.
Well, that's right too. I
get that.
Are they playing? What are they playing? Horse at a basketball? Court? What do you mean?
I get that, but
in 4 years, the Broncos will be better than the Kansas City Chiefs. In 4 years, the Broncos will be having another parade.
Whoa. You're talking to a fan of a team that's melted down the last few years.
Listen, guys, this is how it goes. And if they're not one of those teams, it's a failure, unfortunately. But every year, you should be trying to win a Super Bowl. You can't choose.
You just gave Sean Payton a hard time for saying that they could win this year.
You can't always win the Super Bowl every year, but that should be your goal, to put a Super Bowl championship team together. It doesn't happen overnight.
Well, so what else do you want Sean Payton to say? That was my whole point before. And you gave him a hard time for it.
He could say, no. Listen, he was salty Sean today, ain't no doubt about it. But he can say whatever he wants. No, I'm not angry at Sean Payton for what he said. I am nervous that the desperation to win right away, Scott, will overrule what is more smart in developing somebody. However, you just got a 24-year-old guy who bought a house in Castle Pines. This is not a guy looking for the nightlife. You know,
Right. He's not looking for the nightlife, and he's also got a lot of belief that he is the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm actually a pretty big fan of him buying the house in Castle Pines. I mean, seriously, when was the last time you guys have been up in the Castle Pines area? Scotty, probably recently, relatively.
Yeah, this summer.
Okay. What was the hottest spot you saw up there in Castle Pines?
The outlet malls.
The country club bar.
And by the way, the outlet malls really aren't that close.
No.
Not really. I mean, they're somewhat close. But I bet from Castle Pines, the village of Castle Pines, that's where they said he's living. But that's 20 minutes to the outlet stores.
Yeah.
Well, that's Castle. You can go the back road.
You can... You can, Scott, but it's not that close. I mean, you just got a guy who is... I like it. I like it a lot. And I don't have anything bad to say about Stidham or about Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson, didn't he just get married too or something? I don't know, man.
Engaged.
They're all like settled down.
They're quarterbacks.
Yeah, they're kind of boring.
Right. You want a boring quarterback, honestly.
Well, Val Nichushkin is pretty exciting. Where'd that get us? All right, next up, Grizz.
All right, guys, we're actually going to stay on the Broncos topic here, as today Sean Payton was quoted saying Courtland Sutton will be at camp and ready to go. Brandon Ayuk is not the only disgruntled wide receiver reporting to training camp on time. Courtland Sutton has pretty much left the door open to holding out of camp until the end of the offseason program, and then he said that he would be ready to go as well. Have we seen the end of the drama between Sutton and the Broncos, or do we see him get traded week 9?
Scott?
Ooh. Week 9, you're 6-2. He's on this team. 5-3. He's on this team. 2-6.
See ya.
See ya.
3-5. See ya.
I mean,
what kind of offer do I have?
Let's be honest about it, though. It's more likely 4-4, right? So what if you're middling? Yeah,
3-5. They're offering you a fifth and a seventh.
They're 4-4. You've just won already.
4-4. You're not making any changes. 4-4. You're in the mix.
What if you're 4-4, but Stidham started the first 4 games?
And who stared the last 4 games?
Did they win or lose?
They had a winning record with Stidham, but they put Nix in.
Then he would still be the quarterback.
Yeah, 3-1. If they're 3-1, which would be a winning record after that, they're not replacing quarterback.
I mean, you're saying it's about development. Like I said, if Sean Payton has a plan, I think he's sticking to it. If he thinks to himself, I'm going to let Stidham start the first 4 games, and then I put Nix in. I mean, he replaced Russell Wilson last year.
I'm telling you,
when they had a shot at the playoffs.
We're doing hypotheticals here, but if they have a winning record, they're not going to make a change. Mike Shanahan has said one of his bigger regrets was putting in Cutler when they had a winning record with Plummer. Mike has said he said 2 things. He should never have benched Bubby for Greasy in training camp. Should never have done it. Should have at least tried 1 year with Bubby or go as long, Scott, as he could have. And he should never have benched Cutler, or Plummer rather, when they had a winning record. It was a mistake.
Yep.
I think we all knew it at the time, though, too. I mean, did you not think so, D-Mac?
There was a lot of pressure. A lot of people were very pro Jay Cutler. It's hard to actually remember that long ago, but there was a lot of hype on Cutler to get him in the mix. And I know
weren't you 7-4?
Yeah, you were in a playoff spot.
You're in the playoffs.
I get it, but here's what was happening every day in practice that we were allowed to watch. Cutler was looking like the next big thing. And Cutler's arm strength and abilities weren't a little better than Jake Plummer. They were a lot better.
Are you talking about Zach Wilson now?
Well,
Jay Cutler.
Hey, bro, listen, man, do not be surprised if something like that happens. It's hard to not go with the guy who just is standing out so much more in terms of arm strength. That's not a small topic.
Well, so I'm just looking. In their first 8 games, they've got games against Carolina, New Orleans, Seattle, Tampa Bay. Like, you have winnable games there. You could get to 500 or something like that, and if you're thinking about trading Courtland Sutton, I think you need to have a plan either to do it or not to do it.
One of my favorite – Courtland Sutton's going to be gone, I think. But, hey, man, if they're winning, that's awesome. One of my favorite scenes in Moneyball, Scott, was the scene where Billy Bean, Brad Pitt goes in and says, hey, you're playing what's-his-face tonight. No, I'm not. I'm playing the other guy. No, you're not. I just traded him.
Yeah.
If you really want to be done with this sort of stuff, cut Stidham. Just be done with it. Yeah. And then that's really the way to go. Not keep 3 quarterbacks on your roster. Even though he's the most prepared to start week 1, don't make it a confusing situation. Just let him go. And then you've got your quarterbacks. You've got who you need. And then you could add Ben DiNucci to the practice squad or somebody like him. And then you're fine.
We did this out yesterday. Start Bo Nix in the preseason and play the heck out of him. And after 2 games, he's looking really, really bad. Then you Bubby Brister him.
I think you just ride with Nix, period. I don't care what the record is, actually. I really don't. I mean, Peyton Manning threw a lot of interceptions, lost a bunch of games. A lot of quarterbacks had rough first years. Getting that experience. And I just don't. Do you think, all right, real quick. Do you think Bo Nix will be Bryce Young?
I think it's possible.
Beat or B?
B.
I think it's possible.
Okay.
No.
I don't either. And I don't think it's possible. I think Bryce Young is undersized and was a shot in the dark, and they missed out on Stroud when they could have easily had him. You didn't miss out there. Bo Nix is a bigger dude. He's played 61 games. His completion percentage is out of control. He's a football robot, and he's got 7 bathrooms in Castle Pines. He's about as mature as you get. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for SOTA Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com. They make losing weight easy and convenient with no injections, no pills, no hunger. Get rid of that visceral belly fat for good. For me, getting in better shape and dropping 40 pounds over 4 months, about 3.12 pounds a week, was easy. Why? Because I worked with Amanda, my nutritionist, and this is all at home. This is all over the phone and with no tricks and no sort of weird things going on. All I had to do was live a better, easier lifestyle to maintain. And with that, I'm doing things, kind of some crazy things. And you don't have to go nuts. But recently, I just rode my bike from Lone Tree to Aspen over the course of 4 days. No joke. And the thing about doing that a year ago would have been ridiculous. But I'm in just such a better place because of SOTA weight loss. And you don't have to be, that extreme. But whatever it is, if doing something you love comes with losing weight, Soda Weight Loss is the way to go. SOTA weightloss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. Scotty, how you been, brother? I got to catch up with you a little bit, man.
I've been absolutely 100% and fabulous and getting to see my dad.
Okay.
My question earlier about when you retire. Now, my dad's 80.
Yeah.
But I walked in a while ago to the bathroom, and he's got a little lounge chair.
Yeah.
Just knocked out in that lounge chair with his dog in his lap. And I was like, you know what? That's okay, too.
Yeah, but you don't want every day to be like that. There's always got to be some sort of
maybe when I'm 80. Maybe that.
Balance. I don't know, man. Listen, you just got to keep yourself active. But I really did wonder, about Sean Payton's motivation for wanting to come back. And I think
I can tell you why. He's making $2 million at Fox and $10 million with the Broncos.
Hey, more than $10 million. I think he's
20.
making close to 20. Yeah. Right. No, I
18,
I get it.
Yeah. Well, there you go. $2 million, 18.
All right. Well, let me ask you a no dumb question. How much money is enough money where you don't ever think about money? In your mind, what's the number?
In the bank account or salary or
whatever you want.
Contract?
Whatever you want. At what point are you not thinking about money anymore? In your mind?
10 million?
10 million?
I'm just throwing it out. As far as
you can say whatever number you want.
Because the number I want to get to is a number to is 60,000. Okay, it's
60,000.
It makes it very easy to not live paycheck to paycheck if you have that much money.
Okay.
Okay, right? But that's not what we're talking about here, right?
I think everybody's different, Scott. I think everybody. Because everything is about money. All we're hearing about is money this and money that. So it's at what point is the money just not an issue? What's the magic number?
I don't know. I had a buddy of mine that's starting out an entrepreneur, and I think he's gotten this times 3 or 4, but he called it FU money, and his number was 10.
10.
Yeah. I think that's probably it.
10? I'm never going to get to $10 million.
No, you won't.
No, I ain't either. I'd take 2.
2 would be great. But like, so for Sean Payton, for a lot of these guys.
But Sean lives a different lifestyle.
Listen, man,
right?
I do wonder. Yeah, but like how different is the lifestyle?
Very. His ranch up in Montana, his place that he lives in LA. I mean, his expectancy of dollars going out versus dollars coming in is much different.
I always wondered about
he's not playing Littleton tennis and golf course. He's up there in Coeur d'Alene. Come on, man.
So hold on a second. Do you think Sean Payton is working because he has to work to keep up the lifestyle that he wants to live?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say yes.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
then he's no different than the rest of us.
Well,
I
think he's supporting more than himself and his lifestyle.
The only difference is the toys are bigger and better. That's it.
That's one way to put it.
He's probably buying his Trek bike instead of borrowing it long term. By the way, your free bike, did you ride your free bike up on the pass?
I've really, really enjoyed my ride. Everything was really great. It was amazing.
You seem to be avoiding the
What's
question
that company? There's a nice bike company up in Boulder. What's the name of it?
Oh, man, there's
Mr.
so many good Trek companies. So, it's been really wonderful.
What about this? I mean, do you own that bike?
Did
you ride the bike that you own?
It's so wonderful to be able to be outside in Colorado. Did I tell you about Twin Lakes?
Yeah.
Twin Lakes is pretty awesome.
Is there 2 of them?
There's 2 of them. They're right next to each other.
I think.
Can I give you a little story from the bike ride? Just a little story, really quick one as we get out of here.
As you change topics, yeah, go ahead.
It was hard.
I was on a free bike.
Doing the trip was hard. And
on my free bike.
There was so many times I wanted to quit.
On my free bike.
Had nothing to do with the bike. But I did get myself to, and I got a nice recommendation from a buddy of mine who had done this trip before. He said, stop at the Twin Lakes General Store. So for anybody out there, and if you know that area near Independence Pass going from on 82 from Leadville up to Aspen, which is such a beautiful ride, there's that little area there. There's like 4 or 5 little stores, and they're selling like beef jerky and coffee, and there's like a general store. You remember back in the day, like a general store?
Hey, dog, I'm in Oklahoma right now.
Right?
The general store, yeah.
You got that porch, and you can sit on the porch.
I had dinner at a general store.
Right?
Yeah.
How great. You got a dog. You got, a general store. There were like wooden carved bears. We bought one. I wanted one of them wooden carved bears. So I got one of them. So I go in there, and I'm getting a little breakfast treat because I'm about to do something at the end of a long journey that I had never done. I was a little nervous about because to go over Independence Pass is 17 miles uphill. And it was the end of the trip, so what, am I going to stop now? No, there's no turning back, but I was still nervous about it. So the guy, this is funny, the guy at the counter goes, nice bike. He actually did say that to me. And we started talking, and he started talking about his bike, and he's obviously a bicyclist as well. And I said to him, well, I'm a little bit nervous about what lays in front of me. And he goes, well, just keep pedaling. And that was it. He just said, keep pedaling. No
That's
other
good.
explanation, no other thing. Scotty, he just said, keep pedaling. And
words for life?
I think so. I actually think metaphorically in life, sometimes, boys, if you got something difficult in front of you, keep pedaling.
Keep pedaling.
Just keep pedaling.
I read something. I was going to save it for this week. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
In the meantime, while he's looking for that, I just want to say, did you bring us back any barbecue from the general store?
I did not. Don't spoil an honest moment here, Rob.
I don't know. I mean, he's looking for the honest moment, so I just figured I'd check.
It's okay.
On your free bike.
I'm trying to find it.
If on your free bike you spent a little bit of money on some barbecue to bring back to the fellas.
I must have thought of his words 1,000 times because you keep pedaling, but the keep pedaling is 2 hours uphill. 2 hours because I suck at this stuff, and I'm just trying to figure it out. But 2 hours when it got really, really hard, I just thought of that the entire time. It was pretty wild.
Do you do music, or are you just in your own head for that? Because those are two different things.
Over the 4 days, I did a lot of music and podcasts and a bunch of different things. For those 2 hours going up Independence Pass, it was absolutely nothing on purpose. Like, I wanted to be in my own head. I wanted to have my own thoughts. I wanted to, whatever was going to go through my brain, I didn't want it to be uninterrupted. Plus, I didn't want to get plowed by a Jeep on the side of the road because there wasn't much of a shoulder. But I really just did think of the keep pedaling. Do you got it, Scott, or do you want to just get it?
Well, it's not what I'll save it for Thursday, but I'm going to find one. This is in Isaiah 12, and this is going to fit you for your bike ride. And you talked about deep and having a good time. You ready?
Yeah.
For you shall go out with joy, right, your bike ride, and be led out with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth into singing before you, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hand.
Brother,
dude, that was your bike ride.
There was a moment that I was up on this big hill over Twin Lakes, and I did stop. I didn't shoot a lot of video because I kind of wanted to have my own moment, but if you go back on my Twitter, you'll see it. There was a moment that I had thoughts just like that, overlooking the spectacular beauty of Colorado way up high on a hill with a couple of lakes and the Rocky Mountains, where I just could not grasp how beautiful life actually is. And
right.
it's hard to actually put into words and pictures what you can see with your own eyes. But you know what you got to do? You got to get out there, fellas. You can't just sit at home. You got to search it out.
I hope you understand how blessed you are for that opportunity that you just got to experience.
I'll think about it every day for the rest of my life. And you know what the most beautiful part was? I saw my wife at the end of that journey. You know what I'm saying? That's
she
how
wasn't
much
extraordinarily pleased.
And can I give you a really quick story out? I wanted to go to the Tabor Opera House because I thought that place is really cool in Leadville, and they had a musical called Into the Woods, and it was done really well. It's a musical. And then at the intermission, my wife said the most beautiful thing of all time. Hey, that was great. Let's go eat dinner. Nate and Andy coming up next. That is actually
Yes, we are here. We are Nate and Andy. Craigman and Lindahl, K&L, your pals. We're with you today until 6. We have much to do on this fine radio show. We'll talk to Nick Kosmider this hour here on Craigman and Lindahl as Sean Payton headed to the podium today for the first time in training camp 2024. And Andy, all I heard was a man that just walked into work today, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, feeling nothing but an optimism for the upcoming football season, an excitement to get to work, and a willing acceptance to hold the reporters' hands and walk them through his thoughts on this upcoming football season, pontificating about what will happen on the gridiron and the glorious cadence that only Sean Payton can provide. That's all I heard today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where did you catch this feed? Did you check the date on it? Did you check the date of what you found? Now, look, we had said during the spring that I think things will be different when there's a game to be played and, with a Sunday coming up. Now, none of that is imminent, but yeah, he's firmly in coach stressed out about the season mode. All the feel-goods and the fun and I don't need to pick my wars, that's done. It's fall. It's as predictable as turning the clocks back, Nate.
Yes.
We knew it, and it's fine, and I'm fine. Look, listen.
Look. Got a few of those today.
We did. I will. We all know some coaches have time for the fun banter of the beginning of a camp, and some don't, and he let us know today, I'm not in the mood for this.
Some coaches
want
to sit around and engage in Lucas Kroll hype, and others not terribly interested in that.
He's not here for your hype. He's not here for your balance. He's not here for your he was okay with the question about the wristband. He did not want to talk at all about when they might get Surtain's deal done. He was happy to talk about the offensive line. That was about it. I think the O-line was the only thing he kind of cracked a smile over.
Let me give you this one was my favorite, and we'll get back to the beginning. But this one was my personal favorite here, Andy. And again, this is where I have to stand up for my guy Andy Lindahl and be like, that's his line. You don't get to use that, okay? Our pal Nick Kosmider, who we'll talk to in 14 minutes. He asked about Caden Stearns. How's Caden Stearns doing as he returns from injury there in the secondary? What's the expectation for Caden Stearns? How's that all going? Here's Sean Payton.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Hey, man, I hate to say it. I don't blame him. Caden Stearns has shown us he could have one time maybe been a really good football player.
Yeah.
How many guys do they have right now where you got to give that answer as to, are they even going to be healthy enough to do something this year?
Dulcich, Javonte.
Ooh, is Dulcich not the ultimate we'll see?
The ultimate, yeah. That's a pretty big we'll see right there. Mm-hmm. The quarterback conundrum in general. Here we go. Let's start at the top, all right? Let's start with Mr. Sunshine Sean Payton today on the top, right off the jump, talking quarterbacks. What do you got for us, Sean?
Yeah, we'll mix it up again. Obviously, it won't stay that way for the long term, but as we get started, we'll keep you posted, and eventually we'll settle into the routine we want.
Keep you posted. All right.
He broke that out a couple. We got to keep you posted on old Pat Surtain too.
Sure did. Yeah, we'll keep you posted right there.
Do you think seriously? How often? I'm trying to think back in New Orleans. I mean, Sean didn't have a lot of QB controversies to deal with.
Basically, had one.
It was Drew Brees.
Yeah, it was basically one the last year that he was there. That was it. And it was won by Jameis Winston. So what are we going to see out of this initial rotation of quarterbacks in camp? Nixie, Stiddy, Wilsey. What are we going to get here? Let's have it.
I'm not going to sit here and lay out, like, here's how it goes, because I think the mistake made is deciding how it goes. Organically, this my experience will. Yeah, I think we'll see a rotation initially, and then we'll move on from there.
Can you
what
have?
do you think the initial rotation is?
Can you have a plan though? Like I would prefer you have a plan rather than we'll let this happen organically. I'd prefer you have a plan, and I would like that plan to be the plan that gets the first round pick ready to play as soon as humanly possible.
Don't you think they probably do though?
I hope so.
I think.
But he seems to really be leaning into, we're going to start with this rotation nonsense.
Well, do you want to play the cut about the playbook? I thought the cut about the playbook was kind of interesting.
Let's get to this next one. Bo Nix and Zach Wilson, both new to the system. They're both studying hard. How's that all going, Sean?
Look, he's a quick study, so the progress in the playbook will be just like it will be for Zach, right? They've both been here the same amount of time, I think. And, all of these young players are studying pretty hard.
Okay.
They're studying, Andy.
So I found that one just a touch interesting because that's, look, he's not asking me to play interpreter for him. But to me, that's
you're a professional Sean Payton interpreter. This is what you do for the people.
A lot of NFL head coaches in my time. That to me was the first kind of hint of, he can know all the plays all he wants to. Now I need to see it executed properly. You need to throw it to the right place. You need to throw it to the guy that I get open. Plenty of guys know the playbook, right? Zach can know the playbook. That doesn't mean he's going to make the right decision out there. I almost will see you again. Yeah, I think Bo. I have no doubt, dude. Bo Nix played a ton of college football.
61 games. Have you heard? 61.
I'm positive he's proficient at memorizing the playbook. You brought up what glimpse we got from Daboll in the New York Giants offseason thing, where he's just firing stuff, changing the questions on these QBs and trying to see what they remember. I wish we could have seen I don't know if they looked at Bo Nix, but if they did, it would have been curious to see how they treated him and how he performed. But I've got no doubt this kid knows verbiage, knows how to spit it back. We talked with Leggy yesterday about control the huddle. I got no doubt that Bo Nix probably knows how to control the huddle. Zach Wilson probably has some idea on how to control the huddle. But you got to control the huddle and then make the right decision with the play. By the way, real quick, Nate, I can't hide any longer. You ever had a needy girlfriend, Nate? You ever had the needy, clingy, just let's be together 24/7 girlfriend, Nate?
I've probably been that partner before. Why do you say?
I'm just showing Twitch who mine is right now, and I love him.
Mm-hmm.
I love my little puppy.
Your pug with the cone.
my pug with the broken jaw will not leave me alone for 2 seconds, which is why you have no idea how bad I wish I was in studio with you.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea. You have no idea because this right here, nipping at the heels and peeing on the carpet. So there you go.
I've also been that person before. I also nipped on heels and peed on the carpet, but that's just me.
After the right night out, I guess.
There you go.
Anything can happen.
Mm-hmm. What are they doing? Why are we starting with a 3 quarterback rotation?
I don't really think we are. How about, you know what? I'll put it out there. I hesitate to give you the take right now because I do want to get a couple glimpses of some practice. But you and I both know. Friday it all begins. Monday's where it really begins in modern NFL parlance, right?
Yes.
They're going to get together and we're going to see 3 more days of OTAs over the weekend. Then Monday it kind of goes for real where there'll at least be some shells and they'll run around and all that other kind of stuff. Deep down, I think it's slanted towards Bo Nix because he's this coaching staff, he's this regime's guy.
Yes.
And so you can make it look even. Now, look, do I think maybe there's a hedge the bet towards Stidham so we can win the game against Seattle. Sean Payton showed you today there's still the old football coach in there that doesn't like dealing with the media and loves winning a bunch of games. That guys like that, to me, don't do rebuilds so well. You know what I'm saying? So I think Stidham gets a good look to see if this guy really can give us a first month to kind of kickstart things.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's Bo Nix. And I still think Zach Wilson, though I think it's intriguing with the arm talent, I still think Zach Wilson, he has got to win by knockout. Zach Wilson needs to view this sucker as, I am down on the judge's cards, and I got 2 rounds. You got to go Rocky, right? Yeah, Zach Wilson needs to come in with his best Sly Stallone. You better take 900 punches to the old chin that would give most people CTE for the better part of their lives, and you got to knock out the Russian amongst all the other Russians.
You know what I think one of the biggest things that Wilson's going to have to be able to do to have a real shot at getting playing time on this team is I think that he has to be able to sit across from Sean Payton and discuss a game plan and discuss the film and do so in a manner where Sean goes, oh, I'm actually talking to somebody that knows what they're talking about right now. I think that's one of the biggest things he's going to have to be able to do of like, make sure I'm not talking to a wall right now or a guy that is, you know, just so behind in what he is trying to do, you know?
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's one of the biggest things that Sean's going to have to do is he spent his whole career talking football with Drew Brees, who was his intellectual equal and his football IQ equal. And that's the conversation he's going to have to be able to have. I think that's why he liked Bo Nix as much as he did. Because he sat there and he talked to a dude with 61 starts under his belt, and he was just kind of like, oh, okay, I'm talking to a football guy right now.
Well, and a son of a coach, right?
Yeah.
To your point, bag of tape or whatever, tape in the old backpack, cleats ready to go. I'm going to bust out at a park and throw some deep routes
the
at any
lacrosse
time.
ball.
Yeah. So
forgot about the backpack.
I do believe, and Sean Payton would be the first one to be, you know, smitten by a QB's personality.
Sure.
You and I both know this. John Elway talked about it when he took over as GM back in 2011. I need guys that love football. That's an I need.
Yeah.
I think every coach, when they're at the point that the Broncos are at, guys like Sean Payton that have spent a lifetime in this game that's made him very wealthy, they want the guys that still love the craft itself. And Bo Nix, there's no doubt about it. Bo Nix loves football. But can the physical skill match that? What he needs out of Zach Wilson is the physical skill to get a nice smart head on it. So back to your point about when Zach Wilson talks ball with Coach better see, all right, I do have a little bit of a football gym rat in here. That's what Bo Nix, I think, won Sean over with.
Let's continue to decode irritable Sean Payton. We'll do that with our buddy Nick Kosmider coming up next.
No, I think the wristband's helpful. We've used the wristband in the past with quarterbacks I've coached before in Breeze. I don't know that you want the whole offense, like the whole offense on the wristband. You might put a goal line section, a red zone section. A lot of times it's third down. But we'll see. We'll see how they handle it.
The wristband rules from Sean Payton there today. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. And yes, today was Meet the Media Day for Sean Payton, the first one of 2024 training camp. We go out right now to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Our pal Nick Kosmiter is covering the Denver Broncos for theathletic.com. And boy, Nick, you got just a good, long, insightful, really thoughtful answer, I thought, when you asked about Caden Stearns there today.
Well, I appreciated both Brandon Jones and Quinn Miners, giving me a little bit more, girth to their answers when I asked them questions later in the session. Otherwise, I would have been looking at my time clock and saying, "What am I doing here exactly? What did I contribute today?"
You got the big Will C out there. What was Sean's deal today? Was this just it's day one of training camp, so the tone has changed to we're big serious now? What was going on with the guy today?
Yeah, I think, from talking to people who covered him a long time, that tends to be sort of his kind of his deal when he first gets to camp. If you guys will remember the fire and brimstone interview that he did with USA Today's Jarrett Bell happened basically as they started camp last year, the first day or report day, whatever it was, when he got there and, in his words, had a bunch of coffee, espresso in the morning, and then delivered the soliloquy, if you will, that got him in hot water last year. Kind of that same vibe. He likes to call it the aircraft carrier that everybody gets on, and sort of insulates from the world once training camp starts. And I think there's always sort of that. Maybe you go from the fairways of Coeur d'Alene to the aircraft carrier. It's a bit of a system shock. But either way, I think that he was expecting that he was going to get asked about the quarterback competition quite a lot. It's various details and mechanics of how it's going to unplay, and he was unwilling or just didn't want to really go down that road in terms of laying out what it's going to look like.
All right, Nick. With that said, how do you expect this rotation to go? Nate and I were just talking about it. Maybe you heard. I do think there's a plan, and I think the plan is, unless the other two show us something, it's Nick's job. But you've seen much more OTAs than I have. What's your gut tell you?
Yeah, there's certainly a plan. When he says he wants it to happen organically, I think really all that means is, as these guys get the reps that they get, there's hope that somebody is going to stand out to such a degree that you could kind of shut down this idea that we're giving multiple people chances to win this job and someone just sort of, pushes to the forefront. I've said since even back before the Broncos drafted Bo Nix, it was apparent to me at the owners' meetings at the end of March in Orlando, the way that Sean Payton talked about his view of a rookie quarterback, it was, hey, if you have Aaron Rodgers or an Alex Smith that can play while a really established quarterback, then that's a great situation to have. If you don't have that, okay, well, it's time for the rookie. It's time for that era of the team, of the quarterback to begin. And there. Idea, Andy, I did listen before I got on, and I heard you mention that Zach Wilson would probably have to win by knockout. I agree, and I would say the same thing of Jarrett Stidham. Like, they drafted Bo Nix as a 24-year-old who, 61 starts. You're not going to just, I think, scuttle a year of his opportunity to get on the field and play, and especially as you are in this mode right now where you're resetting. Now, again, to your point, Sean Payton might have very little tolerance for anything other than trying, to win, trying to be a playoff football team. And so for him, maybe having a guy that's just a little bit better at that position, that matters. But I also just don't see a scenario in which either one of those guys are going to prove to be so much better than Nix because, A, we didn't see it in the offseason program, and B, their past credentials both Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham don't suggest at this point that they would be far ahead of Knicks.
Nick Kosminer, The Athletic, covering the Broncos. He was there today to bask in the glow of Sean Payton as he addressed the media for the first time. We also heard from Quinn Miners and Brandon Jones there today. Nick, there's never been so much pessimism about a Sean Payton team, or at least there has not been for a very long time. There is considerable pessimism about what this team is capable of. Our buddy Mike Kliss asked him about it today. Sean dismissed it. Yeah, but he knows what is being said out there. What effect do you think that has on this team in this season?
Well, he's a guy that has always, he's always been motivated by slights, whether it's from the league office or really anywhere else. So, I would give him that he probably doesn't spend as much time maybe worrying about some of those kind of things as he has in the past. But yeah, he knows what it is like. And listen, this is a team that you can't have kind of both things happening at the same time, right? You've talked about being really energized about how young this football team is and how that gives you a different feel. Well, with that comes, just inevitable growing pains. Like you are going to have to live with some of that. And I think he knows that. He understands that. It's just a matter of how patient are you going to be willing to be, when the rubber meets the road and you need to put your rookie quarterback out there and absorb some of the struggles that he's going to go through in games that you might, you think you have a chance to win. That's going to be the real tell of how patient he is and how much they can really set this thing up, going forward.
Nick, they're a well-paid offensive line. How good do you expect them to be?
They're going to have to be good. If this team is going to surpass the expectations that we were just talking about, right, which is 5.5, 6 wins, whatever Vegas book you want to choose has got them around that territory. That unit is going to have to be healthy like it was a year ago, but perform even better than it did. Continuity will play a role in that. They know each other now, but it's also going to have to be whoever lines up at that center spot, playing as well as Lloyd Cushenberry did or perhaps even better in order for that thing to go the way that they want it to go. Having a quarterback who is cognizant of getting the ball out, taking fewer sacks, that's going to be a part of it. I think from that aspect, it'll be an easier time for this offensive line to play with whoever is going to be back there. But again, that group is going to have to be good. Mike McGlinchey, look, how healthy is he after dealing with some of the injury issues that he had at the very end of last season? Garrett Bowles, 32 years old. There's still question marks there, even though this is a veteran group. But any chance this team has, and Quinn Miner said it today, of being what they want to be, it starts with that group. So that's going to be something to really focus in on as soon as camp starts or as soon as the pads come on, I guess.
So we found out today, maybe, just maybe, Lucas Kroll is not going to be the next Tony Gonzalez. But what do we expect out of Greg Dulcich? And how much is he going to practice? And how available is he going to be? And is there ever going to be a world where maybe, just maybe, that guy could get close to anything nearing his ceiling?
We'll see.
That's all you can say, right?
It really is, that really is the only answer that you can give on this. Greg Dulcich is a guy who, flashed some really considerable talent from the night that he debuted October 6th, 2022 there in SoFi Stadium and caught a touchdown in the first quarter and had a big night. And you say, wow, they really might have found something in the third round. He helped win them a game in London against with some great talent. This guy has not been able to be on the field really at all over the last year. Played 2 halves of football in 2023, and even as he got past the hamstring stuff, it's one of those things where you're constantly maintaining this one part of your body. Other body parts have to compensate. He ends up with a foot injury that he spent this off-season program rehabbing. So Sean Payton says, hey, he's going to begin to practice this week. They really need him to again, we're talking about ways that they can exceed these pretty mild and modest expectations. It's guys like Greg Dulcich being healthy and being able to kind of continue the trajectory that he was on when he did play as a rookie. It's guys like Javonte Williams, coming back another year removed from his major knee injury, looking closer to what he did as a rookie in 2021. Like, those are the kind of things we're talking about when you say, okay, well, how are they better than what is thought? But again, you just start playing that game of so many if-thens that, the more of those you have, the tougher it is, I think, to have those things play out that way.
All right. What did you make of the answer with Pat Surtain's situation? I know he just kind of dodged it. He basically said, we'll get to it when we're ready. Then I heard someone yell a follow-up from the back of, do you want to get it done? He did confirm they would like to get it done, but that was another just sort of surly moment of the presser. What did you make of all that?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting deal, right? I mean, if there's any player that has sort of shown that they deserve that extension, as soon as they're eligible, it's Pat Surtain. He's been arguably one of the very best cornerbacks in football ever since he came into the league in 2021 as a first-round pick. He's been a two-time Pro Bowler, a unanimous first-team All-Pro in 2022. He's done everything that you would expect of a guy drafted in that spot to do, and then some. And so, again, you look forward about how you're building this team. You don't have any standout guys. He is really your only blue chip player, and Miners is obviously trying to get himself into that conversation as well. But that's the kind of guy that you would say, all right, let's get this done. How teams sort of stack the order that they do these extensions always kind of varies. We've seen it with the Cowboys, how some of their stuff with Micah, Dak Prescott, and CeeDee Lamb is a matter of figuring out how to organize those extensions, and there's a lot that goes into that. With Sean Payton, part of the Miners thing that he alluded to today was, building that offensive line is always, sort of the number one priority that he has. He says it's the most important, part of a team. It sets the tone for your whole building. And so I think part of that is philosophical as much as anything else. The other thing is Pat Surtain, he's under contract for next year, right? They picked up his fifth-year option. He's set to make $19.8 million in guaranteed money in 2025. So that provides, some of the time that you need to get a deal, the size of his deal done. I still think they will get there. But again, it's one of those ones that does make you scratch your head a little bit, because there's nobody in that class that deserved an extension more than Surtain, and yet at this point he's at least second in line.
Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. Subscribe, read his stuff right there. His summer is over. His life is over. The Broncos are back. Nick, well done as always, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
All right. So, Nick, by the way, today, Andy put out his initial 53-man roster prediction. It is that time of year. You'll always get me to click on that. He's got him keeping 2 QBs right now, Nix and Stiddy, 3 running backs in Javonte, Estime, and Jaleel McLaughlin. That would send Samaje Perine packing. 6 wideouts, going Cortland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims. Those are all, I think, the slam dunks. 4th-round pick in Troy Franklin's going to make the team. His last 2 wideouts that he's got making the 53, Devon Vele and Tim Patrick as the last 2 to make that. So with all due respect to Brandon Johnson and our pal Lil Jordan Humphrey, they may be on the outside looking in, at least at the stack at the beginning of training camp.
So that's interesting. Yeah. Thank you, Sean. I think I like Nick's list there. But I would wonder, would Lil Jordan Humphrey has been a good soldier for Sean Payton, including
he's a Payton guy.
Yeah, he accepted the yo-yo treatment of practice squad, regular, he matter of fact, he stuck around. Who was the back? Remember they signed the back that had been with Sean in New Orleans, and the back chose to sign elsewhere after camp, and Lil Jordan came back. So anyway, if it's between Tim Patrick and Lil Jordan Humphrey, I'd have to see what this camp looks like. I love that Nick's bold to do it. Good for him. Honestly, Nate, how many guys can you say slam dunk? And you don't have to name them all, but I would guess, I don't know that I'd have more than 15 guys I'd say are for sure on this team. Do you know what I mean?
Well, okay, let's tell you what. Let's just do the exercise really quickly, okay? Bo Nick slam dunk, obviously. Yep. There's one. I don't think I don't consider either Stiddy or Zach Wilson slam dunks.
I don't either, because I think whoever they think they sneak to the practice squad will be on the practice squad. The other guys on the roster.
Javonte, Audric Estime, or Jaleel McLaughlin. Honestly, as I sit here right now, I would not consider any of them slam dunks.
I agree with you. I think I would feel, if I were McLaughlin, I would feel somewhat good about the skill set I bring because it does feel a touch like Estime and Javonte could be redundant.
Right.
But you can maybe throw Pirine into that too.
Michael Burton is a slam dunk, the fullback. He'll make the team.
Because not only is a fullback, he's a massive special teams player.
Sutton, Reynolds, and Mims. I'll even put Troy Franklin in there. A fourth-round wide receiver is a slam dunk to me.
Okay, I don't disagree with your thought there.
Mm-hmm.
Sutton to me is still kind of a TBD.
Okay.
Just because of the weird contract thing. Likely Sutton's here because, again, that big body shielding off defenders on crossing or slant routes is something Bo Nix very much likes to throw, the guy that I guess is going to be the quarterback. So I think he's probably around. But if some team loses a key receiver
right.
and wants to come offer a little something, I don't think the Broncos aren't picking up the call.
I will consider him slam dunk in that he's not going to get cut.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
If that's the definition, then yes.
Tight end.
Who? Seriously.
I will say I think Kroll and Troutman are slam dunks. Dulcich, I think Dulcich, he's got to make it to the season, though.
Right. Likely Kroll's there.
Yeah.
But again,
Troutman's
does a guy get cut?
Yeah.
Does an unexpected person become available?
Yeah.
Kroll may make the roster. That doesn't mean they wouldn't replace him in a minute.
I'll say Troutman is the one slam dunk at tight end.
Yeah, because he's the only really do-both guy, block and receive a bit.
So there's 7. Bowles, Powers, Miners, and McGlinchey are all slam dunks. That takes you up to 11 now.
Yeah, I don't know who wins center yet.
Yeah. But that remains to be seen. D-line, John Franklin Myers, DJ Jones, Zach Allen, and Malcolm Roach are all slam dunks.
Yep, those 4 are on the team.
Yeah, I think Henningsen and some of the others are sort of the bubble guys. That's 15.
Well, and they think, is it Awazarike they think they're getting back?
Yeah.
Or is it Umanura? What was his name? The guy that
Ioma Awazarike.
Awazarike,
Yeah.
yeah. So Sean did confirm today.
Yeah.
He's on the roster when he's cleared to be allowed to play again.
Let's put it this way, Andy. I can't bet on him making the team.
Hey!
Thank you.
Just don't do it from the facility, Nate.
All right, we're up to 15. Jonathan,
there you go. I guess we can do 15.
Cooper, Benito, Browning, and Jonah Ellis are all slam dunks. So there's now we're up to 19.
Okay, but see, with all due respect, Cooper and Benito, or not Benito, Cooper and Browning, I think it could be interesting. They're good players.
Yeah.
They've been in the rotation.
Yeah.
But neither guy's necessarily knocking your socks off.
Oh,
They're
no.
good players to have.
No, but they're NFL players, though.
No, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I think that's another position where you got a fairly high waiver claim. I'd be using the wire to your advantage.
I mean,
if you could.
the Drew Sanders thing was a kick in the shins.
Sure,
maybe
but a little higher.
And Ellis is he's a third round
He's a draft
rookie.
pick.
He's not going anywhere. I'll put all 4 of those guys on. I'll say that's 19.
Here would be my thing with Browning in particular. If he starts having another camp where he can't seem to stay healthy and somebody flashes, he could be vulnerable.
Alex Singleton is a slam dunk at inside linebacker. That's 20. I won't say Griffith, Cody Barton, or Justin Sternad are.
Well, but don't you think Barton sticks around because he was the free agent signing, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I think Barton is there. Griffin gets his chance.
We'll say 21.
Okay, fair enough.
Surtain
is a yes.
Surtain, Jaquan McMillan. We're up to 23.
The new Brandon Jones, is it the new safety? Who is it?
Brandon Jones, and I think Brandon Jones and PJ Locke are both they're
there.
locks. There you go. That gets us to 25, and then Lutz, Dixon, and for bonus, so 28. 28 dudes that were reasonably confident make the team.
Yeah, okay. But I could see some of, like I said, Browning would be a guy I'd count as a bubble guy.
Okay. 27 and a half.
See, Cooper and Browning, I think if they were to slip off, you could lose a couple. But look, 25 solid. You're right. 25. I undercut the number by about 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a lot of positions. There's a lot of depth positions up for grabs on this team.
Let's put it this way, Andy. Room for improvement.
Sure.
Yes. There's a bit to be desired there with that group. Do some coaching out there, Sean Payton, Crackman, and Lindahl. Keep it here.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? How about a local business to get you set up right? That is Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. These are Colorado folks that understand Colorado conditions and will get you the right accessories for your truck or 4x4 if that's what you need. You still got some camping trips ahead. We know there's at least 2 to 3 months of camping season ahead of you. So if you need some tie downs or maybe a tow ball in order to tow the trailer, whatever you may need, they've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. Of course, when the colder weather shows up, bed cover time. You don't want that snow in the back of your truck. Matter of fact, this time of year, you want to be able to keep the kids' gear as you run around all the travel team stuff. Yeah, you can keep it in the back with a bed cover and keep it secure. That's something that Jerry gets asked about all the time. I've had him do my alignments, my shocks and struts. I've gotten truck tires from him. I've done the floor mats. I've done a remote start, step rails. If you need it, he's got it. Stop by the showroom, have a conversation if you know what you want but not sure what brand. Real easy to do. Maybe he'll even show you something you didn't even know existed. It's over there 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College, or give him a call, 303-761-1264, online at cooffroad.com.
right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I was singing this song the other day. This was not played by request, by the way. This was Cole straight off the dome. But the Museum of Nature and Science right now has a special display on poison. And so we went to the museum on Friday. We were walking through the thing, and I just kept singing this stupid song.
Yeah, anytime you hear the word poison, it just kind of pops
Just goes right there. That's just kind of that's how that works. All right,
but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe some people go to the band Poison at the drive-in in your old man's Ford.
Poison was Bret Michaels, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
Rock of Love and all that.
CC
I
DeVille.
told you, my guitar teacher back in the day went into the tryout. He said he killed it. I mean, the guy could play.
Yeah.
Walked out past CC DeVille in full makeup and glory and knew he wasn't getting the gig.
Wait, he tried out for Poison?
Yeah, man, dude.
He didn't have the look, though.
John Pakalenka, the guy can shred.
Uh-huh.
I think, you know me, and maybe it's a media thing. Maybe it's why I got in the media. I have a habit of saying things that I think sound kind of nice to me, or I mean them with the best intentions. But if you listen back, kind of a jerk thing to say, and I didn't mean to.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him once, I'm like, why are you teaching lessons? You're really good.
It's not it. I mean,
it's not easy to get on with a band, dude, right?
What the old saying, those who can't, it's understandable. But he could. Yes.
It was crazy because I brought him, the first riff I really wanted to learn. I was so old, he was old. I was 25. He's like, look, dude, if I teach you theory, you're going to quit. So just bring me the songs you want to know, and I'll teach you those, and we'll start there. So I was like, all right, teach me Sweet Child of Mine. I love that intro. And he listens to it, and he goes, okay, here's what he's doing. and I don't know, maybe there's a bunch of really experienced, like your brother-in-law, maybe there's a bunch of us that can do that. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter what I brought him. I brought him Whiskey in the Jar by Metallica. And he's like, he literally was just listening to it, Nate. He's like, okay, here's one part, here's the other. It's a double solo, just know that. And then he mashed them into one. He goes, here, do this. And it'll be a little bit of both. And no tab, no anything. Just, here you go.
Just on ear.
It's just
that's cool.
You're like a Jedi guitar player.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's that gift of hearing something and then just playing it back.
Yeah. You ever heard Cliffs of Dover? He taught me Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson, which is nothing but guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I sucked and never got it down because, it's an actual really good piece of guitar music. But he was just like, yeah, here you go. And he played it all the way through. Sometimes I was so bored, I'd be like, just play this song for me. I felt like we were in a game show. All right, name that tune. Play this. How about this?
I preferred Cliffs of Denver by Eric Johnson, actually.
Denver.
Yeah. Rockies won last night.
Are you happy?
That was a good Coors Field game, right? Little 9-8, 12-inning victory. A nice road win for the Rockies there at Coors Field last night. Chuck hit a homer. That's good.
You know what? See, I really am so torn, Nate.
Yeah.
Because like I said, our guy Brandon, who's our guy? Brendan Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't slept much tonight.
Our guy.
Brendan Rodgers had some really nice. He had that one play where he dives on the grass, saves the hit,
defensively.
spins,
he's fantastic. Yeah,
he really is. And
yeah.
He gets the bat going at times. I love that guy. I root for that guy. We loved having him on the show. There's times where I'm like, we ought to get him on again. But for what? How do we not? How do we do an honest interview with that? I like Ryan McMahon. I like Tolia. I like Ezekiel Tovar. I like him. They seem like fun players and all. But I don't root for wins because I feel like all their winning, if they were to get to 50-some wins, we're just going to stick with the course. And you need change in the franchise. You do. And frankly, Dick Monfort needs somebody to stand up to him and tell him it's a bad idea to sign Chris Bryant. That's what I struggle with.
Last night is another good Ezekiel Tovar game. He's certified. Okay, that's a legit. That's an all-star level player that you have at shortstop at an anchor position up the middle. That's obviously he's a legit big leaguer. I'm still a little stuck on Michael Tolia.
Yeah, look, Tolia is one of those fun guys that's your guy.
I don't know if this is a guy that you can give 500 plus at bats in a season to.
Fair enough.
Dude hits the crap out of the ball, but he also has 17 walks to 67 strikeouts. Now, look, a massive blessing for him has been that Chris Bryant has been injured and terrible, so Tolia has been able to play a lot for this club, and that's been very, very good for him to be able to get that kind of, that level of at bats. His slugging is just so good. It's just like, man, are you going to be a consistent, reliable major league bat? I can't figure out if he's ever going to turn into that or if he's just going to be a good utility guy to go to as a power option, as a pinch hitting option.
Yeah, likely when this thing gets turned around, if it ever does, he's not on the squad.
Yeah.
Right? He probably has a couple other stops, but he's fun right now, and frankly, I'd rather watch him than Chris Bryant.
No doubt. No doubt.
You know what I mean?
It's good that he's getting this quantity of at-bats that he's getting right now has been really, really good to see. There's glimmers of progress with some young players, which has been good to see, but also, God, I can't see a winning team with binoculars with this team right now.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I think in Colorado, we would just accept a fun team to go. And like you said, you summed it up perfectly. You went to that game last night as a Colorado fan knowing you were going to be amongst the chowderheads. Yeah, at least you got a fun game and a nice evening, all that kind of stuff.
How about Alex Cora, by the way, getting tossed between innings last night?
Yeah, nice job, Alex Cora. A lot of guys stressed out. Hey, real quick, what do you make of Gomber? Like, Gomber's a guy you should be shopping. I know they won't.
Yeah, you should be.
I don't know that you'd get a king's ransom for
but
it, but that's a solid starter a playoff team could use.
Yeah, they should be, but they won't. That's just it. They won't, but they should. It's like a lot of guys on this roster. They should be shopping a ton of dudes on this team, but they won't.
They won't, but they should. The story of the Rockies at the trade deadline.
Yep. Jake Cave and Ezekiel Tovar, the heroes last night. Hey,
I'd be shopping Cave too, by the way.
I
Cave
would.
could help a playoff contender. He's got a little red rear to him, you know what I mean? Guy's got a little grumpiness. He had a little Sean Payton to him last night, but he plays hard. I don't know.
Even Aaron Shunk got a hit last night. That's how fun that ball game was out there at Coors Field. Hey, extra innings. You can't really complain too much. That's about as good as baseball's going to get in these parts for quite some time.
Yeah, but again, I'm sorry. Another time where the California rule, all everybody does is bring in the stupid runner that you gave them.
Now
we had a couple. We had one inning where they each scored 2 or whatever. But I just kind of laugh because all this extra runner seems to do when I watch is just give both teams a run.
NBA Summer League, Andy, is now in the rear view mirror. What did it actually do for the Nuggets? Let's kick that around coming up next, plus at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We will be talking to Kyle Fredrickson of the Gazette. The Olympic Games start this week. Is Denver ever going to get an Olympics? What happened the last time Denver got an Olympics? You may not even know that Denver was awarded an Olympic game before. We'll tell you about that coming up at 4:20. Keep it here.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? How about a local business to get you set up right? That is Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. These are Colorado folks that understand Colorado conditions and will get you the right accessories for your truck or 4x4 if that's what you need. You still got some camping trips ahead. We know there's at least 2 to 3 months of camping season ahead of you. So if you need some tie downs or maybe a tow ball in order to tow the trailer, whatever you may need, they've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. Of course, when the colder weather shows up, bed cover time. You don't want that snow in the back of your truck. Matter of fact, this time of year, you want to be able to keep the kids' gear as you run around all the travel team stuff. Yeah, you can keep it in the back with a bed cover and keep it secure. That's something that Jerry gets asked about all the time. I've had him do my alignments, my shocks and struts. I've gotten truck tires from him. I've done the floor mats. I've done a remote start. step rails. If you need it, he's got it. Stop by the showroom, have a conversation if you know what you want but not sure what brand. Real easy to do. Maybe he'll even show you something you didn't even know existed. It's over there 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. Or give him a call, 303-761-1264, online at cooffroad.com.
So, Andy, last night, did you take in any Summer League championship action between the Miami Heat and the Memphis Grizzlies?
Caught some highlights today. That's as close as it came.
Hey, a big congratulations to our pal Isaiah Stevens of CSU. That man is a Summer League champion in his first go-around after a decade or more while playing at Colorado State. Nice job, Isaiah Stevens. Had himself a real good Summer League there, Andy. 9 points, 8 assists a game. Shot 59% from the field, 64% from three. Gave him a little bit to think about right there, those Miami Heat. He could definitely play in the G League.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a start.
That's something. Hey, in all seriousness, Tristan Da Silva in Orlando, he had a great Summer League. He made 60% of his threes. He was lights out there. There's some good little Colorado ties had themselves a nice time out there at Summer League. But let's look back on what the Nuggets did, okay? Okay. Obviously, there's Deron Holmes, all right? And that's that. If anyone wants to know what happened in Summer League, that's what happened, okay?
Yeah.
They lost their first-round pick to a torn Achilles tendon, and he's out for the year.
And we all lost interest after that because that stunk.
Julian Strother, Andy, I looked up the numbers today, averaged a Summer League best 28.5 points per game.
Did so well. Actually got what you're hoping for, the old dismissal.
That's right.
In the final couple
He
games.
was so good, they said, you're too good for Summer League.
Yes, please come home.
Or in the very least, you're too valuable for Summer League. And the fact that our first-round pick got hurt, we're terrified, and so stop.
You're out.
Yeah. So Summer League scoring title for Julian Strother, accomplished in 2 games, but I'll give it to him nonetheless. Trey Alexander. I think displayed that he's an NBA-worthy player, a player worthy of NBA consideration. He made 48% of his shots from 3, which, again, with this team, it's like, okay, we know Porter and Jamal and Strother can hit threes. After that, you go, who else is going to consistently do that? Maybe, just maybe, Trey Alexander can turn enough heads in camp to be like, hey, I'm a guy that can hit an open shot on a drive and kick. You can plant me in a corner, and I can catch and shoot, and I can knock down a shot. In all seriousness, Andy, like, it's not nothing. The Nuggets actually do need guys like that.
Yeah, especially if they're 3 balls.
Yeah.
So especially if you can chip them in the old second unit we've talked so much about the last 2 weeks.
Jalen Pickett struggled mightily. And if anything else, the performance of Jalen Pickett in Las Vegas only upped the necessity and the urgency to acquire Russell Westbrook, which was done before the end of Summer League. Really, I mean, the biggest things here were Holmes hurt, Strother good, Westbrook is now a Nugget. And that's kind of it for the summer. That's it. Was it a good summer? Not really. Like ultimately, in all seriousness, KCP left. They traded up to get Holmes, and he got hurt. Those things were bad. Now, you did get Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric. You wanted both of those players, and you went and got them. But ultimately, did the Nuggets have a super awesome, rad, kick-ass summer like everybody used to write in the yearbook? Not really.
No.
They
didn't find any summer loving. It didn't happen so fast.
Mm-mm.
And nobody really, well, I guess Strother had a blast. That was about it.
He did.
So
he had a bit of a blast. That was it. That's Summer League in the books. So Russell Westbrook now, and we're gonna spend a lot more time on this coming up at 20 minutes after 5:00. But like with Russell Westbrook, Andy, what do you think the reception is gonna be for him? Like opening night this upcoming season, Russ gets up and walks to the table to check in for the first time. What do you think it's going to be like at Ball Arena?
I'm going to give you how I felt about Neil Smith becoming a Denver Bronco. How about that? I will go back into my own personal archives.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a bit of a wait-and-see approach. I don't think it's going to be all cheers and it's awesome this guy's a Nugget right away. I don't think you'll get booed or anything like that. But and again, so I can further explain, not in the media during Neil Smith's run here in Denver. And spent most of my childhood watching Neil Smith with the dumb Band-Aid across his nose after he broke it once. He wore it like the rest of his career, doing the stupid home run swing after he got done sacking John Elway multiple times. And if it wasn't him, it was Derek Thomas, right? Just terrorizing your dude. And then all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, they decide that they, being Mike Shanahan, decide we're going to sign this guy. And I just kind of remember thinking, all right, whatever. That guy, whatever. Whatever, but I'm not. You better show me something. You better be worth this. You better contribute. You and that dumb Band-Aid better be getting some home run swings against the Chiefs quarterbacks. That's all I know, right? Now, he's your guy, but it was very much, I'm going to wait and see on this one. Wasn't running to get the jersey. And again, it was because Neil Smith was a bit older at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't getting prime Neil Smith of the Kansas City heyday. And to be quite honest with you, Nate, if you go back to Neil Smith's first year, pretty pedestrian regular season. Really didn't do much. You know what I mean? He probably did some veteran things that you don't realize as a fan, but his sack totals weren't off the charts. That was mainly Alfred Williams and other guys.
Yeah, old
But then we
football
got to
players.
the playoffs,
Right.
and he showed his worth. So, and then he was my guy, and he was my guy for the second year, and I interviewed him a couple of times, and you like him, but I think there's some Nuggets fans that remember OKC Westbrook and messing with Rocky and all the stuff you talk. Like, again, I think the fans will be fine he's on the team, but I wouldn't expect the standing roaring ovation the first time he checks in. Is that fair?
I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
I think
you like him better than I think some of the fans do.
No, but I also, my feelings notwithstanding, Denver loves a star. And Russell Westbrook is a star. He's a former.
But he's an old star.
He's an old star, but this town loved Jason Giambi. I think this, and I'm not saying this is just Denver. Like I think that people like names. They like dudes that they've heard of, that they've watched. I think they even like getting a chance to cheer for somebody that they actively rooted against or disliked earlier on in their career. Like the moment, though, that he is wearing a Nuggets uniform, I think people are going to be pumped to have him here. Now,
I don't know, Nate. I don't know.
Here's what I want to figure out, though. All right, is like, how is Russell Westbrook going to land with the locker room?
Okay.
And I only say that in this way. I think that his teammates are going to like him, but is his intensity going to be welcome? You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see it going one of two ways when Westbrook walks in the door here, of either it elevates, or is it going to rub some guys the wrong way? You know? And
interesting.
And the biggest one that I wonder about is Jamal Murray.
So that's where I was going to go. Let's break this down. Who do you think will have a problem with it? You think Jamal is the first one that we go to there?
And I think the biggest thing is just because they'll be going head-to-head in practice every day.
Well, the other question I would have then is Jamal sees himself. Everybody knows it's Joker's team. And let's not kid ourselves. Joker's pretty intense too. We've seen it on the sidelines. I think he gets annoyed with guys and lets them know in his own little way.
Yeah.
Now, I just said own little way. Russell Westbrook's way seems to be pretty blunt, pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
Not maybe mentioning I need a little help at a press conference. Maybe legitimately telling guys, you better do better, I could see Murray and Westbrook are going to have to probably find some kind of peace. Now, a new extension for Murray would probably help that, right?
Look, it's real possible that it's just his energy when he walks in the door. And again, by all accounts, Russell Westbrook has been liked by teammates and liked by coaches and staffers everywhere that he's been. He hates the media. Like, he has an antagonistic relationship with the media, but behind closed doors, people just rave about the guy that he is. And it's like, okay, is that energy? And I do think the Nuggets need some of that energy. I think that team is just a little too quiet. And I do think that team needs a little bit more of that. I think, Jeff Green leaving and Ish Smith leaving, and there was just like a little bit of a veteran void. I think Westbrook kind of comes back in here and brings a little bit more of that. And it's like, okay, how is everyone going to take to it? I hope they take well to it. I hope that the locker room responds well to what he's going to bring, because I do think he's going to walk in the door and he will ruffle a few feathers right away with his intensity.
We may have to even have a longer discussion about this with the guests coming up, but to me, you called it quiet. I would ask you, were they comfortable? And
right.
Yes, he is going to bring I am a veteran that needs to win a championship. So I'm not here for your excuses or your bad moods or you're not in the mood tonight. I think he will definitely bring that. And I think Michael Malone will have an ally trying to get a few of those guys to get off that stance. I don't want to hear you're tired in the playoffs. It's the playoffs. We got a month left. Let's go.
Yeah, I like the way you put that right there. An ally of Michael Malone. I think he needs a couple more of those in the locker room right now. We'll take a break. When we come back, could Denver, Colorado ever be an Olympic host site? Kyle Fredrickson of the Gazette has done the deep dive on that at Gazette.com. We'll find out with him if that's the case, and why did Denver reject the Olympics the last time around? We'll find out next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Curious, have you ever wondered about your testosterone levels? Have you heard a lot of people talking about low T, wondering if you're affected? Well, to get real quick answers, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz right there on the website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. For me, my energy and just bad sleep really were the things that led me to go in and try to get some answers about this. Other people show things such as putting on weight or decrease in libido, having your workouts not produce the way they once did. If this all sounds familiar, maybe it's time you go and have a conversation with the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've successfully treated men for low T for years, and men have been seeing some amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. Just more energy could be a key one. Here's how it works. Go in there, get an appointment, and the cost of the appointment's only $99, which does include a medical consult, team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, well, that cost is waived. It's free. So get started by going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Just get that appointment booked. They do have 5 locations to serve you. No need to wait on this, especially if you just need some questions answered. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or again, the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, we get our Olympics on this week. Summer Games from Paris. The 2024 Summer Olympiad is about to be in our life. By the way, a lot of excellent Colorado athletes representing Team USA there in Paris. However, we've never had an Olympic Games here in Colorado, and it's funny to think we are one of the world's destinations as a winter sports haven. Athletically, the USOC has their headquarters right here in the state of Colorado, and yet we've never hosted a games. Why is that the case? Joining us right now to shed some light on this very question, Kyle Fredrickson of the Gazette. Kyle, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing well, fellas. Happy to kind of chime in on a fun off-season topic assigned to me before, the craziness of Broncos training camp.
So the 1976 Winter Olympics were awarded to Denver, Colorado. We had an Olympics. The only thing is it never actually happened. What happened, Kyle?
Yeah, it's a fascinating case study. I think if you want kind of the SparkNotes version, Colorado voters essentially approved a proposition that did not allow the state to provide any kind of funding for the Olympics. So a couple of years after they had the game secured, they had done all this pre-work, all the money raised just to do this bit, all the travel, all the kissing butts and everything it takes to get this done. Well, the voters rejected it. They said, nope, what you're proposing, it's not logistically possible. It's going to cost too much money. And, to some degree, the Denver Chamber of Commerce and the folks who put this bid together, I'm not sure that they were totally honest about sort of what Denver had in terms of just the availability to do this. I mean, to your point, it is crazy that a state that is so known for its winter recreation and its mountain resorts, that it's never had the Olympics. But when you think about what it costs, and you think about other cities like Montreal in the 70s and places since that almost went bankrupt after hosting the games, it's almost a smart decision. But it was a fascinating look back in history, I think, of the motivation of people on both sides, because I do think that, there is some merit in the folks who say, hey, the Olympics should be in Colorado, if only to showcase our mountains on the world stage. I think that in principle is a very honorable cause.
Yeah, Kyle, I've had a few people tell me about this failed bid and or I guess it
successful
was a winning bid, but yeah, then the boycott, and it was a crazy time. But you had put in the article, there's like regional restrictions. You can't be too far away. What'd you say? The village has to be within 50 miles of things. And yes, we have a lot of ski resorts, but they aren't all necessarily right on top of each other. And, if you want to do anything in Evergreen or Denver or where else, maybe Aspen, wherever you want to do it, this stuff is all spread out. The media housing back in that time certainly wasn't there. I'm old enough to remember the Denver in the 80s, and you did not have a lot of what you have now. The city looked nowhere near what it looked like. And then you mentioned it, the debt can be crippling. And I think like even Atlanta, when we went to Atlanta for a couple sports trips, Kyle, they talk about all the facilities they built that basically don't always get used anymore. And so do you think in modern times, with everybody watching their tax dollars, would the vote go any differently if you have to add so many facilities?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question, right? And it's a great point to make. And I think people who visit the state, like they always are, one of their first reactions is, I landed at the airport and I was like, the mountains are really far away, right? Yeah, it's a drive to get there, especially from the airport. And that's a big problem. And it would even be a problem today. I mean, you guys have sat in I-70 traffic, and you know what that's like. Can you imagine just the amount of people it would take to get up that mountain and to figure all that out? Now, all that being said, there's some context for the story that is modern. That Denver has tried again since 76 to go for the games, but they really rethought the whole model itself. And I didn't break down all of it in the story. It was back in 2018 when they did a lot of this research and when Denver decided to make a push for the 2030 or 2034 games. But essentially Denver is saying, we don't want to construct a bunch of new facilities. We want to use things that we have currently and rethink the model. Like instead of having an Olympic village for the athletes, use a cluster of hotels that are close together in the Denver metro area. And really rethink the idea that all your sites have to be close together. Maybe the Rocky Mountains as a whole could share different sites and even in different states. I think Denver is very progressive in the way that it sees itself as a future host, but that is also going to count against it, right? Because if you're the International Olympic Committee, who are you going to choose? Denver with their very innovative but out there plan? Or are you going to go back to Salt Lake to where you were saying earlier, they have the facilities from 2002, everything is built and ready. Of course, Salt Lake is going to get that nod. So I do think in the future, the Olympics are possible. It's certainly something that political leaders are going to be trying to put a pulse on it, figuring out what voters want, figuring out how it's going to work. But it's got to look totally different if they do end up coming to Denver. And I would say kudos to Denver, right? I mean, I think historically our residents have been pretty kind of tight-pocketed with our tax dollars. I mean, you've got tax billers, pay tax billers pay.
Bill of Rights, Tabor
Bill of
there,
Rights.
man.
Yeah,
You're getting down on your
stumbling
Tabor
over here. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, sorry, I can't speak. Having a stroke over here. No, I'm good. But that goes to my point. This is a city and a state where we take that seriously, and we're not going to go bankrupt or do something crazy just to host the Olympics. When we get the X Games, we have other Olympic style events in the mountains. Maybe they just don't have quite the shine of the real thing.
No, and again, we're talking to Kyle Fredrickson of the Gazette about the potential of Denver as an Olympic site. That's just it. It's like we do have a lot of existing infrastructure, but like you need a damn ski jump, like you need the luge track. Like where are they going to do the bobsled? You got to figure all of that sort of thing out. And then you end up like asking the question of like, is this going to end up like Sochi and it's just going to be like abandoned and like overgrown with weeds and have like stray feral dogs walking all over the place in it? Or is this actually going to get used for something of value later on? I mean, you mentioned like Salt Lake there. I've been skiing in Salt Lake or in Utah a ton of times. Like, you go to Snow Basin or you go to any of those resorts, and like they have beautiful facilities that got built up as a result of those O2 games, and those have been very good for those particular places. But also, it's like the amount of just like obscure nonsense that you would need Colorado voters to say yes to seems like an incredible long shot to me.
Yeah, I agree. And one part of the conversation, too, and, this sort of bleeds into a whole different topic entirely, but the cost of living in mountain towns right now is obnoxious. I mean, the housing disparity, like if you want to live in a place like Gunnison, where I spent a couple years of college at Western State, back then it was a cow town, like in the early aughts, like it was, a super cheap place to be. Well, now even places like that, you're either a billionaire, you're who has a mansion, you're a college student living in a dorm, or you're living in your van on the side of the river because you can't afford, an apartment. And that's kind of for that working class, servers, those folks, and all those industry people who you'd need for the Olympics. So I think Colorado, it really needs to look internally to figure out some of those problems before they, add on a whole bunch more problems to making this happen. But, for some of those logistical, issues, and, I mentioned I-70 that, in that report from 2008 or 18, I think, CDOT mentioned that they feel like the roads in I-70 could make it work. And they'd even be open to, opening the shoulders to make it happen. So just imagine, extra lanes created to get people up the mountain. So there are creative ways. But, back in the 70s, they were thinking helicopter travel, bringing in snow to Evergreen, just sort of ideas that I think even now are laughable, but they're still the same problems that you'd face if you try to have the games today.
So, Kyle, I want to ask, because you're a younger guy than I am. I remember the New York Super Bowl, and Nate, you probably do too. And Kyle, we got on a media bus every day because you bring up the traffic. The New Yorkers were not thrilled that we were there. They were not thrilled that cops were shutting down tunnels and major thoroughfares so the media could get buses out to go cover these teams and all the stuff New York did to put that on. in your mind, as a younger sports journalist and fan, do you think this town would find something? Because I don't feel like the passion for the Olympics is quite the same that it once was.
No.
Do you think this city would even be psyched to have it with all of, like, you're laying it out right there. I-70 would be a mess. The athletes would have to get top priority. The media would have to get top priority. Olympic highfalutin people would get top priority. I mean, when it comes to these major events, do you think the towns even really enjoy that they were there by the time that they're done?
Yeah, I'd say no. And that's good. I wouldn't say that without noting that I think there's a lot of pride in our Olympians, right? I mean, you got to admit how hard these guys work. Once every 4 years, we can sit back and enjoy their stories on TV, but it's kind of fleeting, right? I mean, it's a few of your summer nights. It's not a Broncos game. It doesn't develop that sort of intense excitement. So yeah, I don't think the people here are quite frankly excited enough to make it happen. And, you mentioned just sort of the traffic issues and what that would create. There's always this underlying, kind of theme in this state of, the people who were born here and the people who moved here. And I can just see that resentment kind of showing itself for the Olympics, right? Like, why are all these out of state or out of country folks coming here and clogging up I-70 and making my life difficult? So it's a little bit of a selfish kind of frame of mind, but I've seen it in Colorado. I grew up here, and can you sort of witness that as you grow older with bumper stickers and all else. But at the end of the day, I do think it's smart for city leaders to at least pay attention to what it would take, and if it does make sense, to do it, because it would be very special. But boy, we need some like hover cars or some Jetson stuff, right, guys? I mean, right now, I just don't see it working.
Let's get one of those Elon Musk Tesla tunnels going all the way up to Vail. Right. Yeah, let's get one of those. Also, I agree. Those people that were born somewhere else and then moved here, those people are the absolute worst. Kyle Fredrickson, everybody, Gazette.com. Go and read this piece. It is illuminating, but if you've ever wondered to yourself, why has Colorado, honestly, like a hub of Olympic athletics in both the summer and the winter games, why have we never had an Olympics? The answer is pretty much right there, because they're a gigantic ripoff and a terrible idea. Kyle, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thanks, fellas.
All right, Kyle Fredrickson of the Gazette. Yeah, Andy. So the Denver Olympic Committee that initially secured the games. And that's, to me, one of the funniest parts of this story. In 1970, the Denver Olympic Committee secures the Olympic Games for 76 without getting approval from the voters. And 2 years later, in a referendum, the voters are just like, nope, we're not funding this thing. And it ended up having to go away. But the initial proposed price tag of an Olympic Winter Games, again, this is 1976, $15 million. Okay? That estimate later grew to $35 million. The final number would likely have been much higher. Here's another example. According to The Guardian, and this is from Kyle's piece in the Gazette, 76 Summer Games left the city of Montreal with more than $1 billion in debt.
Okay, and it's important to note the year. $1 billion in 1976.
Yeah.
$1 billion is still a big deal today, where we've got athletes that approach that in career earnings. Can you imagine what $1 billion does to a city in 76?
Yeah.
Come on now.
It's you really like, and we'll have the Summer Games in Los Angeles in 28. But again, they have much of the infrastructure already in place. They've hosted a Summer Games before, back in 1984. Like they were more prepared for this versus like we would have to put in so much infrastructure. Again, just a damn bobsled track. Okay, now don't get me wrong, it'd be kind of cool, but like
you don't use it again.
Exactly.
There's no professional bobsled tour that I'm aware of that's going to come and compete at the thing. I can remember I've been to Atlanta twice since the Olympics were there. And, it's historical, so I queried about it, but where was the Olympic Park? Where did the bombing happen? Where, and I asked the local cab driver and just some of the locals that you talk to, people at the hotel we stayed at, is the Olympic Park a cool place to go? No, not really. All that's, we built it and it was here, and
Yeah.
Now it's just, I mean, you can go and look at it, but there's nothing grand about it. It's not a big deal anymore. It's and like you said, it's cool. Kyle's right. There's pride in being able to say that you hosted this, and we certainly take pride and root for our athletes. But Nate, you and I, he's right. There is a selfishness to this. You and I know from a Super Bowl. Denver thinks it wants a Super Bowl. You and I have covered many of them. I'm not so sure Denver wants a Super Bowl when downtown is completely locked off for you for 5 or 6 days as they go about Super Bowl business.
Yeah.
And you're still trying to get, around the city in your normal path.
The International Olympic Committee, don't let those people in here. Don't put a penny in their pocket.
Right.
Do not ever, ever even consider hosting an Olympic Games here. There's no space. There's no money. It would be a gigantic waste.
Well, in Sochi, Sochi is the one. Is that the one that was near? Was it near Ukraine? The one where they built all the facilities.
Oh, Sochi on the coast of Russia. Like I'm telling you, Andy, go back. Like Google photos of those venues. They're abandoned.
And they put a ton of money in there that, frankly, they didn't have. But they built it to say they would host a game.
But it's and most of that money ended up in just like construction companies that were pilfering the hell out of the Russian government. But there was a lot of shadiness and handshake deals and wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Get my buddy this particular contract. The whole thing is just disgusting. Okay, so let this. Let it be LA's problem in the next summer games. It's fine.
Let Utah have it again, like you said.
Exactly. Like
at least the facilities are built.
I've skied or ridden my snowboard down the Super G run at Snow Basin before. They have a beautiful base area that was built up where they had much of the events. It's lovely. Yeah, you can have it. It's all yours. Enjoy. Yeah, we're good. We're tapped out in these parts. It's Crackman and Lindahl. Andy, when we talk about bad contracts in Denver sports, and we're not even talking about wasting money on an Olympics, we always start the conversation in the same old spots. Russell Wilson, Chris Bryant. That's always where we go to begin the conversation. And then thank God those bad contracts exist, because there's one other one that I think would like a spot at the table, but kind of gets shut out. Every now and then, though, we get reminded of it. So here you go. Dateline Tampa. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have placed outside linebacker Randy Gregory on the reserve did not report list after Gregory failed to report for training camp Tuesday.
He also skipped minicamp.
That's right. Todd Bowles confirmed those were unexcused absences, which warrants a $101,356 fine. I wonder if he was in Egypt. Gregory is, as you remember, involved in litigation with the NFL and with the Broncos, suing both entities for discrimination, claiming that he was denied use of the drug dronabinol, which is prescribed to him by a doctor for the treatment of social anxiety disorder and post-traumatic stress. The lawsuit claims that the league and team violated Gregory's right to disability accommodations under Colorado law, blah, blah, blah. Randy Gregory got himself a 5-year, $70 million deal from the Broncos, $28 million of which was guaranteed, Andy. He finished his Broncos career with a whopping 3 sacks.
You know what was different? Well, he's kind of a Randy Gregory type. When Russell Wilson happened, and again, I know a lot of people look back now and we constantly get the question, why'd you ever sign this guy to a contract? To which we usually retort, you don't make that trade if you're not going to sign him to a contract.
Right.
Period. You gave up too much not to keep the guy around. That said, when Randy Gregory signed, there were a whole lot of people that said, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Guy's barely been healthy. Hasn't really been productive. I think it had one good year at the time.
He had a career-high 6 sacks twice in his career. 6.
Right. Now, you had said when the Rockies got Chris Bryant, what are they doing? He's aging. This contract won't age well. But I think some of us thought the first 3 years would at least be a little fun. Certainly more fun than it's been. Gregory,
which is none.
Which is none. Gregory at least has been the leader in the clubhouse of it. This went about as many predicted.
Yes.
Right?
It was terrible. That was a George Payton special too. That was done on the watch of the new general manager.
Yeah, if you want to get mad at George Payton about something, Randy Gregory's certainly top of the list.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would still say, again, sometimes as we get so frustrated with what we're stuck in, people forget there were other teams that wanted to draft a Paxton Lynch. Doesn't mean you should have, but again, the Broncos they traded up to get in front of the Cowboys who were going to take him.
Hey, a lot of people bought Milli Vanilli tapes back in the day, Andy. Doesn't make it okay.
And my point is the Saints and Bears, allegedly, even the Eagles, were interested in chatting Russell Wilson if they were going to have open discussions. So, yeah, to me, the George Payton, is Gregory his biggest mistake?
No, Russ was. But Russ was and Nathaniel Hackett was. Like those two were top of the list. Randy Gregory, to use Olympic parlance, Randy Gregory earns himself a bronze medal on that podium.
See, I just feel like a lot of people were willing to make the Russ mistake. I don't know if a lot of people are willing to make the old Hackett and Gregory mistakes. I feel like you're farther out on the island there on those by yourself.
Without a doubt. Speaking of positive drug tests, Andy, I bring you today's Rockhead of the Day. This is presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Headline from the BBC. Sharks off the coast of Brazil test positive for cocaine.
Do what now?
Cocaine. That's right.
Booger sugar.
Marine biologists tested 13 Brazilian sharp-nosed sharks taken from the shores near Rio de Janeiro and found They tested for high levels of cocaine in their muscles and livers. Not just trace amounts, Andy. Not just like, hey, maybe a midnight line to keep me going till the bar closes. Heavy amounts. All right?
All right.
Nice.
So full disclosure.
Stevie Ray Vaughan quantities.
Who's one of the Stones, maybe?
Keith Richards.
Keith Richards, that's who I was looking for. I send Nate these stories from time to time just to see what he does.
Uh-huh.
I was unaware they were called sharp-nosed sharks.
Sharp nose.
Getting into the cocaine. That just makes it all the more perfect.
If you have a sharp nose, do you even need a rolled up 20? I don't even
Nah,
think you
man,
do.
you just woo. Do they have long fingernails on their fins too? Just to
wearing black eye makeup.
Yeah.
The concentrations were as much as 100 times higher than previously reported for other aquatic creatures. So these dudes party.
They got a hold of the good stuff.
Experts, here we go. The research carried out by the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation is the first to find the presence of cocaine in sharks. Experts believe the cocaine is making its way into the waters via illegal labs where the drug is manufactured or through the excrement of drug users. Oh, good. They're doing poop coke.
Diarrhea.
That is awful.
Packs of cocaine lost or dumped by traffickers at sea could also be a source, though this is less likely, researchers say.
Well, I've got another possible source. You know how sharks like to feast on big bloated dead whales?
Uh-huh.
Again, watched a lot of Shark Week last week.
Okay.
Could cocaine bears have found their way to these oceans?
Is this Cocaine Bear 2, Return of the Cocaine Sharks?
Electric Boogaloo? Yeah, I don't know. I hope the meth squirrels don't start offing themselves into the sea either.
See, what's exciting to me about this is now there's finally a reason to make a sequel, Andy. I can finally get Avalanche Cocaine Sharks now.
There you go.
This is
I
the
was about to
movie
say.
that I need to see. All right. Sarah Noveus, a marine ecotoxicologist at the Marine and Environmental Sciences Center of the Polytechnic University of Leiria, I don't know where that is, told Science Magazine that the findings are very important and potentially worrying. I'd say that they're concerning. Coked up sharks, I'm worried.
Yeah, they seem a little hyped up and aggressive. You know, they can't stop swimming or they die. So sure, let's coke them up too.
All females in the study were pregnant, but the consequences of cocaine exposure for the fetuses are unknown, experts say. That just means the baby sharks are going to come out of the womb and just instantly talk your ear off and come up with bad band names.
That also means they were all at a party.
Further research is required to ascertain whether cocaine is changing the behavior of sharks. However, previous research has shown the drugs were likely to have similar effects on animals as they do on humans. Yeah, I would say.
Are we going to get like some league where we just coked up all predatory animals and see who wins? Because a lot of them are getting a hold of the coke all of a sudden. Have we had a coke crocodile yet?
Maybe. I tell you what, though, like the one thing that could keep you safer is like maybe their teeth wouldn't be as sharp from all the grinding of their jaws together.
What are they going to? As long as Meth Shark doesn't show up, I guess we're okay.
These are classier sharks.
Yeah, these are right now just 80s partying sharks. Do we have like the Robert Downey Jr. shark from Less Than Zero out there somewhere? Shark life's gone to hell. He's lucky to just catch a salmon every now and again.
Just the 80s brat pack out there walking around.
Coke Shark. Now hold on. Are we getting the scene from Boogie Nights where Coke Shark went with his lady friend to one of these parties? And now Coke Shark's gone and so is she.
Coke Shark is getting funding to record his new album.
Yeah, Coke Shark. Is there a roller girl Coke Shark? Is Burt Reynolds Coke Shark swimming around taking advantage of all these guys? Getting one last score in before he's too old?
Oh, man. So there you go, everybody. Cocaine sharks. That's the new thing on the planet to be terrified about. That's your your Rockhead of the day. Hopefully they're not doing those either. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home, simplifying your life. Stay in your well-appointed and heated home, and don't go near the cocaine sharks. We got NFL news next. Oh, let's do this. Best 5 o'clock hour in the business right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. And we begin it with football news, as I think we've got 32 teams in training camp now.
Football is started.
Let's go. Cole, what do you got for us today?
Today, guys, the NFL Players Association and the NFL have had discussions at a, quote, very high level over potentially adding an 18th regular season game to the schedule. NFLPA Executive Director Lloyd Howe told TheAthletic.com today, he said, quote, "It sounds attractive. Who doesn't want to see more football, myself included? But all these other things have to be worked out. And guys, I got to ask you, why hasn't this happened already?"
The NFLPA is, they have the traction to have delayed this thing. We went to 17 games 3 seasons ago. However, in that time, we have only seen more television rights deals explode. The Amazon deal for Thursday Night Football being chief amongst them. The biggest key here, Andy, to getting this done. Number one, the owners are fully committed to it. And if the owners are fully committed to anything in the NFL, it is eventually going to happen. The other part of it is putting enough dollar signs in front of the NFLPA while throwing them other concessions that the owners really don't care about anyway, and getting them to approve it. Lightening the load on the offseason, less preseason football, etc. These are the things that, honestly, the owners don't give a crap about. They just want to see more money rolling in, and more money rolls in if people are watching actual more meaningful football, which we're going to eventually get.
You know what else I think is behind this? I think, as Cole asked, why hasn't this been done already? You want to know what I think happened? Let me ask you something. Jaguars are building a new stadium, right?
Yep.
Shad Khan's building a new stadium. Kind of funny how the whole expansion internationally has kind of cooled a little bit lately, hasn't it?
Yep.
I think the NFL sent enough teams over there with these 4 games in all parts of Europe. Now, I'm not saying it's gone forever, but I feel like maybe the NFL said, hey, enough of you have done this now. Would you rather have 18 games or international expansion? But we need some new frontier to bank more money in the coffers, going back to your original point, Nate. I think this is – I wouldn't be surprised if we were to find out somehow they're going to give up on – they'll give them 18 games rather than have to go deal with a bunch of international games and the Jaguars being stationed there. Because if you're going to do that, why are they building a new stadium in Jacksonville?
Yeah,
Shad Khan's building the new stadium.
And again, the members of the Players Association, I know they have union leadership, but ultimately the voting rank and file members of the Players Association, they're not thinking beyond 5 minutes from now, okay? They want to be able to cash in as much as humanly possible. They want to be able to do loads of drugs. They want to go hang out with cocaine sharks. They want to be able to get a little bit better health care post-career. You throw them enough of those bones, and they're, of course, going to say yes to this thing. That's how it always goes.
And they're going to earn more time off. They'll give them a little more time off now that that's been, you don't want to be here so much in the offseason? Cool. Give us the 18 games. I wonder if this is our last year of preseason games. It's probably too ambitious to think it'd be in place by 2025, but it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. 2 bye weeks. Push the Super Bowl, later into February, President's Day weekend. Give everybody a day off after the Super Bowl, which everyone's always wanted anyway. Just keep growing this NFL thing. There's no reason for it to stop anytime soon because it keeps on making goo gobs of money. Cole.
High five.
Like you guys said, all 32 teams are in action at training camp this week, including the Denver Broncos. And Sean Payton spoke with the media today. And, of course, instead of naming a starting quarterback and possibly giving Bo Nix the majority of the reps, he kept it open-ended, and he said all 3 quarterbacks will get split reps this training camp. Here's what he had to say on the matter.
I'm not going to sit here and lay out, here's how it goes, because I think the mistake made is deciding how it goes. Deciding organically, this my experience will – I think we'll see a rotation initially, and then we'll move on from there.
Andy, we talked a lot about this in the first hour of the show. One thing we didn't really touch on is the sort of theatrics of all of this, okay? Sean Payton wants Bo Nix to start week one. The organization, and that being Sean essentially, want him to be the starter for this team, want him to be the guy, the future of the team, etc. He is also a rookie quarterback who has never taken a single snap in the NFL. In the very least, the other two quarterbacks have done that. If he can run out there some semblance of a competition, I'm using air quotes right there, there is a better chance to be able to sell the rest of the locker room, sell his teammates, sell the veteran offensive linemen on it, etc. It's the old well, if we hand it to the kid, that may not play well necessarily, but if we make him, again, air quotes, earn it all, he's got a better chance of having the command that you need a young quarterback to have.
Yeah. Look, the physical NFL skill set belongs to Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think you can just dismiss him if you're Sean Payton and keep the locker room. You and I kind of saw how that went with Lynch v. Simeon back in 2017. Here'd be my thing, Nate. I think in Sean Payton's heart of hearts, he'd love a real competition to develop between Nix and Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what he has in Jared Stidham.
Yeah.
He knows it. He saw it last year, okay? I think I would say this. When it comes to just strictly Nix, as long as he's named 2 weeks in that first preseason game, he's the starting rep guy, I ain't concerned. You got a couple of weeks because, again, these next 3 days, Friday through Sunday, it's just, off-season stuff. Nobody's got pads on. Don't hit anybody.
Yeah.
We're really a week from today probably away from real football, so to speak, as real as camp gets anyway, getting played.
Ish.
So, to me, you do this, but by the time we get to whatever the game week, what is that, the 9th or whatever?
August 11th, they open against Indy, yeah.
So by August 4th, let's go ahead and name the kid the starter and let him have the reps and go from there. Or I do hope that Zach Wilson provides something that looks like it could be competition. I'm just not expecting. As you could tell, to me, especially with what you did in the offseason by getting two quarterbacks, Jared Stidham starting for you, I think, is going to be kind of an air out of the balloon moment for everybody. Nothing against Stiddy.
No,
but you know what that is.
No, there's. I think that really is the case because there's no hope there.
Right.
You're
placeholding.
But to
and you're
me,
not really good enough to be placeholding.
It's and Cosmider talked about this a little bit in the first hour. It's like, Can the old ball coach in Sean Payton resist the temptation to just be like, well, that guy knows the offense. That guy will do exactly what I want him to do, so I'll just go and play him in week one. I'm talking about Stidham. It's like resisting the urge to have like a nominally better offense with Stidham in there versus a rookie who's never played NFL football before.
And again, to piggyback on your point, can he resist the fact that, I don't. He may look at the first 6 weeks. I don't know, but with Geno Smith and a new coach, things are unsettled. This ain't the same trip to Seattle that Hackett took him on a couple years ago. That Sean Payton's thinking, well, I can beat those guys.
Right.
I really would like to start 1-0 this year, and I can get Stidham to get me a couple wins at least. Can he resist, despite his answer at the podium today? Can you resist the urge? Because there is no guarantees if the rookie starts. Now, who knows? Maybe he comes out and he's amazing. But I am curious to see if Sean Payton can resist the urge to try to jump out and surprise some people.
High five.
Guys, some more news from Broncos training camp. Courtland Sutton had left the door open of holding out camp at the end of the offseason, but Sean Payton spoke to reporters again, and he seems rather optimistic that Courtland will show up. Here's what he had to say today.
No, and there won't be any. He'll be here. Like we talked about, and ready to go.
He'll be here and ready to go. Yes, Courtland Sutton's grand plan to get more money out of the Broncos, at least according to Sean Payton today, Andy, didn't go anywhere. He went to the offseason throwing camp with Stiddy down there in Texas. He did report to mandatory mini camp. half-hearted. I don't even know if you'd call it a holdout. Like, yeah, you skipped the non-mandatory OTAs, but it was more just like, it feels like Cortland Sutton dipped his toes into the water of like, is this going to get me anywhere? And the message that he got back was absolutely not.
Yeah, I think the names T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk cause a problem for him.
That too.
Because they're both much more desirable waiting on their second contracts without the injury history that Cortland has. And if they're both at camp, although the Ayuk thing seems interesting, but both Higgins and Ayuk are in camp, if they're both there and going to go through it, if there's anyone's trading for you to get you a new contract, they're going to – any of those guys shopping in that aisle, any of those teams, they're looking at Ayuk and Higgins first. Cortland just needs to go out. If I were Cortland's people, and I'm sure they've thought of this, you go out, you have a good first half of the season, and maybe you're desirable at the deadline if this team's doing nothing and they're looking to dump more salary.
Speaking of Brandon Ayuk, Cole.
High five.
As you guys said, Brandon Ayuk has requested a trade from the 49ers earlier in the offseason, but as the 49ers reported to training camp today, the media got to speak with general manager John Lynch, and he has a different view on the whole situation. He's rather confident Brandon Ayuk will be back with the 49ers. Here's what he had to say.
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. I can't imagine a planet where a team that is right there in a Super Bowl window is going to trade their best pass catcher. They're just not going to do that.
Here would be the only thing. This was brought up by Ryan Clark on NFL Live today. What if, and I just throw this off you, what if Ayuk pulls the Jalen Ramsey with the old back injury, and it's a hold in where he's constantly telling people, I don't feel right. And even though he's there and not getting fined, he's finding ways to not play until he's traded. Then maybe they do it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't – I don't think that's the way this is going to go. But we'll see.
Honestly, in terms of his, future earnings, his best bet is just show up and play.
Well, and Nate, there continues to be chatter nationally that it's actually Deebo Samuel that the Niners want to move on from.
Right.
They just want to get through this year with this core intact before they got to pay Brock Purdy and try to get the dang Super Bowl under their belt.
Yeah, which if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, you're sitting around just going dude, can you hang on
play?
And see if we can win a damn Super Bowl? We're trying like hell over here. Okay, we're so close. We're this close. Just show up. We'll see. Brandon Ayuk, yeah, I think he's a 49er this year, and I have almost no doubt about that. It is the Crackman and Lindahl Show. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Andy, I want to revisit some of our Russell Westbrook conversation from earlier today, but let's use Denver sports history as a guide on this tour right here. Best case scenario, worst case scenario of how this Westbrook thing could go. We'll do that next. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We've been looking forward to this conversation. So, Russell Westbrook, going to be a Nugget this upcoming season. Westbrook, many-time All-NBA, a former MVP, has averaged a triple-double for an entire season, has played in the NBA Finals, a legitimate NBA superstar of his time, and a future Hall of Famer. And he comes to Denver at the age of 36. Is when he will land here. Not exactly what you would consider to be his athletic prime. Okay, so how is this all going to go? Is it a guaranteed success? Is he going to fit directly into the role that the team needs him to fill? Is his veteran leadership going to spark the locker room? Is he going to give the kind of production that he needs? Is he not going to take 4 bad 3.5 and make everybody hate his guts? That last one feels rather unlikely. He's definitely going to do that, but still, like,
hopefully they don't hate his guts.
But will this work? Kind of is the question. And the barometer that we will use, it's pronounced thermometer, that we will use today on the show is other stars, names, whatever you want to call it, that finished their career in Denver. Their prime athletic years were spent elsewhere. The legend was built elsewhere. But then they showed up in Denver towards the end. Because this happens. Like in the age of free agency, which we have across sports, Andy, players move. And guys rarely spend an entire career with one franchise. And that means that at the end, you're still trying to squeeze whatever earnings you can out of your career. Teams are still trying to squeeze whatever you have left in the tank out of your body. That means that guys are going to land in your spot when they may be nearing the demise of their career. And that's sort of what this Russell Westbrook thing is. He's very much on the downhill slope. We got a pretty good list here, but a name that we didn't, I don't think honestly either of us even included, but the more that I thought about it, this one really is the gold standard of it, Andy. This is the best case scenario. And hear me out on this. It's Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, because and he ended up playing 4 years, which is longer than most guys do in this sort of situation. But also remember, there was a very real possibility, like, that he wasn't going to make it. That, you know, his initial throwing session, you know, with Todd Helton down in the cage at Coors Field, where he could barely fling the ball all the way over to him, it was very possible that was just what he was going to be. That, like, the lack of feeling in his hand and everything else that he had suffered, and the nerve damage, that he just wasn't going to be able to play. And not only did he play, but he went on to have top 2 finishes in the MVP race, go to the playoffs 4 different times, go to 2 Super Bowls, win 1. It's the gold standard for end of career success that our city has ever known.
See, the other one I'd throw out there with the age of Westbrook would be Ray Bork. Because I guess I don't imagine Westbrook being here more than maybe 2 years if it works out. He only signed the 1-year deal, right?
Right.
So, but yes, Manning, Bork.
Bork got his number retired. Manning did too, actually. Yeah, now you think about it.
See, Manning is interesting because he was in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
Again, I don't see Westbrook. When you asked me about this, I came up with a bunch of names, but certainly not guys that were in the middle of it like Manning was, right?
Right.
Bork was, no doubt about it, but there's also you play 6 defensemen in a hockey game.
Bork finished second in the Norris his last year of his career.
He was really good.
Really
good. That's because Boston loved him and wanted him to go get a cup chance.
Yep.
So, here, how do you want to do? I'll tell you what, whenever we talk about guys that rolled through here, the first name I thought of that I feel like is akin to maybe a 1-year experiment that this thing could be, The first name I threw at you was Tony Dorsett in 1988 when he played for the Broncos.
And that wasn't good.
And that was not awe-inspiring at all. Now, the next year they got lucky and got Bobby Humphrey, who they drafted out of Alabama, that was really a good running back for them, at least his rookie year.
Yeah.
But yeah, as excited as I was for a Tony Dorsett 33 jersey in my life with the Broncos, that was a whole lot of okay.
Right. It's Brian Dawkins going to a few Pro Bowls. John Lynch going to a few Pro Bowls.
See, let's pause at Dawkins, Nate. I thought about him, and I feel like that could be a great comp. Like if they were to get a Brian Dawkins level thing out of Westbrook, because Dawkins, he still made a few plays, he still laid a few hits, but his neck betrayed him a number of times. But the guy was a positive presence in the locker room.
Yes.
And if that's what you can get out of Westbrook, again, a guy that can do some things with the second unit to keep you afloat and be a positive presence in the locker room, then you've done all right for yourself.
Yeah, that's, those are the success stories. Jerome McGinley, he was okay, but he was.
Sure.
And honestly, maybe so McGinley comes in, he scored 29 goals one year. That's good. You're a very good NHL player if you score 29 goals in a single season. Now, Jerome McGinley was, one of the best players in the NHL for most of his career with the Calgary Flames, but he came here and he was still kind of okay. But he was sort of a role player on those teams while having that veteran voice. That'd be a good situation, right?
It would. Now, Jerome also played for some bad Avs teams.
Sure
right?
did.
Westbrook's got to play for
it's going to be on a
the
good
best
Nuggets
group
team.
of Nuggets we've ever seen.
Right. Going to be on a good Nuggets team.
Again, he to your point, if Westbrook were to have a couple games that were added to his illustrious highlight reel career package, great.
Yeah.
But you don't need it every night.
Right. You, more than anything, I need 22 minutes of you keeping the turnovers in check and pushing the pace.
Right.
That's what I want out of him.
Not giving up back all momentum when you got a lead.
Right, exactly. Not, taking pull-up jump shots with 11 seconds left on the shot clock. Just give the ball to Nikola Jokic in a situation like that. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're going for here. Well, we're talking about what we don't want is Jerry Rice.
Jerry,
I
hit you up. Andre Reed was technically a Bronco. Nobody knows it because he didn't make the team, and I think he ultimately signed with somebody else. But Andre Reed, for an offseason, was a Bronco.
Right.
Just like Jerry Rice, for a training camp, was a Bronco.
Yes.
Number
19.
I put down, how about this? Here's some of the other names. Jamal Charles. Remember Jamal Charles?
I do.
He had a year with the Broncos. I remember all the running backs thinking it was cool because he was running back royalty.
Yeah.
But that was Simeon Rice, if you remember, was a Bronco.
I do.
That whack year, what was that, 2007, I think, when they'd signed Darryl Gardner. They had went and signed Travis Henry.
Illini legend, Simeon Rice. I'll love him forever.
Where do you come in with Evan Mathis? Remember him?
He was a starting offensive lineman on a team that won the Super Bowl.
He was considered one of the best players out there.
They
now,
weren't a good offense, but...
Well, I got a few buddies at great offensive linemen. Didn't love the way Mathis played, but...
No, actually. So do you remember this? Pro Football Focus loved Evan Mathis.
No, they did. That's when I had a few guys tell me they hate Pro Football Focus.
And that was when it was
You sure?
Some agents have certain sway with certain outlets. Grain of salt on some of these things, I would say. Remember when Sam Adams showed up here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, dominant defensive lineman for most of his career and not really so much here in Denver. Mm-hmm.
What about, here's some nuggets that I thought of. What about Dale Ellis? Remember Dale Ellis, sharp-shooting three-point shooter Dale Ellis.
Sure.
Was a part of the Nuggets.
Sonics legend, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What about Nick Van Exel? He played here a bit.
He did. That was more towards the middle of his career, wasn't it?
Was it? Did he? I couldn't remember if he went somewhere after or not. You know, a guy that spent some time here was Kevin Willis, and I remember because he was Scotty's guy. Scotty was his rookie.
A lot of texters have suggested Paul Millsap, kind of putting him in this kind of conversation. Guys, don't forget, The Nuggets gave Paul Millsap a $90 million contract.
Yeah, he was their highest, best free agent at the time.
Yeah, Millsap was signed to be a star. Ooh. He was good. Like, Paul Millsap was a good Nugget. He wasn't what he was.
Ryan coming in strong. Ty Law. I forgot Ty Law was
right.
a part of the 2009 Josh McDaniel Broncos.
Christina says, you mean what we don't want is Chris Bryant.
Yes.
Again, like, the contract does have to come into as a part of the conversation too, I suppose, in the comp, doesn't it? Like, and I know we're largely talking about performance, but like, Russ is going to cost the Nuggets $4 million this year.
Yeah.
Who cares?
If it doesn't work,
if he flames out, he's like that's not going to destroy you.
You weren't getting anybody of his caliber for $4 million anyway, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, I got some. First off, I just want to throw out some more Avs names before we hit Rockies.
Let's go.
But Pierre Turgeon, forgot he was an Av.
I believe I covered the game where Turgeon scored his 500th career goal.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Not a good team, though, right?
No.
But a legend the Avs decided to give.
That was like, wasn't that post-lockout?
I think
when
so.
Pierre Turgeon showed up here? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yari Curry was an Avalanche,
yes.
if you remember.
Yeah.
Dale Hunter was an Avalanche, like an old Capital, I believe. Remember Correa and Solani?
Yeah, that didn't work.
Man, that did not go at all like they wanted.
No.
Did you know Dave Andrechuk's a Hall of Famer? He was an Av.
I don't think I did know that. Knew he was a good player.
Let's get to some of the Rockies, because you already mentioned one earlier. Like, you know what I think? I think maybe the Rocky that best could be Westbrook, and you mentioned him, was Jason Giambi.
Giambi was good. He wasn't, MVP level Oakland A's or get paid by the Yankees. Beloved in the clubhouse. Todd Helton instantly embraced him. They became bros very, very quickly. The golden thong, he brought that along. He brought a levity to that room where it's like, I want Westbrook to have the opposite effect. I want him to bring an intensity to the Nuggets locker room. I think Giambi sort of brought a level of veteran fun that, quite frankly, in that sport, you desperately need to have.
And with Tulo and Helton and some of the grinders in there, they needed it.
Yeah.
It was well-versed how he brought some levity, like you said, to the locker room.
Early Rocks, we had both Dale Murphy and Brett Saberhagen, Andy.
Yeah. How about that? Good old Brett. I remember Brett Saberhagen getting traded here, I believe, from the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And they had Kevin Ritz as the starter. That was their wild card year. Got up against the Braves and just really didn't go the way they hoped.
Ooh, 947 pointed out Justin Morneau did win a batting title here. He sure did.
He
did. Sure did. Yeah.
Ernesto brings up Jamie Moyer. I had him on the list.
Jamie Moyer's what I want to not happen.
No, because but first off, Russ has already got him beat because Jamie Moyer was already 90 when he put on a Rockies uniform.
Okay, in all seriousness, Jamie Moyer was 13 years older than Russell Westbrook is right now.
Wasn't he almost 50?
He was. His career was ended by, don't call me Giancarlo, Mike Stanton of the Florida Marlins, who hit a ball with an exit velocity of approximately Mach 3 off of Jamie Moyer, and that was the end. That was just the like, hey man, it's not safe for you to be out here.
Right. I think that's when everybody knew.
Yeah.
All right, this has been fun.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, Michael
Sorry we
Kadire
did
won a
that to
batting
you.
title here too. Don't forget about that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
See, I feel like Kadire was a good player, and didn't he go on to play for like the Sox or someone after?
Mark Reynolds was fine when he was here. The sheriff of
Sure.
Swattingham. He was perfectly okay.
Who was our guy? Who was our big hitter last year that we traded, the DH guy?
Oh, Moustakis?
Well, Moustakis. Who was the other one? He played here for a couple 3 years and got his career back in order. But he was a DH mainly.
I'll just keep staring at you for a minute.
I don't know. I can't remember. Nah, you know what? Let me just go look it up real quick. Go look at the roster.
See, so like there's plenty of instances though of like this could work. This could work.
Crone, CJ Crone.
Oh,
Thank you, text line. There we go.
CJ Crone.
He got his career back on track.
No,
he hit some things.
No,
Somebody wanted him.
You're
finally,
right.
but...
You're right about that. Yeah, I was aiming a little bit higher than.
No, I hear you, but I guess I had moved on to the point of the Rockies have had a lot of veteran rehabs.
Yeah.
That have gone like you come to the Rockies, prove you can still play, and then you get to go somewhere else. Frankly, Daniel Bard should have been that, but no, we held on.
Ryan Howard didn't exactly work out with the Rockies organization.
God, what happened there? Did he ever take a big league at bat with them? Now I can't remember.
Remember, who was the other one? Why am I this is going to bother me. Oh, Matt Kemp.
Yes,
Matt Kemp. Yes.
In the COVID year.
Remember how big his butt got?
Yeah, he had hockey butt. It's the first thing you pointed out. Kemp was in center field looking at Rob Blake he nearly took out Blackman trying to catch one of those fly balls.
Just double C's thick was Matt Kemp. But Matt Kemp, however, dated Rihanna, so he has the ultimate, I could make fun of his butt all that he wants, man. Matt Kemp just has to be like Rihanna. It's like, okay, now you win. You win. Yeah. We all lose.
That butt to use. Good for you. What about Matt Holliday the second time?
Oh, Chris second time, Matt Holliday.
The second time. Remember, it was the second time Chris Iannetta, too.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
You forget.
Mm-hmm. He was, I believe he was already Mr. Alana Rizzo by that time. Well done, Chris Iannetta.
Wow. There it is. He's
Yeah.
just pulling no punches.
It's a good story. Plus, he has a winery. Chris Iannetta's one of
who doesn't like a winery?
Chris Iannetta.
I'd like to have a winery.
Andy, to this day, Chris Iannetta is still the Rockies' all-time leader, wins above replacement for catchers.
Well, good for him.
He is statistically speaking the greatest Rockies catcher of them all.
Someone texted in my guy Jonathan Lucroy, who I remember was traded here, but can never remember that he played. Remember, he was a 2018 guy.
Yeah.
They picked him up.
We've gotten this text a couple of times. Tim Howard, when he came in to play for the Rapids.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude. So
much hype when that happened.
Nayland and I did a show out at Dick's. There was like an event going on with the Rapids, and this was like just after the acquisition of Tim Howard. And Nayland and I were both Tim Howard fans, I should say. And when they brought him out to us, again, Andy, I have an unblemished record. The most beautiful human being I've ever seen. Tim Howard was he sat down and just glowed. He just sparkled directly in front of you. It was one of those of just we're not the same species. You and I, this quite frankly, they didn't even try on me. This isn't even fair. That was Tim Howard.
Yeah, you were the after one.
Mm-hmm.
They were still mine, Well, me too, by the way. How about, I forgot, J.S. Jaguar was an out.
Jiggy was here. He was.
J.S. Jaguar. Hey, how about this? Nobody thinks about it because he pretty much committed career suicide.
Uh-huh.
Dale Carter.
Oh, yeah.
Dale Carter was a Bronco.
He was. Mm-hmm.
And I think got busted for something with drugs, dealing them or whatever, and that was that. They let him go, and it was all over.
Was he feeding it to sharks?
No, I think he was. I don't know. I can't remember.
IT for the Nuggets. Ooh, good call. I forgot. Isaiah Thomas for the Nuggets. What did that last? 6 games or whatever that lasted? That wasn't very good. IT was rough as a member of the Nuggets.
Gosh, see, the Nuggets ones are a little bit tougher.
Uh-huh.
Because they just feel what the Rockies in 2018 had a chance. Batters found them fun.
Remember when the Nuggets added Swaggy P when he came through here?
Yeah. Yeah.
No dice.
Fleury's been mentioned. Our guy Brian Madden just texted that. Theo Fleury was an av for half a season.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Oh, Boogie. How did we forget Boogie?
I tell you, honestly, Boogie is the biggest. I hope this isn't what happens with Westbrook. Maybe the biggest of let's hope he doesn't just now, again, Boogie's career was weird and injuries derailed it, but he had the relationship with Malone. However, ultimately, the story of DeMarcus Cousins' career is untapped or unmet potential that he had as an NBA player and unmet earnings. Like, at the very least, like Russell Westbrook has like made like $500 million already. So like doesn't have to show up and be a massive turd.
Okay, we're getting some more interesting ones.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you just know that you're texting in names we have hit, but we appreciate you texting. Allen Iverson, where do you fall with that? That doesn't really fall into this. Wasn't he a Piston for a while after he was done with Denver? We're talking about guys that kind of ended their career.
He was
here
both a Piston and a Memphis Grizzly before it was all said and done. One of the great trades, sending AI off to Detroit, Joe Dumars sending Chauncey Billups in return. No, remember AI showed up to camp that year, and Carl got like, he looked at him for like a half hour and was just like, it's over. Got to move him now.
People keep wanting us to mention Mike Hampton. Guys, Mike Hampton actually went on and had phenomenal success
elsewhere.
With the Braves and the Marlins. He was actually a good pitcher for them. We paid the freight. I think the Braves was his most successful stop, as the Rockies mainly paid the bill. But yeah, he was by no means done after Denver. He was reborn after he got out of Denver. You know, someone pointed out earlier, the most recent one will be Zach Parise.
Oh, yeah. He was fine as an Av.
Hey, I would actually have no problem if Parise wanted to come back one more year and give it a shot.
Yeah,
I've not heard that he does, but
I didn't think that was bad at all. Kind of, and again, talking basketball here, DeAndre Jordan, Richard Jefferson, Mike Miller, but all of them, their role was basically to not play. You know, with like those three dudes, it was like show up and be a great locker room guy, and like you'll get a good paycheck for it.
Is DeAndre Jordan that?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what DJ is right now. Honestly, like Richard Jefferson is one of the guys. Something that he in his time here, something that he said later on was like, "This is the most quiet locker room I've ever been in."
Yeah,
that's the thing that I want Westbrook to kind of fix a little bit with this team. Again, just to throw some attitude into the room that I think they need. I think that's where this could really work out quite well.
Getting a lot of great names. We can just remember
Nuggets
some guys.
Legend Roy Hibbert.
Yeah, I laughed at Gus Frerotte.
It happened.
Hey man, Gus and Greasy got him to the playoffs one year.
Remember,
gotta give him that.
Remember when Joe Flacco was only just entering his prime and then he landed here?
Dude, is Flacco that? I didn't even think. Flacco's pretty much that.
But
you
can't
better hope it don't go like Flacco.
But he just took the Browns to the playoffs last year.
I know. No, you're right. I guess he isn't. I don't know. Holy cow.
This is
Chester McLaughlin, Leon Lett. If we're gonna go, remember Leon Lett was here too.
He was?
Oh yeah,
I have no memory.
Bronco for a couple years.
Good.
With Chester McLaughlin, they had a "Who Cares Less" off every day in the locker room.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We will take a break. Before we wrap things up here on a lovely Tuesday afternoon, Andy, I gotta tell you, I'm getting fired up for these Olympic Games. I today learned something about an Olympic event that I never knew before. I'm going to share it with you before we wrap up. There's some weird crap going on with these games. I'll tell you what that is next. Andy, I have a very important Olympic question to ask you in a moment, but first, this note that I just saw. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic reporting on this. Kyle Shanahan offered Bill Belichick a job with the 49ers this season to, quote, do anything he wants, close quote. He called up Belichick and said, I'll hire you to do whatever the hell you want. Belichick politely declined. But he had a chance to do a whatever job with the San Francisco 49ers this year.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
It's a savvy move. Like on the part of Shanahan, like maybe that's something Bill would say yes to. Maybe Bill would want to walk in the door and just be like, I want to study every single special teams snap of the last 35 years in the NFL and arrange data points and then use that for the upcoming season. Like, that's the kind of crap I bet you Belichick would, if you were like to ask him, what do you really want to do with your time? I bet you that would be his answer.
I think, I'm not sure I'd go there. Data points. You might be right. The guy is a student of the game.
It's the kind of crap he loves.
I just wonder, the story goes that, he was always bitter at Kraft that he had to get rid of Garoppolo because that was his guy.
Yeah. So he wouldn't want to go work for Kyle Shanahan,
who screwed up Garoppolo.
Too many Jimmy feelings about that.
But you also remember that he traded Garoppolo to Kyle because he said he had so much respect for Mike.
Yeah. I think the biggest sticking point for Bill Belichick is I don't think Bill Belichick wants to have a boss.
Well, and Bill Belichick doesn't need to do anything.
That too.
He's showing that.
No, he's getting
in the Peyton Manning game, isn't he?
He's going to do quite well for himself. Yeah, he's going to be on the Manning cast every week this year. Speaking of that, Peyton Manning is going to be a part of NBC's Olympics coverage, and I've got an Olympic thing here for you, Andy. Can you do me a favor? Can you name the events of the modern pentathlon?
No, I can't. You know I can't. That's why you're asking.
The 5 events of the modern pentathlon. You don't know them?
Okay. You ready?
Take a swing.
Get a pen. You got a pen? You got your note taken ready?
You know I do.
Okay. The modern pentathlon.
Mm-hmm.
Uber someplace unknown. Get Uber Eats and pay exorbitant. Get an Uber Eats Starbucks and pay $15 for the delivery fee and pay $25 for your $5 drink.
Okay.
Set up a date on Tinder, then ghost them. Binge watch some inane show from God knows how long ago, and name your kid Tegan. That one caught you off guard. That one got Nate.
Tegan.
Well,
that was strong. That was good.
No, please educate me. So what are the pentathlon?
The modern pentathlon.
Is there running involved?
Paris,
is there like a distance run?
2024 Olympic Games. We have
swimming.
We have a
cycling.
friendly AI voice to explain to us exactly what it is that I got off of the Olympics website. Roll it, Cole.
Modern pentathlon. An Olympic sport combining fencing, swimming, equestrian jumping, and a combined running and shooting event named the Laser Run.
The Laser Run?
Laser Run!
Laser Tag!
The Laser Run. That's right, Andy. You're gonna do your fencing. You gotta do your sword fighting. You're gonna do your swimming. You're gonna do an obstacle course on horseback. Which, by the way, did you know this about it? It has to be with a horse you don't know. They give you your horse. They